Hey everyone! What unbelievably good song that is. I actually can't get enough. Is everyone ready as well? We played some ABBA too. Unbelievable. I had to go to the shops earlier. Unbelievable. I don't know why, but I was just in the mood. In the mood to... Audio is very low. Maybe my mic's a little bit far away. Wait, hold on. What was I going to say? Yeah. Going earlier. Going to the shops earlier, and I was just in the mood. ABBA, no doubt. Obviously, that led to Gwen Stefani. Such an unbelievable song for the Escape. What was I doing? That one. Have I got any tats? No. Am I so-called hollaback girl? Audio is very quiet. That's odd. Do a thing. Thank you. Hold on.
What's up, you badly? Sorry to bring the mood down, but just lost my dog of 5 years a few days ago. Please send any well wishes my way, and Ty for turning on stream to distract me a bit. Crying face.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear, Mask. It's alright. There'll be some good Overwatch to cheer you up.
3rd month of wasting money on a bald man who looks like he does blowjobs for a living, talking about a dead game.
Slightly different vibe. Different vibe. Thanks also, Bob. Sorry to hear, though, Mask. Different. We're all in different headspaces. We're all in different headspaces right now. But I'm sorry to hear that, Mask. We'll have some good Overwatch. We'll do some good casting. We'll make it okay. Also, I should thank everyone else as well. Thank you, Arthur. Thank you, Lord Kuma, the new Lord Kuma account. And thank you, Wolfman. Thank you, Stainless. Appreciate it all. What game are we watching after SGTM? So it'll be lower bracket. Oh, let me get the thing up for you. That button. See that button. There we go. It's right. The good news is, if you're looking for something to take your mind off it, we've actually got a hell of a weekend ahead of us to take your mind off it. So we'll start with EMEA because that's where we're starting. We're going to be watching TM versus SSG because I think that's the best game. All 4 of these games are going to happen at the same time. And then we're going to watch the lower bracket games. Now, these are just going to be on the main broadcast, so we'll just be on the clean feed. So obviously the expectation is we'll get AOMA and SRPeakCheck maybe? Thank you, Fupa.
Blow job lips, 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 blow job lips.
Why did he keep changing the cadence? Fucking Brian went so hard on that. Jesus Christ, Brian. Fuck. Wait, I don't know. He kept slowing it up. Slowing it down, speeding it up, emphasizing different parts of it. Fuck. That was honestly, a lot of the time it feels like Brian's just doing his job, you know, he just turns up to work, he does his job. But that one, he loved that one. He had a great time reading that one out. And then we'll probably get, actually, like maybe a spicy, like TM Vendetta in the lower bracket. Today he's doing his brand new single, Brian's new single, Blowjob Lips, for all the people. So yeah, pretty good day actually. I think all the teams we've got in top 8, I think are pretty good teams. I'm actually quite excited to see all of them. We're going to see a lot of Orisa, a lot of Juno, a lot of Brig. We're going to see a lot of the same meta. DPS maybe is going to be the most influx, right? You can't believe Vendetta has to win. Oh my god, has anyone watched? I know I only just released it. Also, I should say as well, thank you. I don't know if I've still got it in chat now. I was all the way right at the start of the chat. But for everyone who said they were enjoying the interviews, I think Fupa, Rage, I really appreciate it. I'm glad everyone enjoys it. I do enjoy talking talking to all the players, talking to all the teams, and hopefully it gives everyone a little bit of an insight into the teams. I was particularly pleased, like, the Ange one. Obviously, Ange, honestly, like, I don't know if it came across in the interview because it felt like we got on, like, immediately. But I think it was my first time talking to Ange, like, properly. Like, I don't think we've ever, like, messaged each other on Discord or been on any teams or anything before. So that was, like, the first time we spoke. Super easy guy to talk to. Super enjoyable guy to talk to. I was also super pleased because originally I wanted to talk to Hybrid. As I said in the interview, but Hybrid was like, you should just talk to fucking Ange. You know you need to talk to Ange. It's but I'm so glad that Ange gassed up Hybrid as well, because I think Hybrid player who gets like a bad reputation, or a bit of like people look like quite lowly on him, but I think he's super smart kid, tries really hard, and I'm glad it turns out he's the Orisa GOAT as well. So yeah, so actually, obviously we don't going to see it on stream. Presumably we'll see Vendetta in the lower bracket. Good kid, yeah. I mean, I feel like everyone is in kid status to me, you know. Exactly, Macy. Too many people know him from that, and they don't know the person behind the clip. Keeping the flow. Yeah, it's easier with some, like with Ange, it was super easy. There were a couple, like, I think when I spoke to Bun, that was like a bit trickier. Same with Anian. I think to, like, with some of these players on the smaller teams, they've not really done a lot of interviews before, you know, compared to, like, you know, when I talk to Astro, and he's done so many interviews at this point that he's just like a natural at this point. He's just happy to answer the questions. But, like, especially for some of the newer players, like Anian, for Bun, Ice as well, there's a little bit more, like, it's like their first interview, so there's a bit more, like, finding the words, bit of nerves to overcome and all of that. But I thought everyone was good. Honestly enjoyed talking to everyone. So happy with it. Tree sounded really professional. Yeah, because Tree's still what? He's 17, right? That guy's like, he's like fully grown, you know? Like, he's a seasoned professional by the age of 17. Yeah, Sauna. I don't know. The thing is, as well, I was excited to do Sauna because I enjoy talking to Sauna. He's really funny. He makes me laugh. But when it comes to, like, an interview situation, I guess, he's like, I don't know, he shuts down a little bit, you know? I don't think you get, like, the Sauna that I know didn't come across in that interview, I don't think, you know? Like, I think it's a little bit sillier, a little bit more of an ego, a little bit more of a chip on his shoulder, you know?
Afternoon.
Thank you, BS Lights. What was I doing? Google Chrome. Thank you very much. Tree is 17 with 15 years of experience. Yeah, that sounds about right. Should interview Sauna in writing for Deadlock VP Sauna. Yeah, I should have. Maybe I should have just asked him about Deadlock. That was my problem, right? I should have just. He wasn't. I was asking him about Overwatch. What I should have got his opinion on is obviously if I got his opinion on what do you call it? Deadlock, he would have been all over it. Did you pred for tournament yet? Not. I've done like my power rankings from way back when. I can do it now actually. We got like a few minutes still, right? Let me just check on this clean feed. Well, I'm not leaking it, am I? No, I'm not Rack. You know what fucking happened? Right. So I'm doing the interviews, right? In one of the interviews, Rack walks in. And then inexplicably, do you know what happens the very next day? Doing a different interview, Rack walks in again. How can Rack keep gate crashing my interviews like this? Like, I know two's not a lot, but it is in the context of what's happened, you know? How is Rax is in everyone's bedroom? I should have interviewed him while he was there. What was I doing? Bracket prediction. It's just in everyone's bedroom, right? Let's do EMEA. We'll do North America when we come to it. But let's do this. Do I want to zoom in a bit? There we go. Get it bigger. That's too big. Is that about right? Can you see all that? Maybe a little bit. There we go. Yeah. You saw it was a double person? No. When I spoke to her, I asked Astro initially, and then Astro was like, "Can Chime do it with me?" And I was like, "Yeah, okay." It's not really a story to it. They just asked, and I said, "Yeah, sure, no problem." What am I doing then? So this will be. Oh, thank you, Linda. That's a bit small, isn't it? There we go. This will be Ents. This will be Piece of Cake. This will be VP. This will be SSG. Which means this will be Aoma versus SRPC, right? Feels like it's been ages since I've drawn with a pen. Yeah, there's literally games today, Axiom. Main broadcast is doing SSG TM, and that's where we're going to be as well. I think, let me try and remember right. I think if you want to watch Virtus Pro Vendetta, I think Tiny Shiny's doing it. All good questions. Keep them coming. Ents versus Aoma. I think Bullskunk is doing it. SRPeakCheck. Cloudy will be doing it. Oh wait, is Bullskunk on the VP game? I thought Tiny Shiny was on the VP game and Bullskunk was on the Aoma game. Maybe more commonly known as the as the Ents game. Yeah, you can kick off for Preds. Yeah, kick off for Preds. Classic musket misinformation. All right, so that's the easy bit, right? Then this will be Ents. SSG. Aoma versus. I've got to back Aoma actually. And then this swaps, doesn't it? So this will be Aoma VP, right? And then it'll probably be TM, right? It'll probably be TM. Then this will be POC. And this game is massive, obviously. I think this is where TM stop. Go streaming as well. Let me just turn this down a sec. Hold on. Then, oh, hey Ayua. Then this games get tough. Oh, thank you, Tizzo.
506.
506. I don't get it. Do I think VP win? Yeah, maybe can I really piece of cake pill myself so much?
Puck all the way.
Yeah, Ayua agrees. Thank you, Ayua. Yeah, maybe then. And then SSG Ents. I feel like I want to put SSG here. I feel like Ents. Word on the street is the Genji version of the comp is really strong, which is obviously a huge buff if you happen to be a team that has a player named Kevster on it. You heard it in the Courts interview, right? Like, oh, luckily not a lot of good Genjis in EMEA. Except for Ents, of course. If you're playing Ents, you're going to have a really hard time. So, I don't know. Maybe Ents can swing it, actually. Maybe Ents will swing it. Actually, let me do this the other way around. I think it'll be Ents will win the uppers, but then SSG will come back. SSG will crack something down. And that's the team with Tread, Naga, and Zodial. Thank you, Ayua. Thank you as well, Doishi. Yeah, I was saying earlier, actually, that was my first time ever having a conversation with Anne. So considering, like, so incredibly easy to talk to. Who do you think wins Toronto and Zeta in the current meta? I actually don't know. I have not really seen Toronto play at all on this meta, so I don't know how strong they'll be. Obviously, Genji, a pretty good hero for Sugar Free. Hit scan's viable, so Merit will be looking good. Someone on Orisa, I feel like he's seen it play seen him play a decent amount. So I don't know. I feel like it should be a good meta for Toronto, but I've not seen them play yet, so I don't know how convinced to be. You know, when I was talking to a lot of the Americans, there was a fair amount of a lot of people thinking that essentially this is where there could be an upset. Ooh, are we starting soon? You think SSG beats VP? Yeah, yeah. I'm in. Where am I? Let me see what's going on. Whoa! Thank you, Mapino. Yippee indeed. That's because all the mid-American teams are Orisa OTPs? Fuck. You know what surprised me the most in the North American interviews? Everyone fucking hates TSM, don't they? Fuck me. 2 separate teams, Citrus Nation and Fluffy Aimers, were just like, it's really important that we fuck up TSM. We can't make the LAN ourselves, but it's really important TSM don't go to Stockholm. And I was like, all right, I don't know why, okay. I don't know why, but we fucking hate TSM now. When did I do the interview? So I did Astro, Kellex, and Zodial last week, which was relatively straightforward. I was able to release them in plenty of time. Then I got sick over the weekend, as if anyone saw the streams over the weekend, you would have probably realised. So then I didn't do any Monday. I recorded a bunch Tuesday, but I didn't release any of them till Wednesday. So I think I recorded 6 on Tuesday. I can just check my calendar. It was like 6 on Tuesday, then like, what was this? Then 4 on Wednesday, and then 2 today. Like the Quartz and Ands ones happened earlier today. So yeah, 6, 4, and 2, I think. Something like that. Maybe 5, actually. I did Cap yesterday as well, right? You wish you had Venat's level of TSM hater energy. Ooh. You'll get Claudio on Coachable. Yeah, a few people said that. I'm not Liquipedia mod, no. Yeah, a few people said that about Claudio. I think he'd be a good one to have, but maybe not for like not right after a tournament, but maybe a like, you know, we're gonna go like after this week, and there's gonna be like a big gap until we actually go to Stockholm. Maybe that's a great time to have some people like Kellex or Claudio on, people who have like a lot of history in the league and so on. Need Wizard Hyung. Give the Ents drama unlock. Oh yeah, the like, I don't know how dramatic it was in the end. Like, they just decided to kill all the Finns, and then they went about killing all the Finns. Because to be fair, when I was speaking to Cloudy, it seemed like the only bit that really pissed Cloudy off was the Massa situation, which I agree was like, because that Massa thing was just bullshit. Like, so unreasonable from Ents. He's going in. Oh, wait, is it started already? Should we just Cloudy POV? Is that our best way in? Ghost is streaming. Where's Cloudy? Where is he? Cloudy? There he is.
I'm dead in the back.
On a one.
Dead, I'm dead in the back.
On a one.
Let's give a Doomfist POV.
I'm turning backwards though.
Try one.
There's one.
Fair point. Can you have me fair? Fair one. Nice. Can we chill? We're good. Just lift now. Let's not do this.
I'm fine.
They only nanoed, right?
I'm back at point.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
Oh, really, Joshi? I haven't seen that.
No, I just got slapped. It's fine.
Yeah.
Keep playing the same. Yeah, okay, but
They're playing Chase? Yeah, Chase's Orisa is really good.
Next I want to go point, I think.
Yeah, bottom left.
Let me try and get the audio balance right on this. Okay.
And that's coming breach. He's
I don't point.
a nice high. Yeah, I don't know, nade. D1.
Howdy not on Ryan? Yeah, certain maps he doesn't play Ryan. He whacks out the Doomfist.
They're going on you.
So it's not without precedent.
Yeah, both divas hold still.
Let's see it, Cloudy. Obviously, Doom into Diva's quite reasonable. You can bully her around Matrix a lot.
New Juno mid fight.
Yeah.
They might go early, watch out, they might go
You
early.
ready for it? Diva is on back on.
I'm ready in 2 seconds.
Fara high.
I'm going now.
3, 2, 1, point.
Jonas above point.
Cap point. Diva half already. It's a Diva.
Diva low.
Diva 1.
So all 4 of these opening games are happening at the same time.
Fara coming. Fara one.
Well, the Diva is... I mean, you need to go fast. You need to give me speed or something.
Can't touch.
So you might have to do... So main broadcast is going to be TMSSG. Oh, thank you, Waphobos. No, I've not seen the trailer on that. So main stream is going to be TM versus SSG. Cloudy streaming his POV against a piece of cake. Tiny Shiny is going to be streaming the VP Vendetta game, if you're an Anchhead. And Bullskunk is going to be streaming the Aoma Ents game, if you want to see Top Dragon versus Kev. Get him! Oh! Judo pocket. Oh. Thank you, Chinese dinos.
Need to hop down and door.
I am an official co-streamer, yeah. I'm getting the host on Saturday, which means
I got Juno.
we'll have to play some marbles.
Juno one, death.
On a one in our spawn left.
If there's any interest in that, there's not really.
Shoot the Diva. I'm turning on out.
Yeah, Diva.
Oh, can I full screen? Reasonable.
He's one.
Yeah. Shoot the Tracer.
Nice, Cloudy. They're actually clutching this, aren't they?
Bro.
On Doomfist? Fuck. They can't beat SRPeakCheck on dive? Oh, shit.
Just my kind of around that was, but.
Bro, we got it, baby.
Oh, shit. Now they're going Reinhardt on Ruins?
Yeah, well, now we have
Fuck.
the next problem. One
Are they gonna
problem.
play Widow?
What play?
Here, so it's gonna go Widow 100%.
Just play whatever you want. Rebroadcast, I guess.
Like,
I think it's not Chaser.
they're gonna force it into bottom left.
Yeah, I think if they don't have wood, I'm gonna swap. But I think I can do that with Widow. Like, I'm not gonna
Punch and pin of the same ability if you squint. It's all just going in, mate. All just going in.
But then they're gonna play like spam and then.
You know,
I'm just gonna play up in Diva.
obviously this is hindsight now, but Anta was, when I talked to Anta beforehand, he was like, maybe we should do the SRPeakCheck piece of cake game. And I was like, nah, it won't be that close.
Can you give me TP now?
Shit.
I'm zoning back low. Really far, just shoot the Diva. Diva alone. Kill the Diva. Kill Diva. Diva 1. Kill baby.
Why is he playing Diva into this? You know, first map still, one round to peak check. Why don't they just play? Because you know,
their comp is really bad. The Diva Tracer are just.
Yeah, Cloudy's right. They can't. Why don't they just play like fucking Orisa Bastion or something?
Yeah, she can see me and Ghost. Yeah. Just go to Widow. Thing Widow.
I put Naga on Genji. Was I do on Bastion?
I don't see Widow. Give me one speed. Give me one speed. I'm not top right. Diva.
I'm on D1.
Shoot the diva. I'm turning back side.
No.
Just behind.
TP me pillar.
Everyone right side.
TP
Yeah.
pillar.
Nice. Stage main on the top.
Alright, just clearing the high ground.
Lost to shoot the fucking diva.
Yeah.
I have no
They're waiting for
You can see like how like Cloud is under no pressure, you know.
That's true.
I feel like the
I'm farming
same
2
as
ult for
me.
you, Wilfie. I'm farming.
We can get 99 this
Okay,
fight
okay,
even if we don't win. Don't get one shot.
Okay, no widow, Ash now.
Yeah. They've had there for one shot.
No, I feel like the Orista's so hard to play because that's when we watched a Ramatra Punch, which is the derpy team, which is North America's Reinhardt one-trick team. They were having to play into so much Arista Bastion, and it was really hard. Now, Cloudy did say to me that he's pretty confident that like Sim Junkrat is actually pretty reasonable into the Orisa, like that version of their comp.
Not yet.
But it's surely harder. It's surely harder than what they're dealing with now. Because look, it's 80%. It's 80%.
I can touch you.
What? Alarm. I'm in the
Shoot diva. Post bomb. I just died by anything.
I just need to not die to random shit and we're fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's just an Ilpy death out of nowhere.
Nothing.
Okay,
But
just
they
listen,
don't have
walk
Bob
out
yet.
together. They're gonna hold close. We have to get inside left. Speed out of
Yeah,
spawn
care.
and then TP. As soon as it looks scary, you TP inside, okay? Don't walk out alone. Okay, the speed now. Just TP.
Play the objective.
TP, don't stop.
Astro right.
Don't stop. Oh,
Stay
post.
inside. Shoot the diva.
Nice.
Have to go. Stay in the corner. Stay in the corner.
Diva one.
I mean, no.
Don't use any more. Yeah.
I know one inside. I know one left. I know really one. Top left.
We're fine.
I know one. Yeah. One way.
They still have Bob, you know.
They use nano pools.
Yeah, what if a rectangle man just stood on point? Ben, what would you do, huh?
They were
They
still
have
good.
nano tracer.
Wait, it's still on high or something of the game.
Yeah, I'll say.
Walk main. We have one kill. Just walk main, okay?
They were stuck now.
Just walk main. We walk out with 2 ult together. Ready?
Yeah, Diva right.
Can
Yeah,
Can you shoot the diva? Shoot the diva. Go back.
Oh, it's going up. It's going forward. We need to leave him.
Okay, well.
We need to leave him.
Bit of a miscommunication there on the support ults.
You need to say something if you're gonna ult the ult or not ult. Like you're just still
I'm not fine.
Yeah, but if Ghost is stacking, we're fine.
No, but yeah, but we can kite that. But it's fine.
We only have Bob. Only Bob.
Well, just go inside left again.
Come on, guys, one more chance. Lock in.
Actually, I'll go May.
I'll stop right.
TP top right. Let's go.
Tipping. 3, 2, 1.
Just play here.
Ash
Wait a little bit. Shoot the diva. Just kill Bob.
You know what.
Diva.
Naded. Hold shield.
Can you TP point?
I'm on him.
Tip it on.
Needed more shield.
Go next fight.
We're dead.
We'll fight. Just put TP on the spawn. I can touch. You need to put TP.
Shit.
Tipping left side.
No, fight
No,
that
no.
squad.
I can touch. Don't worry about touch.
Dash close.
I'm burning. I'm fine.
Just play together. We have
Ash
to
half.
touch. Can you touch one more?
Yeah,
Need to
well,
touch
Ash
one
half.
more. Need to touch one more.
Okay, I can touch one more.
I can touch now. Don't die. I touch.
Okay.
There's no right fight.
Alright, Cloud is on point.
Diva one. We're gonna have none of Diva close. I stop left.
We are on point. Point is being forced.
Half.
Shoot the Diva.
I don't want.
Train spawn.
Oh.
Going point.
Last one.
There's a behind us. Inside.
I go back then. Ash
He's got one actually.
Yeah, no.
Kill down.
Cloud needs to live. Oh, they got Juno ult. No.
I leave point. So when I touch,
I don't think anyone else can touch.
I can touch once. I dead point.
Ah.
Like, just remember to play together and chill.
Fuck. It's actually looking like a Chris Fury situation, is it not?
Because if I'm turning backline, you guys just have to shoot the diva and not die to random shit, you know? It's really easy. And then you'll always stall if you're gonna...
Chris Fury hasn't struck yet. Struck yet. If you remember as well, do you remember when SSG were playing like Ryan and Rambrawl on this map, on Ilios Well, against like the Korean teams? That is actually, this is the map they won. This is the map they won.
You wanna keep Sim here or go venture?
I wanna go venture. I don't do anything.
Yeah, feeling a lot better, Unito. I've still got like, still a bit phlegmy, a bit like sniffly, but way better than I was on the weekend. So ready for a big, long weekend
3-2-0, 3-2-0.
of Overwatch. Stage 4, the last stage.
We can play inside pressure point when they go. I'm gonna need to charge.
There was a ball, there was a ball.
Can we flip map?
Yeah, flip it.
Just play their side here. Farah's gonna go on top of us.
Yeah, just keep moving opposite side of a Farah.
Don't
Keep
all the way. Okay, well, let's
moving.
Fair enough.
Can we walk out? Shoot Diva. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Diva.
Pressure right.
I have ring. Just keep touching.
Give me ring. Cap point.
Diva on that.
Tracer.
Oh,
I'm fine.
Being fair.
Diva. Let's go to Metro against us. Shoot Diva.
Diva on. Excellent.
picking them apart, aren't they? They needed to move again.
2-1,
Too static.
2-1.
Yeah, Chris Fury is what happens on the underdog cough every time. Looks like miserable for Ryan. Yeah. Well, they just need to keep moving, because if they let themselves get surrounded, big problems from all sides. The TP will help with that as well.
I'm inside, Nick. I help.
Go their side cage, their side cage. It's pressure point.
They didn't talk about it, right? No one's thinking about barrage, no one's saying barrage.
Hear everything else now. Maybe not rally yet, but...
You can spam again.
Are we about to start on the main broadcast?
They walk main, they don't walk one guy.
For house.
What?
Speed still.
I think just go reef anyway, don't cast is garbage.
Yeah, I got
it's fine. We walk main, yeah, everyone ready? 3, 2, we need to kite the 2-0, okay? We have to kite 2-0, play the 2-0. Eva behind, back.
Oh, Boop's good actually. Good Boop.
Help me fire.
I think still.
Done it.
Whoa. I'm just gonna turn my lights on, hold on.
Go on left, maybe.
Well, they used to know, we can go left again, it's fine.
We're going in main broadcast? Fuck. Wait, there's one more fight, right? Oh, we got time to set up time.
Walk left.
If they get held. If they retake, we'll never know what happens.
I think the CP on the left side of the house on it, you know, to speed like left side of the house, outside, and then we walk there. Then go their side all the way. Speed now, 3, 2, 1. Just TP left and
Has he got it in him? Oh, they're gonna rally. Do they all get through? Ghost doesn't get through. What is that donation picture?
We can die.
Oh, downed him well. That's it. This is actually perfect Chris Fury. There we go.
Any yellows? Oh, there he is.
Hello?
Time check?
Yeah, 25 seconds, 24 seconds, 23 seconds, 22 seconds, 21 seconds.
That'll do.
All right,
I think I'm
beautiful.
like half a second behind you, so if you want to like flicker, pause, and unpause, it'll probably put us in better sync. But we're basically on the same page.
I did the thing, and we're off. Looked it in for Farah as well, and a Brig. Slightly different look for Twisted Minds, a non-UB lineup, Max.
UB-less lineup is actually crazy for Twisted. You know, they lose their shot caller, but potentially they gain someone that's a little bit better for the meta. And I really like this read from Twisted because they know SpaceStation are playing lots of Mei. So if you know there's going to be lots of Mei on the table, you might as well play lots of Farah. I think that this is a really good look for Twisted, even if it, you know, shakes up their leadership structure a little bit.
Lubda as well, a super talented individual on that Farah. And it's actually going to be an opening pick here from MCD onto Backbone here. So despite getting first flip SSG, they're now pinned back into the corner. You can see TVNT trying to encroach on the left here. They just want to try and bully SSG out. TVNT with a big health advantage on KSA. Obviously, TVNT is KSA's replacement down the line here in this revenge match. And Twisted Minds get a pretty good flip back after that pick.
Yeah, really good start for Twisted. I mean, obviously they didn't get the first cap, but they get the first fight in the end. MCD coming up on this barrage, on this nano boost now, and that's going to be so deadly in the hands of Lubda. Twisted, they've got so many ults that they can use to just hold on to this. Funny Astro, he's trying to get close, throw out that orbital ray, start pressuring the cap. There it is. But look, Twisted, they're already so far away. They're just going to be able to wait this one out. They might concede the flip for it. Looks like the answer there is no. Quartz Bob, that's booped off the point actually, so now Twisted under a lot of pressure, but it's Sparker versus Libda, and Libda actually will go down. Really nice matrix from KSA to keep him alive.
Now high noon swing from Sparker to try and get themselves back onto point. They'll get the flip off the back of that. Don't find any kills, but they did kill the Farah and they got control of a point, so they will be in good position now. And KSA takes down Quartz. SSG with a quick flip back, and it just felt a little bit forced that Baral, that Nano Farah out of Lubda. Came all the way across. SSG saw it coming the entire way. Normally needs to try and be a bit sneakier with that ult.
Yeah, I think the problem there was that Twisted let too much of the point circle fill up. When Funny Astro came out with that orbital ray, it's obvious that Twisted wanted to kite that out a little bit. But in the process of kiting it, they developed a lot of point pressure. They really needed to keep touching. Enough about that previous fight, though, because, I mean, SpaceStation, they're already pushing Twisted all the way back yet again. And Twisted, they really don't have any ultimates to get something going right now. It's going to be hard to rally push when you're playing Farah Ashe. Really nobody in the front line to brawl with Bliss. So Twisted, they're just looking for their opening, trying to ping-pong around the side. MCD hits a nice nade on the back line of SpaceStation, but they survive through it, heal back up, and I mean, look now, TVNT's already had his bomb forced. KSC actually trades out the mech, so it's not over yet.
Sleep comes through as well, doesn't really connect with anything, and now KSA back in his mech will just be trying to pocket land and keep everyone alive as this rally trade comes in. TVNT very low on health, getting topped up now, but because of that, SSG keep control of point, they keep control of the space, and you can see Backbone's now going to drop this Blizzard on, trying to bash out of it is Bliss. He escapes the Blizzard, but can't escape Funny Astro, and now SSG, only 5% left, looking good for them.
Yeah, I mean, they really needed to get that nano boost off from MCD. I thought that it was going to be a tale of MCD's nano versus Funny Astro's orbital ray, but nothing of the sort. TVNT gets a rogue trade onto Landon, but is anyone else able to touch? Oh, Bliss, he's back fast. He's back fast on the Lucio. But is this going to be enough? No.
No, back fast, down fast. And
made light work of it.
Yeah, good first point in the end for SSG. Dealt with a Farah reasonably enough. Dealt with Yana reasonably enough as well. Didn't feel like he was getting huge value there. And SSU with a good start. But obviously... Oh, we're actually going to get a pause. But obviously a good map in general for Farah here. So more opportunities for Lubda down the line.
I would definitely say that that's a pretty bad omen for the side of Twisted Minds. Because I think that's probably the best map. CX a bit loud compared to you. We can fix that. Let me know if that fixed that.
Testing. This is an example of speech.
Yeah, this is an example of speech. I might just turn you down in Discord, actually. Yo, Mummy Mercy 420. Thanks for the follow. Fucking clutchy name. But yeah, I think overall not a great look for Twisted Minds, because while I like the comp that they came out on, you really don't want to see them going down on Well, because that's probably the best Farah map of the three. And if they can't make it work on Well, then eventually they're going to have to make that work on Ruins, where hit scan is a lot stronger and Farah is a lot more awkward. So overall, a little bit scary for the side of Twisted Minds, the fact that they couldn't make it work on their best map.
No, and now we move over onto Ruins. This is probably the least Farah-friendly one of the entire lot. And it seems like maybe Twisted Minds might even agree with that. Going to be starting on the Orisa, Juno, Brig as well. So this Orisa, Juno, Brig is really the core that we expect to see throughout the entire weekend from all the American teams, all the European teams, everyone really. And it's going to be super important for both teams how successful they can be on this type of mirror here. So Quartz looks like he wants to lock in that Widow straight away. Meanwhile, SSG seem to be opting away from the Widow on Ruins.
Capture the objective.
Look, this is a classic one for the side of SpaceStation, where Sparker winds up not taking a Widow mirror on a good Widow map. Very, very rarely do I see Sparker squaring up in a Widow mirror. And you're gonna have to be so careful on the side of SpaceStation, because I think even though this map, I was saying that it favors them and it's awkward for the Farah, it's not going to be awkward for the Farah if they opt to play Tracer May. Tracer May is going to leave Lubda with as much space as he could possibly ask for. So Lubda really has a lot of opportunity here, and Quartz as well. Really, it's all on Sparker to contest him, but if it's Quartz Widow versus Spark Tracer, I'd back Quartz on the Widow.
You see there as well, Spark's going to have his recall force immediately by Quartz. Quartz is going to swap into a more aggressive position. KSA not able to find the pressure during that hyper ring timing as well. They're going to wall Quartz as well. So they're using a lot of cooldowns, a lot of resources to deal with Quartz. But so far, they've not actually really gotten close to him. They have flipped the point during all of this SSG. TVNT is going to try and dip his toes back on right now as that pressure comes in behind from Sparker. But Twisted Minds, they're not dead, but they're having a hard time. Sparker misses the blink now, and Sparker's just having no impact on Quartz right now.
I mean, look, even if he hasn't managed to take down Quartz, the fact that SpaceStation's point play is just that much better. The fact that they flipped the cap before the fight ends, and now they're already up 30%. I mean, look, again, they might be losing these slow fights, but look how much they're stealing away in the process. The point percentage is already 40 and counting upwards. Funny Astro getting trades now as well. Astro and Sparker both getting trades onto Libda and Quartz. Landon throws in the rally, so it looks like SSG just want to close this one out now. MCD comes in with the orbital ray, but the flip, they flip over, cap the point out from underneath Space Station's noses, but I mean, it's going to be a short-lived success, right? Space Station, they're at 49, 50%, and Twisted, they only managed to sneak out 7% in that.
CoStream both of their support ults SSG, so they've now only got DPS ults and KSA's bomb coming up, so Twisted Minds do have ult advantage here, but in this type of comp from SSG can be really hard to find key targets to punish really except for that Brig, so as long as Landon can keep himself safe from these key ultimates, they should be okay. TVNT's trying to make his way forward right now. Spark is in the back, and Spark gets his head taken off, and this is a good start for Twisted Minds.
Really, Quartz, unbelievable. He wasn't getting enough done on the Widow. He was playing that back angle and he couldn't find it. Swaps over to the Cassidy, just rips Space Station to pieces. Blizzard was invested from backbone there in the Chaos, and that's not going to get them much of anything. Twisted Minds, they flipped the cap and not a second too soon, because with 87% for SSG's cap, it's going to be really hard for Twisted to even recontest if they lose from here on out.
They really have to try and play for the perfect hold from this point, Twisted Minds. They've got the Terror Surge, they've got the Barrage in which to do it. Now they have control of the map. Getting Barrage value might be a little bit easier here. You can see Spark now onto the Ash. Happy to take this hit scan duel when it's not a Widow-related one. Just need to be wary of that Barrage coming through from Libda here, because he could really get a cheap win if he finds a way through in this Matrix.
Astro's already really low, just has to hide away. And Quartus, you know, he's up to the high noon as well now. So Space Station, really, they need a magic pick from someone like Sparker or KSA to get into this one. Otherwise, they're just going to lose from an ult standpoint. TVNT taking so much damage early on, though, forced to use his Terror Surge, and he's still on the back foot. Only a sliver of HP backing up with the spin now. But look, Spark has taken down Libda, and Twisted, even though they had those ultimates, they couldn't find a lick of value with them. They've just lost in a clean neutral, and without even using their DPS ults, they're going to lose this round, Xavier. That's the map.
The power of Twisted Minds comp should really be in the fact that an Orisa, a Pharah, an Ashe, or in this case a Cass, there's so much firepower. So they should just be able to take these slow pokey fights, which is what we've seen so far in the map. They've been winning these longer fights because they just have a lot of damage in play. Yet somehow there, TVNT just mismanages cover, mismanages cooldowns, takes a huge chunk of damage, forces to use the Terror Surge early, doesn't find any value out of it. They have to concede that ultimate with 0 value, and they have to concede all the space around point. Really bit of a disaster there when they were in control, Twisted Minds.
Ah, jeez. I think, you know, maybe I need a name, right? I don't want to just say that it's all TVNT's fault. I choose to believe that the man with no hands didn't single-handedly throw that, and maybe someone wasn't shooting their gun quite enough on the hold as well. Maybe someone was playing a little too passively, because it just seems insane that they're able to walk up on TVNT like that, force all of his skills, force his ultimate, and then just keep pressing all the way through. Like, surely when that Terror Surge came out, someone could be swinging. One of Libda or Quartz could swing, push Backbone out from the statue, get some pressure up. But there was just no such thing occurring. It seemed so easy for SSG to just walk through, take over.
The fact that there was no follow-up on that Terror Surge really does imply there was just a bit of a case of everyone playing a little bit too passively on the side of Twisted Minds. Like, they do want to play slower, I think, with their comp, but they still want to be aggressive. They want to be taking the best angles they can, putting out that damage to keep them on the back foot. And right now, it looks like SSG just in control of this series, if this is the type of matchup we're going to get throughout the day.
Tough. Very tough for the side of Twisted. I mean, I thought that maybe they'll put Yubi back in now. Maybe, you know, as we go to some more May viable maps, maybe they'll try and take some more of the mirror. But this is really SSG's wheelhouse. In the case of Twisted Minds, they're a great May team. They're very good at playing the ground tanks with the May, good at playing these push-pull rush comps, but they've seen so many roster changes throughout the year, so many disruptions to their core, that even though Yubi, Quartz, they're rock solid on these heroes, everything around them has changed. The ground tank for Twisted Minds is now playing for SSG. So I think that there's just, you know, there's no real universe where Twisted Minds has the edge in these matchups anymore. Maybe at the start of the year you could say that. You could say that Twisted is dead even, or maybe even has the edge over SSG. But nowadays, I'm not too sure that that's true.
The problem really is...
Put on the slot? I'm so sorry. I'll leave it to you.
The problem I think for Twisted's Minds as well is because their advantage is even though they've changed so much of a roster, their advantage is still in the brawl tank, like these ground matchups, right? Especially when we think about where the current meta is as well. So the problem is if I'm Twisted Minds, like now we get to pick the mode, we get to pick the map. What do we want to pick? Because all of Twisted Minds' strengths are SSG strengths. But if anything, they're even bigger for it. As yeah, DXtrum is right. That Quartz did say in his interview we're playing a lot of Pharah. So it's possible we do see more Lubda. So yeah, I think Rialto would tick the boxes there in terms of a good map for Pharah. Could also even put Quartz on Widow there or Quartz on Ashe as well. So there's options. There's options like in maps that will slightly favour Pharah a little bit more. Maybe that's the way they want to lean. I think like when they do play that Pharah Ashe version, which would be pretty viable on Rialto, it does mean they do have that ability just to have these big powerful positions for both their Pharah and the Ashe at the same time, and they can just have so much damage. In reality, once they actually played that Orisa comp, as much as it was a mistake that cost them the hold, they were winning that first fight. Like if you sort of run through the number of fights we had on Ruins, we probably had 3 fights, right? And actually, I feel like TM did like I want to say 1, but they won the first fight eventually, right? If I remember right. Was it? Yeah. Or they won it eventually. Oh no, they won the cast retake. They nearly won, but they lost the first fight slowly, but they didn't have control of the cap. So in reality, we've actually not seen them play that many fights. They've just had really bad point control so far, which is really limited. I mean, if you have really bad point control, you're probably gonna have a bad time on Koth, right? So I don't think we've seen too many fights to like maybe start panicking massively or like changing the comps. I think just pick a map that's good for the comp. Maybe Rialto falls into this category. Maybe Blizzard World falls into this category. Yeah, they won first fight on well. Yeah, because I think the thing is, they've not actually, like if we were to get the fight win percentages, one, we've probably only had about like 6 fights, 7 fights maybe. They probably actually won at like half of them, you know? It's just Koth is a very punishing game mode in terms of you lose a few fights, you lose the entire map. You lose an important fight, like you think of that hold they gave away, right? On Ruins. They had the ult advantage and they just got nothing out of them. They just gave it away for free. Similarly on Well, right? They had ult advantage and they give it away for free. These are the fights that you can't afford to do. You can't afford to do it in any game mode, but on Koth, you'll just lose the entire round off the back of a fight like that. So TM need to do better. And we'll see if they can do. Is it the Hanzo God? It sure is time. Hit all my shots, give or take. Hit all the shots I wanted to. Miss the ones I could afford to miss, you know? That's how it is. King's Row. All right. Pharah Ashe, really reasonable here as well, actually. We've seen loads of teams lean into the Pharah, lean into the Ashe for this. No subs as well, so it looks like we will be keeping Lubda. And to be fair, like, obviously there is, like, the big question here with Lubda out of the lineup is, of course, the direction, the leadership, their calls, their decisiveness, right? So you look at maybe that hold on Ruins, and you say, were they too passive? Maybe. You look at some of their fights where they're conceding these holds without using any of their ultimates. Is that a planning issue? These are the things you might be missing. These are the things you're going to be missing without your main caller, without you being. You're going to be missing that aggression. You're going to be missing that decisiveness. You gain a super talented Pharah player, a super talented flex DPS and Lubda. Lubda's proven himself on multiple heroes. He's proven himself even on Baptiste back at the World Cup. So Lubda is clearly a talented player, but without their leader in play, maybe some of this lack of decisiveness that we saw on Ilios, lack of ult plans, is really going to come back and bite them. We are going to see SSG subbing in Hadi as well here, Max.
Oh, Hardy's back in. Love to see that. You know, Hardy's always on top in my book. But I really like Twisted's comp on this offense. I think it is the direct counter to the Mei, going the double spam again. No Yubi in play, and I mean that might hurt them on second point, but here on first, I think it's absolute money. Double spam, really easy to win the point fight. TVNT actually not taking the point fight, going for an early push of top, which is a bit of a surprise. But now that most of SpaceStation have been forced to the ground, Twisted can start pressuring that objective. And they have better angles. Ooh. Oh my god.
He wins that duel. looked like Lubda got the drop onto Backbone there. That's the matchup Twisted Minds wanted. Get Lubda that high ground, but Backbone just dinks his way out of it. And now it's a chance for SSG to push forward. Separation onto the brig. Hadi will take care of that, and Hadi will just mow them down in this room. And that already stems from Backbone just winning that duel on the high ground.
Oh, Hardy looking like he's in the middle of his winter arc right now. Just pure domination from him. 2xing TVNT on damage at the end of that fight. And I think the big issue there for Twisted is the fact that they didn't actually clear high ground. They didn't force Backbone out. So then they just left Lubda to take a 1v1 up top. That angle was not cleared and safe for him. Twisted, they had the ability to clear backers out. They had 3-4 members up on the high ground at the start of the fight. But instead they let him stay there. And if you let him stay, then he'll just take a 1v1 later down the line. Lubda, though, he's doing so much damage up here in main, forcing so many people back, but the first tempo orbital ray comes out from Funny Astro. A blizzard on the point catches absolutely nobody. TVNT very nearly kites it out, but Backbone, he slinks in an icicle. He takes down TVNT, and with no hands left on the point, that's going to be Twisted Minds losing yet another fight. Only 2 minutes left on the clock.
Doesn't catch anyone, but does at least force them away from getting value out of their own Ray there, Twisted Minds. So they're able to win the Ray trade in exchange for more ultimates. Now, back to the drawing board for Twisted Minds. They're going to try and reset up these positions again. Try and get their Pharaoh into a more meaningful position. For now, though, Hadi and TVT just trading on point. Lubda has got himself top right, and Backbone's actually dropped to the point as this Bob comes out to force point here from Quartz. Just going to concede maybe the first tick here, SSG. Wait out for Bob, then recontest. Now a Bob of their own comes back. Pressure onto TVNT. Backbone with the flag, but it's Lubda with the barrage from behind. He finds a kill, but it's only a 1-for-1 trade. Pressure onto Spark right now. Lubda can't find the final rocket, but does live. Meanwhile, though, TVNT, he's won the Aristotule, but the rest of Twisted Minds, they've fallen down behind him, and Hadi's going to get the Mega as well. TVNT, but he's going to wall Hadi in safely. TVNT can't get to him. Backbone saves Hadi's life, and SSG in complete control right now.
Such good melee from Backbone there. Lubda, he found the angle. He got that opening pick with the barrage. But Bliss, he goes down 99% on the rally. I mean, you know, Jamie, he likes to call himself the thinker when he's in the middle of sucking himself off. But sometimes I do kind of find myself believing it. When I see walls like that to wall his Orisa in to save his life, I start to believe that he may very well be deserving of that self-proclaimed thinker title. Again, now Backbone is up here on this high ground, holding it down. Good side angle to block anyone that pushes through Hotel. And look at this. Another blizzard already online. Backbone, he's about to be in complete control. That being said, Twisted, they've managed to sneak out a second tick. Pressure's rising for SpaceStation. They need value from Backbone's ult, and I'm not sure whether they're going to find it.
They drop it onto the orbital ray there, but Hadi gets sucked into the Terror Surge as well, so that Ray Terror Surge combo does the job for Twisted Minds. TVNT and MCD able to combine, and they will get the flip off that. Just a little bit short there. Astro didn't quite have the orbital ray in time to match, so they tried to use the blizzards. I think the problem really stemmed from the fact that Hadi was on a bit of an adventure at the start of that, so not only do they concede a tick, it also means Hadi takes way more damage than he should do normally in that point trade.
Or Hardy getting poked out early on. And just an overwhelming ult diff too, right? Like the first tempo orbital ray from MCD, Fastro didn't have one to match. Only ultimate online for SpaceStation was the Blizzard, and it's so hard to get the Blizzard off, you know? When TVNT has the Terror Surge, there's nobody to catch, there's nobody to freeze. Especially when Twisted, I mean, they're on a double flyer comp essentially. Quartz is never going to get caught, Lubda can fly. There's really no targets at all. Here though, on the second point, much better space for the May. This is SpaceStation's wheelhouse. They just need to keep an eye on Lubda, because if he sneaks over a rooftop, gets a flank, he could tear things wide open yet again. But as long as SpaceStation can be aware of where Lubda comes from, it's going to be really difficult for Twisted to break this hold.
You can see Funny Astro scouting that right-hand side right now, making sure they don't get hit by that Pharaoh flank. For now, all of Twisted Minds are in front of them. They're going to try and use for Bob to go through. They have forced Backbone's ice block, but it looks like Twisted Minds, they will just slow it down. They're happy to take that trade for Ray. Bit surprised to see Astro commit that one back so quickly there, because that's not really a favorable ult trade at all for SSG.
Yeah, no, the alleged kings of macro, letting it slip through their fingers there. Lubda now, he's pushing forward. He's got the ultimate in the back pocket. He's ready to rumble. And SSG, they just have to completely back off from this one. But they got to be worried now, because Twisted, they've got double support ultimate. They don't even need to pop anything, because Lubda, with a rogue rocket, a homing rocket onto little Sparker, then Backers as well goes down. Disaster. Absolute disaster scene for SpaceStation. Not only do the Kings of Macro fumble the bag with their ult economy at the start, then they lose the fight dry. Twisted Minds have 4 ultimates to close out this second point to SpaceStation's 2. If it goes a little bit longer, backers will have the Blizzard, but I think we've already established that it's really hard to get a Blizzard off into an Orisa with Terra Surge. Twisted, they're just going to keep the pressure up, throw out that Orbital Ray all the way in the spawn. Landon, he has to pop the rally just to play life, but how is SpaceStation going to touch now?
Terra Surge out the front is going to slow him down. Only 2 meters left. Lubda's going to find a kill onto Backbone, and they just can't move. They can't get close to SSG. Twisted Minds, it was expensive. They invest 2 of their more powerful ultimates, but they get the cap off there, and all this time they lost on first. They're making it up right now. A late kill on Landon. It means they can just keep going forward right now, Twisted Minds.
I mean, they might as well just keep steaming on ahead. Really good macro from Twisted Minds. And it's really insane to see stuff like this when UV isn't even in the server. UV is supposed to be the mastermind behind these plays. And forget the mastermind. Not only is he the mastermind on the bench, Sparker, he's just going to rip Libda's head off. Who needs macro when you've got shots like that? Twisted Minds now there on the back foot. Ultimate disadvantage, respawn disadvantage, and a player disadvantage. So they just need to back it up, slow it down, wait till they've got 5, and then try again.
Winning it off that pick means SSG gets to hold on to a lot of their ultimates as well. So we're coming up into an 8 ultimate fight. Lots of weight going to be on this orbital Ray trade. Obviously, Backbone, we've seen him use this Blizzard almost exclusively into Rays so far. As the Bob trade is going to be the start of it, actually. Quartz is going to get caught by it, though. That's a painful one for Twisted Minds. That means it's going to be a 1-for-1 ult trade, and they're going to have to back it up as a result.
Oh, good grief. Sparker's Bob disappears. I'm not sure whether Rack Attack leaked the clean feed URL there. I'm pretty sure he didn't. But, you know, if he did, it was Rack Attack, as we all know. Look, this is tough for Twisted at this point. You can see Quartz, he's made the swap over to the Widowmaker. This is something that you'll often see in the throes of passion, in the desperation moments where you just need to pick and you don't have ults. Orbital Rays come out from either side, Blizzard from Backbone now. Not sure that that's going to catch anyone though, so we've seen a pretty consistent trend of it being super difficult to get a Blizzard off. Now, Libda, he gets to press forward with the barrage. SpaceStation's ult bank is waning, so Twisted, it's 3-2. If they can combo this Terra Surge with the rally, there could actually be a snowball all the way through here for Twisted. Backers goes down, so Twisted have the lead. Landon pops the rally, but he's not saving anyone. Hardy pops the Terra Surge, but he's actually going to get barraged by Libda. Insane play. And now, Twisted, they're rolling all the way through. No trades for SSG. It's going to be a desperate final touch into a Terra Surge.
So difficult to get past the Terra Surge here. When he swaps onto faster, or maybe just get out of spawn a little bit quicker. Hattie's coming back on the Orisa now. They have no ults to deal with. Backbone's going left. I think they have managed to go the opposite way of the Terra Surge, but then TVNT will be quickly over to meet that. And Lubda with a boop off already. Just kills someone straight away. Now Terra Surge on point. Hattie's going to try and TP as much of it as possible, but the card's just rolling in. Backbone gets the touch afterwards. Will have his ice block force now. Hattie is so low, and they're just bleeding him apart here. There's no recourse right now for SSG, and this will be a full cap in the end for Twisted Minds.
Goodness, not the results that I was expecting at all from SpaceStation. I felt that when the points favored them, they just got a little overzealous, pushing in too deep, a couple of wasted orbital rays, and now they find themselves being full pushed on King's Row. Farah, all 3 points. I thought Libda was going to have to make some swaps, but I mean, when you're one of the best Farahs in the world, I guess you can just make it work wherever.
Thank you,
It doesn't even need
Another
the
5
nanos.
stolen.
In
I'm
fact,
sick of
when
this
Hardy is in the server, it seems like Libda is really free. Maybe SpaceStation need to actually make a pivot here. Maybe they need to put KSA in so that they have the flexibility to go Diva.
It's certainly causing him a few issues right now. I really wonder as well. When we talk about SSG, we always talk about how good they are in the macro there, and there was just a few times where some of these trades just felt like SSG were responding in the way they thought they needed to respond, but if they actually looked in front of them, they would have seen that Twisted Minds were actually nowhere near as aggressive as they thought they were. I think back to that Bob push versus that defensive Ray on Astro at the start of second. Really, if they just sort of looked around, they would realize that actually Twisted Minds, they're barely through this choke. We can probably just kill Bob, save our ult economy here as well. Similarly, that May ult at the end of second, or sorry, at the end of third when we did the Ray trade, also just felt like actually SSG had already won that Ray trade, you know? SSG was standing in their Ray, Twisted Minds had just sailed off into the distance, and then they invest for Blizzard, and it feels like these over-investment situations are costing SSG the longer we go through this map.
We'll
Thank
see
you, OWCS.
if the Farah has as much, potential on the defense as it did on the attack. I think that it's definitely a hero where you can sneak in a couple of barrage fight wins and whatnot on the offense, but maybe on the defense it's a little bit easier.
Thanks, Evan.
Well, on the offense rather,
Congrats,
it's a little bit easier to mark that out. So maybe Libda will find a little bit of reduced value here on the Pharah for the defense, but it's still really good for the first point. That being said, SpaceStation, they've tried for a really quick rotation. They've tried to just speed over the gap and go for something super quick. But Backbone, he's caught with his pants down. He's caught with his pants down, and he doesn't get any value at all. So now Twisted Minds, they're on the offensive. They've got SpaceStation locked in a tiny room, and they are trying to close this one out. Looks like they will close this one out because MCD gets the pick on Funny Astro. So now, I mean, that's a full wipe for SSG. Real disaster of a scene because they didn't even get to shoot back.
No, they were clearly going for some kind of set play. They had Sparker in spawn that entire time as well, so they were clearly trying to leave Sparker in main, give themselves all through top right. But Backbone dying early just means the whole thing sort of falls apart. Twisted Minds identify they can just go take a 5v3 inside, go and do that, give themselves a very tidy first fight, and a nice ult advantage for this next one.
Ult advantage be damned, Quartus is dead. Very nice opening pick for Sparker. The ults are not yet online. MCD very nearly has that Ray. Will probably go for a Ray repush when 2 ticks have been conceded. And Twisted, they have a very real chance of getting back in here because look, SSG is still only 75% to their own Ray. There we go. Here comes the Ray. TVNT is on the point. No spin, but will be kept alive by that Ray, kept nice and healthy. Bliss has also gone rather deep, but now Faster has the Ray back in response. But Libda, he takes down Backbone. What can't this kid do? He's getting so much value on the Pharah. Funny Astro has to run away from his own Ray, and that's looking like SSG have almost no chance of taking it. In that chaos, Landon goes out, and Sparky throws in the Bob. Bad to worse for SSG. The Kings of Macro, maybe not so much all of a sudden. It's starting to look like the cracks are beginning to show versus this Pharah composition.
Disaster decision in the end. They dropped it. They had a much later Ray. They might have lost Backbone. Then Landon and Haddy, they were in the Ray. They were pushing TVNT, but then at a certain point, Haddy chooses to leave the kill, doesn't think he gets it, backs off to the choke. But Landon doesn't back off. Landon stays in the Ray. A miscommunication from SSG leaves the two of them split, and now Twisted Minds, they've conceded 2 ticks, but they're in control, and they've got coming up to 5 ults again here.
5 ults for the defense. I think the Kings of Macro might have their backs to the walls. I think the Kings of Macro might be getting full help here. Bob from Quartus up in main, and while it looked like it wasn't going to land an uppercut, Bacchus goes down again. The Thinker needs to think of something quick, Xavier, because with only a minute left on the clock, they need a good solution to this problem. Twisted, they win another fight with only 1 ultimate, and I mean, that is the formula for a full hold right now. But I'm going to need you to take over because someone has given me money.
Fancy that. Lucky for some. Now in control on the high ground, Quartz will be taking his duel at range from Backbone. A little bit scary for him, of course, but Backbone does have that mail. You can see Haddy's actually looking to try and make his aggressive move in. Wants to try and poke out TVNT. They miss their wall timing, but a Ray actually comes through here. Terror Surge combo will be used. Blizzard in response. Not enough to save Landon. TVNT, he starts all his cooldowns to TVNT. Is just going to laugh in the face of Backbone's Blizzard there. Kill Backbone, kill Landon. They looking for late stagger kills here as well. They're going to get all of them. SSG are desperate for a trade, but no trade will be coming. And now SSG down to their final attempt here. They have both support ops and Terror Surge to do it with, though.
TVNT, I mean, I could have sworn when I was on his POV there, I could have sworn that I saw a hand held up in front of his face. Was that a visual glitch? Because I was under the impression that TVNT didn't have those. But he's actually come through with hands at the 11th hour.
Thank you,
Talked a lot about the 11th hour here on my microphone. TVNT actually had his cooldowns forced out really early. Thinker found a little creative angle on him, but Libda comes in with the barrage. Doesn't get the kill. He tries to barrage inside the enemy's orbital ray. And now with 2 players of Twisted Minds dead, maybe that full hold, yeah, that full hold is going to go up in a puff of smoke. Twisted may have had ults, but it's not enough.
They get themselves through first point here, and now they get a chance onto second. But because if they used all of their time on first, they're going to be at a premium for any more time as we go through second and third. Luckily for them, all the ults were invested by Twisted Minds, which means all they've got coming back is this Bob. SSG have a Bob of their own. They have a Terror Surge. Great chance to deal with this one and make up for some of that lost time on first. Thank you, DX Trump.
Good grief. I mean, now the Thinker, he's once again in his wheelhouse, right? The second point, the close chokes, the good wall angles. Quartz does have that Bob, which, you know, could be deadly, but SSG, I think they have all the tools to match here. If they can fight sooner rather than later...
God.
Oh, how is TVNT Magic picked? Why did I comment on the fact that he might have hands? Now he's playing like he really doesn't have hands. No hands, no head, nothing. TVNT, he's an empty set of clothes. And with Sparker taking down Quartus as well, that's going to be one recontest only for Twisted Minds here at the end of second point. So really rough for Twisted. It was looking like a full hold. Then suddenly TVNT, he's completely amputated. First and second point. All of his cooldowns forced. No hope whatsoever. And, oh, good grief. One recontest here. We've got a Bob to touch the point. We've got support ultimates galore and tank ultimates galore coming online soon enough. But SSG, they've got the angles and they're about to have their own ultimates. It looks like SSG were considering kiting there, but Sparker, in his internal wisdom, decided to match Bob instead. Sparker's getting worked by Quartz's Bob. For some reason, Quartz's Bob seems to just do more damage. Quartz repushes, takes down Sparky, and Twisted, they get this recontest on the cheap.
Incredible that they get that just for a Bob trade fair. In reality, we've seen it a few times now where both teams will Bob at the same time and then both teams just take a bit of a backstep, deal with a Bob. But there, Sparker gets himself in a right old pickle, doesn't manage to disengage with the rest of his team at the same time, gets stuck in a corner, beaten up by Quartz's Bob. And now Twisted Minds, 35 seconds left for SSG. Twisted Minds, they have the Orbital Ray, they have a Terror Surge, they have a Barrage, they have a pretty powerful combo here to try and finish it. But SSG, ults to match.
So many ults to match, but SSG, they're fighting uphill. There's a lot of pressure on them right now. Great opening, though. Insane wall from the Thinker takes down Quartz. The Terror Surge barrage is massive, but it only takes down Sparker. Even trades. Backbone comes out with the Blizzard, but it's not looking like it's going to be quite enough. Bliss frozen up, actually, so maybe it will be enough. It's funny, Astro and Lubda duking it out, but Lubda, he can't kill 5. Hardy and Backbone together, they got so much value with their ultimates. Bacchus' Blizzard caught Bliss. Hardy, his Terror Surge managed to clean up the majority of Twisted Minds. Backs to the wall, but they came through with the clutch in the end. It looked so good for Twisted too. That Terror Surge, Ray, Barrage. I mean, it was all the ingredients, but I think Hardy might have spun a bit of that Barrage.
He did. He ate the first bit of it. Then that combined with the Orbital Ray coming out from Funny Astro just gave him enough to live with. And then SSG, they hit him with the later combo. The Blizzard comes out. Haddy sucks them back into that with a Terror Surge. Sets it up nicely. Now they're attacking third. They've only got a minute, but Quartz, he's on the Widow again. Spark is matching this time, though, but it's Backbone who falls victim first.
Quartz with that back to the wall Widow swap. It's a classic Sparker. We need you to come alive. We need you to get some value. But he's dueling from half health. No supports in. Nobody healing the poor kid up. And he just gets taken down by a rogue rocket from Libda. So now 40 seconds for SpaceStation. Only one ulti online. And such a disadvantage from this point forward. Really going to need something magical. Going to need the Thinker to come in with a cross-map dink. Going to need Sparker to come alive with a headshot. Because otherwise, we're going to see this series evened up, Xavier.
Rally is a good ult to push with normally, but SSG are going to have to do that into a Rally, into a Barrage, into a Walls, into a Terror Surge. So many things that can go wrong for Landon on this Rally here. SSG, they need to draw this out into a longer fight. They need to maybe get to their next raid timing or to Haddy's Terror Surge. For now, though, they just need to make sure Quartz doesn't take anyone's head off.
I'm preparing for my live Flats reaction after this one. Widow Walls come out, Landon answers back with the Rally. Bliss with his own Rally now. If Bliss wastes his Bash, Hardy will be able to suck him in with the Terror Surge. Oh, Landon's gone for the Bash, but it looks like Hardy's completely whiffed his Terror Surge. 0-player Surge, 0-player Bash, and SpaceStation, I mean, it's all gas. But, I mean, there's no results. Quartz gets the pick onto Backbone as well, so Twisted now, they've got the ult advantage, they've got the player advantage. TVNT with the Surge on point. Sparker wins the duel versus Quartz, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Nobody on the side of SpaceStation to touch. Live Flats reaction.
That was their moment there when they had that Terror Surge to try and find one at the end of a Rally trade. Haddy couldn't find anything, and then once he couldn't find anything there, it's just a matter of time. The Barrage on the high ground, the other ults coming in, too much for SSG to deal with. And what a response, because really, if we cast our minds back to that Twisted Minds attack, it didn't feel like Twisted Minds were winning that map when we were looking at their attack there. It felt like they had to really clutch it out, maybe get a little bit lucky with some SSG mistakes at points. But once they got in that position, their defense was super strong. They started to win a lot more of these macro fights, and all of a sudden, SSG find themselves tied up now in this series.
I really did think that, the addition of Libda would reduce the quality of Twisted's macro. But maybe we've overly attributed, the quality of their macro to Yubi. Maybe there are some other callers on the team that are getting it done. Maybe these Korean supports being thrown in. Maybe Quartz himself is contributing to this, because we've seen some really good fights coming out from Twisted Minds. Good economy, good kites, really good stuff overall. And I mean, with the series being evened up, I really think that we need to put a stop to what Libda's doing on the Pharah. I'd like to see KSA move back into the lineup. Unless we're going going to the most Pharah inviable map in the world, I want to see KSA in again, because I want D.Va to be an option.
I think it's definitely causing them problems as well. And what we thought would be the trade-off here for Twisted Minds would you get that Pharah advantage, you get that extra power on that particular hero, but you might lose a bit of your direction and decisiveness. And while that felt true on Ilios, actually here, it was as much a macro win as anything else on King's Row. So all of a sudden, even without their UB in the lineup, without their in-game leader, they're finding success in these fights here. They're finding success in these longer, drawn-out, big ult trades as well. And it's starting to look a lot more even than maybe it did at the start of the series.
I'm really interested. Are Twisted Minds just better than we thought? Because that first map, it didn't look great. You know, there were some low points. But SSG, they've got to be like top 2 in this meta, right? They've got to be one of the best teams in Europe right now. I think that, you know, maybe ENCE might have an edge with the way that the DPS picks are favored. But Twisted Minds look damn near even on this. Maybe it's just the Pharah and the absence of an answer to the Pharah. But who knows? Who knows? I guess we'll have to get a little deeper into the series before we can start, you know, torching players. Enough about that, though. I think you know what time it is.
I know. I'll see you on the other side. Until then, I guess we need to figure out, is it as simple as that, right? Is it as simple as just get KSA into the lineup? They have the option to go with D.Va like they did on Ilios, and that just solves a lot of the Pharah problem. Obviously, it did work on Ilios, right? So maybe it's just a... maybe it's just as easy as that for SSG. Obviously, SSG can now pick a map that's maybe not as Pharah favored either. Maybe even like a Flashpoint or some of the hybrids. I'm trying to think. Maybe something like Blizzard World would fall into that category. I do need to grab a tissue though, because as much as I'm definitely past the worst of my sickness, we're still dealing with a stuffed nose. So let me get some tissue. I'll grab another Pepsi as well. I will be right back. We're going to lock in for this third map. I don't think we've seen it yet, but... Oh, piece of cake 3-0? Alright, interesting. Oh, perfect timing. Gibraltar. Oh. So what do you think? Do you think this means Hattie will stay in and we're going to see a Winston and a Brig? Or do you think this means... Do you think they're just going to do like a D.Va version?
Happy Overwatch time.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciated. What's this Hattie tweet? Let's see. Where am I going? Here. Here. Nobody can match my freak. Cheers to that, Hattie. Hattie, surely. Not sure where Landon is at the moment. Thank you, Harry. Yeah, I'm not sure. Hattie just said that KSA is in. Oh, okay then. So presumably they're going to do Juno, like some kind of Juno Brig D.Va. Maybe get away with Anna Juno on this map. Oh, is this a separate tweet? Oh, okay, I see. I'm sorry, I thought it was the same Hattie tweet, that's why I didn't click it. There's actually a second. There's more Hattie. Cheers, Hattie. I was in the reply. KSA got this, don't worry. I'm just here for a pretty face. Where are we? Oh, and that's for replay of Ent's already won then? Oh no, he's watching it. Oh, sorry. SRPeakCheck have already lost. Ents look like they're about to win this one as well. 3-0 for Ents. And we'll be going to Gibraltar. So Gibraltar, KSA expected to be back in here as well. So we'll have to figure out... I mean, I presume the look is just going to be Juno, Anna, Diva, and then some kind of Tracer Widow. Are we going to see Psycho in potentially as well? I don't know if we... Did we get told the other substitutes as well? That would be kind of my assumption, at least, anyway. Sorry, I was locked out. I'm locked back in now. So, yeah, KSA in. Sparker and Backbone in still. That's interesting. I would have expected to see maybe Psycho coming into play, Tracer Widow here as well. Obviously, no changes on the side of Twisted Minds either, which is interesting because it means Yubi's not going to be coming into play Tracer or something either. So, Tracerless in general is going to be May, Cass, Diva, Brig, Juno. Alright, so let's see how SSG are going to try and make this one work. Going to be an early rotation. And actually, TVNT doesn't make the fly up. TVNT is going to get immediately demeched. KSA has been slept, but TVNT's problems are tenfold. And this is going to be infinite free push here for SSG off the back of that.
I love this pivot from the side of SpaceStation. Go to an unconventional map where not only is Farah awkward, but also SpaceStation, they play something weird. They play something that nobody has practice against. Usually, you know, if you're the side of Twisted Minds, you're probably going up against a lot of Winston in scrims, but going up against Diva May on Gibraltar, almost no chance. You might say that the fundamentals aren't there, but SpaceStation are the kings of making these strange Maycoms work on vertical maps. Now you can see KSA just marking out the backline, and again, TVNT caught, amputated, touching the cart. That is going to be SpaceStation almost certainly taking this first point.
Both teams running the Diva here, but with the May and the Cast, there's way more potential punish on that tank hero from SSG's comp. Twisted Minds, they have the Farah, they have the Widow, they do have more pick potential, they have higher damage, but it's hard for them to translate that into meaningful damage onto the tank. And we're actually going to see TVNT swap over onto Orisa here. So maybe Orisa makes a little bit more sense into the DPS, but Orisa on a map like Gibraltar feels a really difficult hero to make work.
Orisa is awkward, but with KSA only playing the Diva rather than the Winston, I mean, I think there's a chance that this could work. I think it's going to be, you know, reasonable for TVNT to hold it down on the cart, duke it out against Backbone, because just as Orisa might be awkward on this map, so is May. So at the end of the day, clearly SpaceStation's plan revolves around the objective, revolves around a May on cart. TVNT, he's just going to go a tank that can match that. But KSA, look at him go, already shifting up onto the high ground. SpaceStation, they've cleared some of the hardest space on the map. Funny Astro goes for the orbital ray. MCD, he throws in a purple, but it's not enough. TVNT received a nano boost, but he has to just hide through all of it. Now he's pushing in onto Landon, but no kills to be converted. Lipta throws in the barrage, but Sparker takes him out. Bacchus has the blizzard on cart. TVNT's about to freeze and die. TVNT only a second left. He's not going to freeze and die. Doesn't matter though, because SpaceStation are in a 5v3, make it a 5v2. Xavier, it feels like we've been on this map for about a minute, and we're on third point. 5.5?
One of the quickest attacks we've seen in Gibraltar in quite a while here, so maybe this is the meta comp on Gibraltar and no one else is just willing to accept it at this point. SSG on cruise control right now. Twisted Minds. The Orisa, I feel like, will maybe be a bit more reasonable here in the fact that he can just hold in his corner, play the objective. There's less high grounds directly above him. We saw on second on that value KSA was getting just harassing people, getting on top, making it really difficult. But here will be harder for KSA, but saying that, they have Heinen, they have self-destruct, ults to go with here, SSG, and another wall punish onto TVNT, put him on the back foot.
It's just typical SpaceStation. It's just typical SpaceStation. Play May on Gibraltar and just start rolling through. What is that? KSA goes for the Poco Bomb in the backline, takes down 2. Funny Astro was traded out, so it's not going to be all smooth sailing for the side of SSG. Insane Bob angle from Quartz as well. I don't think I've ever seen a Bob turn up there. Frankly, I didn't even know that platform existed. I'm more of an Overwatch 1 coach, to be honest. I didn't even know that platform existed. Quartz, he holds it down though. With Funny Astro going down, not enough to sustain through that Bob, through that repush from Twisted. So SpaceStation now, they've got to go back to the drawing board. Double support ultimate, soon to Blizzard, but, you know, they can't just camp on the cart anymore. They actually have to retake.
But Bob bought them valuable time there, Twisted Minds, and now they'll have that Terra Surge. They nearly have a Ray coming back as well. But they really need to get to MCD's Ray, because SSG, they have both support ults and the Blizzard coming around this corner. So a great chance, get KSA onto this high ground, get themselves in a position to push with these support ults. And TVNT's just dead before any of them come out.
TVNT, mate, you need to use your hands. You need to press the buttons on the keyboard. You need to press Fortify. You need to press Spin. Sparker, he's just roaming forward inside this orbital Ray. Takes out Bliss. Oh, mega time bank. Rough one for Twisted.
We talked about the Orisa swap in terms of now it allows them to match that objective pressure, keep that contested, but then as long as they can maybe keep tabs on KSA, then suddenly Quartz and Lubta can get a bit of an opportunity to have influence in the game and have a larger impact. But if the Orisa's just dying so easily and so quickly, none of that long fight actually gets to be into play. As we see this Poco Bomb. Yep, that'll do it.
Oh, jeez. It's KSA, dude. You know, the better tanks swap teams, unfortunately. So, you know, KSA, he must just have TVNT mental blocked. TVNT wasn't making any egregious errors on King's Row, but you put KSA in the lineup, you know, Ilios and here on Gibraltar, and we've seen TVNT just picked again and again and again. We saw it in that final fight of Ruins, where TVNT, he seemingly had all of his skills forced, went down first. We've seen it here again. He's gone down multiple times on the D.Va, swapped over to the Orisa, and just been magic picked on repeat. So, not a great showing for TVNT here on the Gibraltar. He's over to the Orisa now, wants to match that once more, but I mean, I'm really doubting that Twisted can crack this from SpaceStation.
If they're going to lean into the Orisa again here, which is at least what TM are hovering right now, it's going to be even trickier on the defense just because you're not going to be able to clear any of these high grounds. So there's a great chance for Sparker and even Backbone just to stay in those really strong positions. Chance for KSA to set up with Hyper Rings and just hit the backline here. So Twisted Minds are going to have a really hard time controlling any of this map, even if they have good point pressure. Maybe they just have to rely a lot more on Quartz and Lubta just to take and win duels. And Quartz, going to miss that first opportunity.
Quartz on the Widow, I mean, I think that this is one of his highest carry potential heroes, but KSA is going to be able to at least partially mark him out. Playing the D.Va into the Orisa means that KSA can always take advantage of these high grounds, and TVNT can do no such thing. So Quartz needs to play very, very safe, very, very far away, and it looks like he hasn't played far enough because KSA takes down Quartz as the first pick of the fight.
Now they're going to drop onto point, wall onto TVNT. He's going to get stuck behind that one. They're trying to focus him down. TVNT's so low. Cannot get pocketed out of that. And SSG, you can see it. It's a clear goal in mind. They're going to use the Hyper Rings. They're going to use KSA on the D.Va. Shut down Quartz. Shut down Lubta. Stop the DPS. Meanwhile, the rest of their comp is set up quite nicely to punish the Orisa through these wall timings on point. Worked perfectly for him there. But now Twisted Minds swapping TVNT onto the D.Va.
TVNT, I mean, he didn't show any success on the D.Va as well. So I think, you know, whether he's on D.Va, whether he's on Orisa, he just hasn't got this matchup figured out. He doesn't know how to play into this map. KSA, he gets so low, but unlike TVNT, he slithers on out. He makes it off into the night. And now SpaceStation, a little bit of a car wash situation, just all playing balled up underneath. KSA recognizes the importance of applying pressure elsewhere on the map, but he falls a bit short with his boosters, has to fall back to main to his team. Now, though, watch him go, pressuring back Lubta. Lubta needs to be so careful because KSA, he's got the mechanics to kill him in just one shift, so Lubta always needs to be cautious when going for this poke.
Coming back through now, we'll be able to pocket Backbone out of this situation. They are just trapped in, but Quartz with the dink there shuts him down, and now they can start bleeding them out here. Another one for Quartz as well, and this should just be a matter of time. They can finally get it moving. Everyone else from SSG going to die on cart. They do have a lot of ults to retake with here, though.
Oh, Quartz, absolute sauvage coming in, double headshot, opening picks that they needed. This is what Twisted Minds, you know, it's basically the only win condition for them in a situation like this when their tank can't seem to figure out how to break open the hold. They need some star power. They need some pick potential. Quartz on the Widow, that's what he is. He's the one that spins the wheel, gets the magic pick when you need it.
Now, 5 ults coming up for Twisted Minds. Same for SSG. Going to be a big throwdown here. It's going to start as it so often does with pressure onto that Widow. But Quartz, he's going to find space, but he can't find the shot. Now he finds the shot. Landon down. TVNT's going to stop KSA getting back in his bomb as well. So now, all of a sudden, Twisted Minds, rough start, but they're in a great position to close out first point here.
They do cap first, so, you know, it's a sign of life now for Twisted Minds. Second point, also a really good point for the Widow. Quartz can play extremely far away, and it might be difficult for KSA to deal with that. If KSA starts to get torn between the objective and the Widow, there's a chance for Quartz. As they snowball through, you can see Quartz has that aggressive angle, but the Thinker, I mean, he can see through walls from the looks of it, and now Quartz is in a bit of trouble. He has to back up, has to play a safe angle.
Bliss is going to get walled off as well, and Quartz hits for Dink. And it feels like all of a sudden they found a way to get Quartz space, and if you give this man space, he will win you games. He's doing that right now. Orbital Ray trade, no problem when Quartz is hitting these shots. Spark gets for trade, but the damage is done, and Quartz really coming online right now. Twisted Minds, they found a way to enable him.
Oh, heavens. Quartz, he has been enabled. He has been unleashed. My chat asks, why doesn't Sparker just mirror? The reality is that Sparker never mirrors a Widow duel. He refuses to be a man under any circumstances, so you will never catch little Sparky playing the Widow duel. But also this comp is around balling up on the objective, and it's really hard for Widow to do that. Quartz, another one onto Spark. Get out. Twisted Minds, just when they look like they don't have a chance, Quartz, he comes alive, opening picks every single fight. Headshot onto KSA as well. Counter bash, but somehow it's the easy shots the Quartz winds up missing. The counter bash Brig, and finally Quartz, he misses a shot, and it's a bad one too. Bliss goes down to back as his Blizzard. TVNT, he tries to do the old 2016 bomb up top, push it off the edge. No value there from TVNT. Libda goes for the barrage, gets no kills, and finally it's looking like Twisted are going to run out of steam. This is going to be a nasty stagger for the no-handed man as well.
They're going to draw this one out as much as they can here, buy themselves a little bit more time. Going to be painful. Need to be careful Quartz doesn't get a trade back, as Backbone will get himself back around the corner while KSA is going to reset a mech of his own. And now SSG, they get a chance to control. And now they can play around the back of a point a little bit easier to control some of these angles, because Quartz has been causing them huge problems. The good news for SSG, they don't actually have any ults from Twisted Minds to worry about right now. They just need to keep Quartz contained.
Keep Quartz contained. I mean, that is easier said than done, Xavier. Now that the point pressure is on, somebody needs to touch. Quartz, he's already got eyes on it. KSA shifting over towards Quartz, but surely Quartz will be just fine. Surely this is a feed from KSA. Yeah, absolutely ridiculous that he went for that one. But it looks like it's not just KSA going for Quartz. It's all of SpaceStation. I think that's a bit of an overinvestment, to be frank, because now, who's going to touch cart for SSG? As soon as Twisted start pressuring objective, all of SSG are stuck so far behind. Twisted surely have an opportunity to cut this one out.
Backbone's going to get taken down underneath. Now a Ray back from Funny Astro. It's going to stabilize with KSA for a second here, but as soon as this Ray fades, Twisted Minds are going to have player advantage here. It's bought SSG time to get back to the point. They nearly have Rally, they nearly have Blizzard, but here's the Ray from MCD. They want to finish this right here, right now. Landon, he nearly has Rally, but not quite yet. He gets it, he's going for it, but KSA is out of mech, and now they are just focusing him down. But here comes Backbone. He has the Blizzard also soon. Can they find a chance to stabilize? But Sparky needs so much help, can't give a help. Blizzard on point finds nobody, but they do find kills. All of a sudden he gets for remake. Damage hits TVNT as well. TVNT, he still has bomb. There's 30 seconds left. It's still a dogfight. TVNT, he's going to push it off again. Quartz is in the enemy backline. He's killed Funny Astro. Quartz will get traded for it. It's a 2v2, but KSA, he's anchoring point here, and now they can go deal with TVNT. 12 seconds left. They don't get another fight.
Unbelievable clutch there from SpaceStation. Really backs to the wall, play their lives through that orbital ray. Landon answers back with the rally, and finally they make it through. I mean, Quartz's heroics, they just weren't enough. So many people committing to him again and again. Final fight, he winds up in SSG's spawn, still gets a kill on Funny Astro on the way out, but it's just not enough, and we get a live flats reaction from Morello as he stares deep into space. Not a thought behind those eyes.
It did really seem to cause them problems, though. Like, we saw it on second, when KSA just goes from one end of Gibraltar second to the other, desperately trying to get onto the Widow. It feels like quite a one-dimensional approach, and you can see Twisted Minds, they know the nature of the game. We're going to play Widow, and then KSA is going to launch himself at us, and all of a sudden, they're dealing with KSA. They're forcing him to overextend for these kills. And a few times now, KSA has gone very aggressive when he has self-destruct. never gets back into mech, gets punished for it, and causes his team way more problems than he solves.
Not finding that value, but perhaps, you know, with the loser's pick for the side of Twisted Minds, they'll be able to take it once again to somewhere where Farah is viable. You'd have to imagine that KSA is going to be in for this next one, because if it's a Farah viable map, you need to pick the Diva if you're SpaceStation. Kind of interested to see whether that happens or not. You're my top guy, Cronus. You're my top guy. I hope that stare activated something within you. But yeah, I'm going to start slopping it up. Let's see whether KSA or Hardy winds up being the tank for this next lineup.
Yeah, I think the expectation is very much that we'll keep KSA in. And we'll be ready for any sort of Farah favoured map that they try and pick out here. I guess thinking options for Twisted Minds. What would be favoured? Did we have... We had escorts.
I'm going to talk options. I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, I thought you had already gone. So what's left? Flashpoints left, pushes left. Hold on, I need to blow my nose a little bit here. I think we need to get the nasal spray involved. Hold on. Ugh. What's a good Farah map? Yeah, that's the main question. They want Farah and Ash involved. So what are the best maps remaining for Farah and Ash? Hanoka, you think? I think Tiny Shiny is Hover. I believe. I don't know if that game's still going on, but I believe Tiny Shiny is. Oh, is that already over? Anubis quite good. Is Anubis good for Farah? Maybe second point. I feel like first point's maybe a little bit awkward for Farah. I guess you can just play like that the little platform thing. I mean, what else would you do? Any other push maps particularly good for Farah? New Queen Street for Farah? I'm not as convinced. Maybe they're starting to run out of options here, Twisted Minds, in terms of clearly available, what would you call it? Like clearly available Farah-friendly maps. Let's see. There's Liquipedia. There it is. Zoom out a little bit. Yeah, maybe Esperanza. I don't know. Just still doesn't feel optimal for it. We get confirmation of all those results now we've got as well. Frio. You said VP Vendetta's over now as well. Isn't Saravasa good? I don't think so for Farah. Not really. I don't think either of the flashpoints are particularly Farah friendly. Vendetta took a map or VP. Yeah, I mean, obviously Ange was saying he was pretty confident earlier, you know, like things for Vendetta's quite good for him. And I think to be fair, it's with how good Hybrid is on Orisa, it's really good. Obviously Cookie can still play hit scan and do hit scan stuff. And as long as they can find a reasonable hero for China, whether that's in the Farah, well, maybe most likely in the Farah. I don't know what they play, to be fair, but it can be a pretty reasonable look, I think, for them. Obviously, VP's still a very strong team, but respectable to get a map for sure. Volskaya? They're not going to go Volskaya. Come on. Black Forest? Fuck. You missed Volskaya? Oh, yeah, I always enjoyed 2CP. Alright, it's going to be Runa Sappy. Is it going to be Runa Sappy, but they just force for Farah? I don't think it's optimal for the Farah here, but I don't think it's awful either. So kind of a mid-map. Maybe it is just the best of the remaining options. Blinded by nostalgia? Not blinded by nostalgia. Preds? Oh, my goddamn mods. Slacking? Slacking at the helm? Alright, we'll do a quick one. You got 1 minute, okay? 1 minute. 1 minute, Preds. Quickly. Quickly. 10 seconds. I'll let it run for a minute though, so you'll get to maybe cheat a little bit. Unless any of the mods are switched on. But get your money in. 2-1 to SSG currently. Going to see KSA stay in the lineup. And, of course, we're going to see no changes from Twisted Minds. Lubda in. Farah still. Not the best Farah map, I have to say. But I think it could still... It's okay, I think, on this one here, Max.
It's okay, but it really ain't great, Xavier. That long fight towards the checkpoint where you often see fight after fight taking place, there's really no good angle for the Farah. So, I mean, look, Lubda, he may be one of the nastiest Farah one-tricks the world has ever seen, but can he make it work versus a team like SpaceStation? Because this is a good matchup for SSG, and with KSA staying in on the Diva, trying to mark him out, I mean, it's going to be a real tough ask for Twisted.
Trying to work their way in, just keep everyone contained. You see Twisted Minds actually playing a very compact formation right now. Now they're going to swing out more towards the other side of the map, try and take more of these angles. Wall doesn't catch TVNT here, so we'll be safe for a little bit. Lubda and Quartz, they can keep laying this damage in. And they're just trying to nudge the robot away here. KSA keen to not let that one be contested here. But they're inching it away right now, Twisted Minds.
Aren't rolling in SpaceStation's favor now, and with MCD going down inside this orbital ray, the faster ray from SSG, I mean, it's just paying huge dividends. It's a result of the comp matchup, really. The fact that Quartz, Lubda, both on these really spam-heavy heroes, the Dynamites and the Rockets from Lubda, they're naturally going to lead to SpaceStation, getting those support ultimates just that little bit quicker. And then, if SpaceStation can steal away with the cart, keep pushing with an orbital ray, it's a disaster for Twisted. They really need to kite ults like that.
Now, they're fight for checkpoint. They'll once again shut down on the corner. KSA trying to find an opportunity onto the DPS here, but it'll be a bob first from Quartz to kick it off. KSA is going to try and matrix himself out of that one. Does manage to escape. And SSG, they've just given him the slip here, cheating that one for free.
Really insane ult cheat there. Backbone blizzarding the orbital ray. He might not freeze anyone up here, but this will surely slow down Twisted's push a little bit. Pretty low value blizzard, but if you can take down that orbital ray when you don't have one, I'd say that it's worthwhile. A 1-for-1 exchange where nobody really wins nor loses. SSG now, though, they've got to be so careful because they've conceded enough space that Lubda, he might be able to find the angle for the barrage. But with where the cart's rolled, it's not the case at all. It looks like Lubda's actually just on the run, back out in the open, and SpaceStation, simultaneously, they're stealing away the cart. Twisted have to push through the cut-through just to block the cart, but now the ball is once again in their court. SpaceStation in control.
Oh, good opportunity for Spark there. Takes down MCD, and now as this Ray comes in for Funny Astro, we'll be able to push forward fair. Nice cleanup. Again, the Ray advantage converted this time for SSG. I think we might be slightly out of sync as well. I'll give you some seconds here right now. 7,
Give me some.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Go back in sync. We're back in sync.
Right on the edge. Right on the edge. Quartz going to get a good read pick into Funny Astro, so they'll regain control of Cart here, get to save a few of their ults. They're probably going to catch Backbone here, actually. He's in so deep, so a real nothing burger of a hold there from SSG off those picks.
Oh, goodness, Xavier. We've got you saying nothing burger too now. That's a disaster. It's the infectious nature of vocabulary. Can't be saying nothing burger in your 30s, man. Come on, your stream appeals to the mature audience. Mine appeals to the children. You've got to
I'm a conduit. I'm a conduit betwing my age demographic and the youth of today.
I see. You know, you're cool with the kids, as I believe that's what they say. I've also fallen out with the kids, so who knows. SpaceStation pop that high noon out in the big open stretch, but it doesn't look like Sparker finds anything. TVNT jukes around, manages to dodge. Sparker booped into that Terror Surge by Lubda, though. Going to be a 1-for-1 trade because Lubda took a lot of risk to do that. Did go down.
Poco
KSA
bomb.
now goes for the Poco Bomb, goes very deep. Bomb doesn't catch anybody, but KSA gets a fresh new suit. Whole new set of Matrix for that one. Twisted, no ultimates to spare right now, but if MCD can play life just a little bit longer, he will have the Ray. Here it comes. KSA's actually lost his neck in the brawl, so if MCD can hold onto this Ray for the next fight, that could be huge. Probably not going to have that option, though, because the Blizzard looks to have caught both MCD and TVNT. Lubda, he takes down the Baby Diva with the barrage. TVNT chucks a spear out, takes down Sparker as well. So it's a 3v3. Funny Astro, he wants to clutch it, puts out the Ray, Landon, he's so low. Actually not going to survive through the Ray, not able to get that rally up, and that's a disaster for SpaceStation. 4 ultimates thrown into that fight, but it's looking like they're going to get wiped. They're probably going to lose the checkpoint off the back of that, and Twisted, they've still got Bliss's rally. Soon to have another TVNT surge as well. Great one for Twisted.
Rally's coming back for both teams here. Twisted Mind's pushing for the objective. TVNT, he's at a natural disadvantage here when he's stuck just mirroring TVNT on the point because he can just get bullied away from it. KSA really wants to connect with the DPS. Now the Rally will come in. Bliss will match this one. TVNT getting chunked a little bit in the front line. Now the wall comes out mid-fight, but TVNT already halfway around it. Big bash from Landon means Bliss is low, but Twisted Mind's face stabilize again. Terror Surge nearly on the cards for TVNT right now. 20% and counting, but Spark doesn't want to give him time. He's just walking forward, plowing forward. Takes TVNT's heads off, and now the wall sets everything up beautifully for Sparker, and there was a big timing coming online for Twisted Minds. But the decisiveness from SSG there, bail them out of that one. A good hold, they maintain the lead.
Oh, and I hate to see someone else living my dream. Twisted just getting absolutely plowed by Sparker. Unbelievable there. Now Sparky, he gets to play out in the open, pop this high noon. SpaceStation, they needed a clutch like that. TVNT was seconds away from having that Terror Surge, from putting SpaceStation in a coffin. But now, yeah, I'm glad. Now, SSG, I mean, it's once again swung back into, not necessarily their favor, but they're in control again. Twisted need to invest heavily to turn the tides here, and they do not have leads. So SpaceStation, they can just keep maintaining, keep matching ultimates, and they're not worried.
Trying to work their way up the hill now. They do manage to get the wall out and they force KSA back, but difficult to push up this hill into all these ultimates here. Twisted Minds, the wall's going to be used again here. Now the Ray will come through. Bob in exchange. Terror Surge on top from TVNT. Lots of ults thrown in, but everyone's just scattered here. Backbone does un-ice block now, isn't potentially in a bit of danger, and will get caught out as a result there. Ooh. They win the support trade, and now they're all going to have to die on point here. No trades, it looks like, either, so a good fight for Twisted Minds. They win that big ult fight there, and it really comes down to the fact that Backbone was able to survive the big ult trade, but when he's in ice block, the escape is really difficult for him afterwards.
Oh, I'm wondering, are SSG going to get a touch here, or is the checkpoint going to be conceded? SpaceStation, they got to be rushing to the cart right now. Maybe with a speed ring and a diva, they can get that touch. Looks like KSA should be good for it unless he gets booped off the cart. But no, he manages to get the touch. Already, though, aggressive angles for Twisted. Another Poco Bomb comes out to the coast. Doesn't catch anyone. Maybe it's caught a bit of Bliss's shield at best. Libda has the barrage. They need to be so careful of that. KSA, in his brand spanking new suit, has already lost the majority of his health pool. And as he shifts off into the night, it's actually going to be KSA that goes down. Tank trades, a Sparker tears through one, and look at that. Funny Astro answering back onto MCD. SpaceStation, it was a very dangerous recontest for them, a lot on the line, but they manage it. Quartz, he's not quite done yet though, manages to take down two. Libda re-pushing on the coast. Twisted Minds, they're not going to be able to push back out onto the checkpoint, but they're definitely going to be able to take a fight somewhere in the middle, a lot safer for them thanks to those late trades from Quartus.
Really a bit surprised we didn't see the barrage come out at any point during that, because there was a point where KSA had no mech, a point where he was bombing and stuff as well, maybe some clear opportunities. But it means Libda still has his barrage for now, as alongside this Bob. It's actually getting close to the orbital ray, but a chance to use the DPS ults for Twisted Minds if they can find that opening. But they need to bleed out resources. Wall onto TVNT as KSA goes on an adventure again. KSA already down to half HP here, so they have to do a lot of work now, SSG, to get their tank out in that situation. Now Ice Block is forced. Will get booped around, but Backbone's escape again. It's going to be really hard. Full Matrix coming in. Defensive wall as well, and Backbone does live for now. 99% on that blade, but Libda doesn't give up a ghost. Keeps chasing him, and now they get in this fight just off the back of a Bob Max, and this is now looking like Twisted Minds. They will get cap and a great chance for lead here.
Oh, useless trade there as well. Sparker catching Quartz, it's not going to make much of a difference at all, because Twisted getting that checkpoint, it's so huge. Not only will they get checkpoint, they're going to get the lead. Poor old SpaceStation. I mean, where were their ultimates in that fight? They tried to back up, they tried to disengage, but they didn't match with anything. Two players going down, and I swear they had 2 or 3 check marks online, so that's rough to let that slip with only a minute on the clock. All of this time that SpaceStation spent cautiously walking the edge, so close on the brink with the ult game, and now at the final fight they've let it slip. Here they go, pushing in deep, but MCD, he comes in, Panjorama orbs, orbital ray coming out. TVNT, he surely, oh god, he tries to take down Backbone with the Terror Surge, but actually manages to get nothing for it. TVNT with his Fortify expiring, he's actually got to be very careful now. He's got no cooldowns for 8 seconds, Xavier. I think TVNT is going to go down.
Sparker now trying to walk forward as well, but Lupta with the barrage, he turns onto one. KSA still really low. Bash from Landon, though, allows Backbone to turn that one. TVNC still looking for trades. MCD sending torpedoes to help him. Defensive wall saves Landon's life. Not the first time today the Thinker has bailed someone out of a difficult situation. And SSG, they win a very important fight.
I mean, this is bordering on series fight now, Xavier. The lead very nearly being conceded back to SpaceStation. TVNT, he doesn't seem to want to give it up. And instead, he just ends Twisted Mind's final chance away, running it down onto the cart. He needed to concede lead. Now it's a 3 versus 5. SpaceStation have the zoning high noon. Bliss, he has to bash away. Lubda goes down to the high noon. And that's just going to be all she wrote, Xavier. That's a 3-1 for SpaceStation. It was close for Twisted. They very nearly clutched it out at the end, but no cigar.
I was just greedy at the end. You can see why. You can see the feelings running through TVNT's head. Sort of, like, don't concede lead. We win it right here. But just needs to accept it's a 2-fight situation from that point. They need to win that fight. They need to go back and take 5 meters on the other side here. TVNT rushes it, puts his team in a position they just can't recover from, and SSG, they win the series, as I think most people probably expected, and 3-1, but the whole series felt way closer than maybe I would have expected coming into this.
I really thought that we were going to see an SSG sweep, to be honest. The Farah, it seemed to cause them a little bit of trouble, a little bit more trouble than I expected. Maybe this is something that ENCE could take on board as well. ENCE, looking deeper into the bracket. If they find themselves struggling on the Genji, they could easily pivot to the Farah. That's something that Kevster is fantastic with. And when you're putting SSG under all of this pressure, being able to pivot between the Genji and the Farah, that could be huge, because that could put KSA in such an awkward position where KSA might need to swap in and out, KSA needs to be put into the lineup to deal with a Farah, and then Kev just goes Genji, and then suddenly KSA needs to be the Orisa, and Hardy is the Orisa for SSG. So I think that, this is a little bit of a scary look for the side of SpaceStation, to be honest. Something that they should definitely be concerned about, because Twisted, they were able to make that a very close series.
There's more Farah players as well. We talked maybe with someone I was interviewing the players, how in reality, outside of Kevson, there's very few Genji players who can really maybe strike the same level of fear as you maybe get if you run into Genjis in these top Korean teams. But in terms of high quality Farahs, Europe is littered with them. There's them all over the place. So I think this sort of situation can put them in a really tricky situation against multiple teams in this tournament. Obviously, SSG, it's not the end of the world if they don't do their best at this. They should still have enough circuit points to qualify. But with better seeding coming with winning the tournament, it could be a really big problem for them once we get to Stockholm, and they maybe have a slightly worse bracket as a result if they can't solve some of these problems.
Enough about issues. Is that the final map? Is that the final match, or is someone else still playing right now? Do you know?
No, I think we were that was the last one because it started so much later.
Okay.
Yeah, so Frio for ENCE against Ioma, Frio for Piece of Cake against SRPeakCheck, though I think that was maybe, a classic close Frio.
Yep.
And then VP Vendetta was a 3-1 like this, so fair W-Ange for that one. One map off Virtus Pro is nothing to be sniffed at. And then we're going to get our lower bracket games. I think the order is, are we doing Ioma SRPeakCheck first, and then Vendetta TM?
Ioma SRPeakCheck now?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
And this is obviously elimination game at this point because we're into the lower bracket.
Yeah. All right, cool. Well, I'll take a little breather, do some light slop, and then when the clean feed starts making game noises, I'll tap right back in.
Perfect. All right. I'll catch you in a bit.
So.
All right. So Ioma vs SRPeakCheck. Stream title updated. Prediction. We can start a prediction for this one as well. We'll give you loads of time on this next one. So Ioma versus SRPeakCheck. Not 1 minute, 30 minutes, please. How many games do we have today? So we've got 5 more games. 2 more in EMEA, needs 2 lower bracket games. And then we've got the first round of North America. Again, the 4 games will happen at the same time. And then we've got the 2 lower bracket as well from North America. Is Cassidy actually good, or is he just good in the comp because he doesn't have any buffs? I think Cassidy's still pretty good. Sorry, thank you, Woja, as well. I missed that one. Thank you, Woja. In terms of Cassidy, though, it's very good. Is very good into the Genji in particular. I think that's why we saw so much of it into Korea. If you play Ashe, the way... There's something about Ashe's hitbox and the fact that she needs to stand still, or like her movement speed slows when she's scoped in. That just means Genji into Ashe is a super nice matchup. So if the other team is playing Genji and they have a very good Genji, playing Ashe is really hard, which is why Cass comes in. Obviously, stuff like the flashbang, the roll, all work quite well as well. We're dealing with the Genji. So I think the Cass is very much a response to the Genji. I think if you can get away with playing Ashe, as in you think your Ashe can live, I think the Ashe will do more damage and will get more value. Which NA game will be on the mainstream? It will be NRG versus Toronto Defiance on the mainstream. And then there should be, I can't remember. We'll find it. I'll figure them out for you at the time. But then we'll have a few more options and stuff for the other games for North America as well. Do I think TM can beat Piece of Cake and VP after watching this series? So Piece of Cake I've seen play a little bit from the group stage. TM I've seen play a little bit here. I've not seen Virtus Pro really playing this meta yet, I think, in any sort of like meaningful games. So I don't know. Right now, I thought Twisted Minds looked pretty good there, actually. Looked pretty good, clearly had their own style. The D.Va swap is sort of not straightforward. Allegedly, alleged diagonal, it's like, is it like 11 PM maybe, allegedly? Or maybe it's sooner. 10 PM allegedly. So in 3 hours and 20 minutes. So allegedly in 3 hours 20 minutes, but we've got 2 games to see first. I know, Quinn. My dementia catching up with me. So I think TM actually have a good chance. I think Piece of Cake, TM, Virtus Pro, I think we're actually, these 3 teams, very evenly matched. For some, I've not actually seen any of map changes or anything like that. NA Preds, NRG gonna get smoked, cow. The only thing that could save NRG is if they put you in. But unfortunately, I'm not sure that's gonna happen. Yeah, Toronto NRG on the mainstream. Full water bottles, full warm towels. All right, all right. You've got the boys covered, have you? Yeah, no. Spoke to Tree the other day when I was doing the interviews. Obviously, got to see a little bit more of NRG because of their disappointing result. And I think if you look at that Fluffy Aimers loss that NRG had, it really felt like NRG, I think Tree said as much when I interviewed him as well, but like it just felt like NRG didn't quite know what the meta was, or were just behind essentially. So they lose that brawl matchup. So I'm not sure we'll see a repeat of that if they meet again. But saying all that, the problem NRG have, like maybe they can beat Fluffy Aimers if they meet them again. They'll do well against other teams. The problem is Toronto are always the team to beat, you know. Can I explain how each of VP, TM, and Piece of Cake qualified to Stockholm? Yeah, I think it's something like this. It's basically, as long as VP are currently ahead. So if VP finish above TM and Piece of Cake, they go through. Nothing Sis' mind, Piece of Cake. Oh wait, we get an interview?
Can you hear us? Hello.
Oh, we got KSA interview. Hold on. Let's listen to KSA.
Thank you so much for taking the time
and then
to join
I'll
us
explain
for a
it for
quick
you.
chat. First things first, you are of course the newest addition to SpaceStation Gaming. How did you settle in? How do you fit in? What do you bring to the team?
Well, going into SSG, I was like kind of worried, you know. It's like I was always thinking, oh, they're like playing around Hardy's synergy, Hardy's comp. So I was kind of like almost worried I'm not gonna like play the same as Hardy, but fortunately enough, like we both like talk like similar, I would say. And after a couple of scrims, and it felt like I fit right in.
That's awesome. It showed on the server as well. It looked very seamless to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just slot me in the D.Va hero. Not in the recent. I'm fine.
Yeah, you looked into D.Va quite a bit this match in particular. I'm wondering, is that more of a Twisted Minds pick, you know, considering Love that was in the lobby as well? Or do you think maybe we'll see more Orisa being played by SSG later on in this tournament? How does the tank meta kind of like settle going into this tournament?
I mean, for sure, like, we expected him to play the Orisa May Ashe mirror after the first map. we expected like Libda to play the first Ilios because they don't play Ilios. That's why we picked Ilios. It was like, okay, they're trying to put Libda, so maybe like Libda and Quartz can clutch up. It could happen. It didn't happen, so I was like, okay, they're gonna change Libda. But the kick stayed in, so I was like, okay, they're just playing far, so I might as well just play D.Va.
Yeah, makes sense.
You know, I'm just curious about what this matchup means for you, KSA. You know, coming from you were played on Twisted Minds. Frankly, when you were on Twisted Minds, that was kind of the peak of that roster, the best performance we've seen from that team. Now to come in on the other side of the server and to you shut down your old teammates, was there any more significance to this match than just like a standard first round bracket?
I mean, yeah, of course, it's my old team. I still have a soft spot for Twisted Minds. I love this team, you know, but unfortunately I'm on the opposite side, so I can't hold back anymore.
That's what he got to do. A true competitor. I respect that.
That's right.
Very respectful and a kind answer from you, KSA.
We love to hear it. Well, KSA, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your semi-final match.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Of course.
All right, so VP, as long as they finish above, cool. TM, very similar position, right? So if TM finish above VP and POC, they will go through as well. So TM and VP, quite simple situations. I think if you are POC though, I need to stop saying POC, you have to finish like 2 places above VP and TM, which is where it gets tricky, you know? Like, let's say SSG and Ensoy are top 2, and then Piece of Cake are 3rd, but then Twisted Minds are 4th. I think Twisted Minds still go. So, like, Piece of Cake are in a really difficult position. For VP and TM is very much just a head-to-head, like who can finish higher. So the math will probably become clearer as we get like a few teams settled in, right? But those are the big fixtures to look for. And if we look at the bracket in terms of the way it's going to go, so the expectation is obviously VP will go here and be kind of safe for it. But let's presume Piece of Cake lose to Ents, and let's presume Twisted Minds win. Then that means this game that will be happening tomorrow is unbelievable importance for both teams. Because remember, Piece of Cake don't just need to do well themselves, they need VP and Twisted Minds not to do very well. So if one way to make sure Twisted Minds don't do very well would be to kick them out of a tournament in the lower bracket or something. Who do I have if I was a betting man? I think it'll just be VP. I think there's a real chance Piece of Cake finish. There's a real chance that Piece of Cake finish above Virtus Pro, but I don't know if I can see Piece of Cake finishing like high in like, you know, enough places above. Is there a website that figures out the points? No, I just got sent a message. Hold on. One of my mods works it out. It's just like a text message. Where is it? Oh, it's so deep in the chat. Hold on. Maybe I can screenshot it. Let me save this. In the disc? In which Discord? In the OWCS one? Oh, the circuit points thing? Wait, let's see. I'm looking now. There's a channel that says called Circuit Points. I'm in the Circuit Points channel. There are the rules. I kind of just want a tracker. Circuit points will be tracked publicly in the hashtag circuit points. That's where I am now. But where's the spreadsheet? Oh, maybe I don't have access or something. That's a bit loud, isn't it? Yeah, I thought it was like, I thought VP were 45 points ahead. I mean... Where am I going? Downloads. Here we go. So this is what I think it is. So you can see there's like a 45-point gap here between VP and TM, and then there's a 90-point gap between Piece of Cake and TM, which means to make up 90 points if you're Piece of Cake, or like 90 points on TM, but also, what is that, 135 on VP, to make a 135-point gap, you need, what is this? This is 150, but that would be like 7th and 8th, and that's really hard. So maybe if like Piece of Cake could finish, would that be enough? 150? Yeah, like 2 places above Piece of Cake need. But 2 places above, 2 places above both Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro, which is what makes it really hard, I think. Presuming our math is correct. Light work? What's the problem with Echo in this patch? I don't think there's any problem with Echo. I think there's just better DPS available. I think Genji very powerful when these like brawly mirrors. The ult combos really nicely. Pharah very good on certain maps, really high damage output. So I think Echo's okay. I think it's just there's like better heroes available. Lubda playing doesn't affect TM, right? Yeah, those numbers should factor in MCD. I don't know how many points Lubda has actually. Does Lubda scuff them? It depends. Wait, did you be playing groups? Is there like a maps thing here that could fuck him? Lubda doesn't have stage 1 points. So they actually can't play Lubda. Because it's all about who plays the most maps, right? It doesn't matter. So as long as... It depends how far they go. Is it not just like number of maps? If both have playtime, it doesn't matter? Oh, okay then. Yeah. Oh, okay then. Yeah, because he played all of groups, I think, UB. You only need 2 maps for points? Oh, okay. Yeah, well, you definitely played 2 maps then. Alright then. Okay, so they're fine. So they can just play Lubda the whole time. Alright then. So I guess it's really going to be this fixture here. Presuming this is the TM versus POC. This is going to be the big one. But obviously Twisted Minds need to get past Vendetta first. We're going to watch SRPeakCheck and Ioma now, which are just, I don't want to say irrelevant game, but like in terms of Stockholm, this game doesn't have any significance. Winning auto qualifies, yeah. So the only way for teams like Ioma and SRPeakCheck would be to win the entire tournament. Which presumably impossible, right? Presumably has to be impossible. Yeah, I think SSG and ENTS are like locked. It's just about, obviously the nature is SSG and ENTS, if you win the tournament, the way the seeding works into Stockholm is obviously Europe and North America have 3 spots, right? So there'll be the first seed coming out, the second seed, and the third seed. The person who has the highest seed coming into Stockholm is actually the stage 4 winner. And then the second one is the control point, circuit point first, and then third place is for circuit point second. So if you win stage 4, you actually get better seeding. So I think there's still very much for SSG and ENTS, still lots of reasons, and same for Toronto as well, right? Really big reasons to want to actually still win this and finish top this stage. All right, what am I doing? Checking that. Checking that. Oh, should I have eaten, maybe? Are we after this map? Or after this series, rather? how's the SSG TM game? Actually, pretty competitive. Pretty competitive. Team looking maybe a lot better than some of their performances against Cake and negative mental attitude in groups would have convinced you of. So I think TM, they're in with a running. Viewers predicting SRPeakCheck. Cloudy fans coming out in full force. Strimberg saying TM are decent. Yeah. When Quartz talked about it, he said against Piece of Cake and Virtus Pro, they said most often going even or winning. So seems reasonable enough for him. Why didn't UB play? They play Pharah Ashe everywhere. And Lubda's just a much better Pharah. Alright, so we're getting to this one. It probably means as well in reality. We'd probably essentially look to play all the time if they're just really into the Pharah Ashe version of the matchup. All right, Lijiang Tower. SRPeakCheck with the map pick. No surprise that we're going to Lijiang Tower then. And now we get to see what Aoma's answer is to this type of composition. We've seen a lot of teams when they run into SRPeakCheck try and play dive. And SRPeakCheck, they love playing into dive. One of their more comfortable matchups because teams do it to them so often. What we haven't seen come out from teams is what Aoma are lining up on right now, which is the Orisa Bastion type composition. Now, this caused London many a problem in Season 6. It caused Ramatra, Derpy's Reinhardt team in North America a bunch of problems last weekend. And Aoma are going to try and use it against SRPeakCheck here.
It's a very powerful comp that makes Rhine teams shudder. But here on Control Center, I think SRPeakCheck their comp, you know, it's got that factor.
Oh,
the X factor of the Junkrat, it can be so good. And there we go, Philip straight away, double mine on Avo, throws him up into the sky. Avo taken down right at the beginning. Aoma off to the back foot, off on the back foot, but Top Dragon with a trade onto Ghost, really as good as you could possibly ask for in terms of picks.
Flanking round now is Fi trying to deal with Top Dragon, but Aoma off the back of that Top Dragon pick, they get the space on point and they get the flip. TP out here though will allow Cloudy to regroup with the rest of his team and a chance to have a retake here. Cloudy only a half HP though, will be having to full shield a lot of that. Ice able to just mirror this, keep control of a point, and Cloudy's just getting bullied back. They have to lamp for him already.
They may have used Lamp, but already with Donghoon being down, I feel as if Aoma are just going to have to completely concede here. They back off the point. Cap goes over to SRPeakCheck. There's very nearly an orbital ray push though, and this is dangerous for SRPeakCheck. They cannot match into that. Spin very nearly pushes Cloudy off, but it's not quite enough. He TPs out. Daned though, he'll go down. Top Dragon, he's on top of Fi, but the orbital ray pusher comes back out from SRPeakCheck. They still want this 5v4. Now it's a 4v4. Cloudy takes down Avo. Things are looking even. Fi has the tire now. Ghost can pull out a window as well. Top Dragon, he comes in the back line with the blade, but Top Dragon with the deflect takes down Illipi. Alpha also manages to catch Fi in the mix, and it's looking like PeakCheck, they're not going to be able to sustain through this one, Xavier.
Oh, Danid maybe has other ideas. He's going to sim wall into this one, and they have got control of a point here, so maybe a reasonable investment. He's going to get a rally out of him here as well. Cloudy still trying to juke around, will get bashed. Now the Riptide coming in from Fi as well. SRPeakCheck, they're investing everything. They want to hold, they want to keep it. Go for the TP tire, but don't find anything. And now Cloudy goes for the shatter. Top Dragon goes down, but they can't confirm the kill. Pocket is good. Danid is full charge, though. 1-for-1 trade. Tank advantage for SRPeakCheck, but Cloudy, he's low on HP. He's got no shield. He's got this Bastion forcing him onto the back foot as well, but Cloudy will live, and SRPeakCheck, they still have control of point. Bombs to try and save themselves out of that one, Avo, but no good. SRPeakCheck, they hold. They did concede for flip, so it's not quite over for Aoma yet.
It's not over for them, but it's getting pretty close to it, Xavier. They barely flipped the point then. Barely any additional percentage racked up. And now Avo swapping over to Ash. I'm not sure about this one. I thought with the Orbital Ray, it would be a really good time to stick out the Bastion to melt Cloudy. I know that SRPeakCheck, they have some answers with the Symmetra, but it's such a good combo. Avo, no confidence going over to the Ash, and I really don't back the Ash here on Control Center. Mirrored Orbital Rays coming out in main. Alpha is in a very dangerous position though, so far forward, but it's Ice that goes deep, takes out Ghost. Dongu's in trouble though, buys on his case, but can't quite get the closer, and SRPeakCheck somehow, their main push has gone completely by the wayside. Aoma just flip over to the back of the point, and they're going to win this one 1-1 for ults.
Peculiar fight. It felt like SRPeakCheck were doing a better job at staying in their Ray, but Ice finds that crucial pick onto Ghost, who gets left behind. Difficult for the Baptiste to move forward in these rotations. And then Dongan winning that 1v1. Don't know how he did that one, but he does it either way. Now Blade, Terra Surge, and Rally coming back for Aoma. And these are the big combo ults here. Great opportunity to win this fight again. But they got to watch out for this Riptire.
Oh, I mean,
Dynamite
the other
hits
thing
it.
is that the Shatter's about to come up as well. They try for the TP tire, but don't talk to me until I've had my fat Shatter, because there's a real chance for it. Lamp is damn near perfect to keep Ghost alive, but it's looking like PeakCheck are just going to give this one up. Only investing the tire in the end. Aoma, they only threw in the Blade, so really not a bad situation for Aoma. Only popping one to maintain control, and now PeakCheck, they've only got one shot at this.
Coming back with the Shatter, with the Window, with the Symbol, and fight onto the... Well, I thought he was going to repo onto the Ash here, actually. So not one we've really seen from Fight all that often before. We'll see if he can just play a little bit more with Ghost, get value out in his Window. But Ice wants to give him no space. Symbol, and oh, look how far back this Window is. They're going to get no value out of it. But Cloudy, they're going to catch Ice here, walking forward with the Shatter. A chance to finish it here. Rally has come out from Dongan, but Cloudy's got a bigger shield. He has to concede for space to him. They're trying to deal with Top Dragon behind and the Rally in front. Cloudy's going to focus forward, looks for the pin, connects the pin. See you later, Dongan. Nowhere to go. Cloudy's still got the bigger shield. Bob will come out from Avo, but it's not a great Bob, actually. I think they all get out of that one, but Top Dragon, he's on the back line. He's got Ghost, and he's got out. Now the Orbital Ray coming out on the high ground here, and Alpha, they've got him surrounded. Shatter available for Cloudy, but no chance to use it here. And Aoma, they keep the space. They have the ultimates coming back there, and SRPeakCheck competitive, but they can't close it out.
Oh, scenes from Top Dragon, getting it done, finds his way onto Ghost, secures that all-important kill. Ghost really needed to try and perhaps sneak up to that high ground above the point or something, but instead getting caught inside, shot a little bit by that Bob, which, you know, while it was lukewarm, it softened Ghost up a little. And then Top Dragon, he was there for the finisher. And Cloudy, I mean, he had no chance when it came to the Shatter. There was nothing to hit. Nobody was on the ground. Everybody was playing around, ping-ponging the point. Huge Bob, insane Bob to off-angle shoot the backline. Apparently Avo, 4D chess player, because that was out of this world.
It did actually,
looked so shit.
It looked rubbish, but it actually did push them into Top Dragon, who was in white. So it all sort of works out from here. And this is the big problem SRPeakCheck have, is when they try and make moves, how do they keep their backline alive? Ghost is the person who probably gets the most duress. We've seen Top Dragon and Ice kill him multiple times. For now, though, SRPeakCheck will be starting on point, and they're just going to try and hold. But Ice is making an early aggressive move here. TP flip.
Really aggro push. Straight away, the TP flip comes out from PeakCheck. Interested to see whether Fire can get anything done on this Reaper. I feel like Reaper is a really awkward pick into the Orisa. So much downtime. SRPeakCheck, though, they immediately get the cap. Doesn't take much at all. With that flip, they just get their bodies on the point. And Aoma are all stuck in the back. Insane pin from Cloudy. That's going to take Ice off the map. And that's going to be the first fight, confidently going the way of PeakCheck. Good trade onto Fire, but he should be back in more than enough time.
Yeah, they have the speed ring, they have the TP, lots of tools to get him back nice and quickly. And SRPeakCheck, I think we'll probably just see a repeat of this type of play. Happy to play around the back of a map. Then if Ice makes aggressive moves on that Orisa, tries to put him in a tricky situation, they can always TP flip out and look for their own opportunities. I think SRPeakCheck, you can see already they're backing off the point. I think they're going to keep just rinse and repeating the same play style. And Aoma, they have to try and adapt and find a way to punish it.
Double support online for PreGame, so Aoma, I mean, they're going to have to take their time with this one. Avo getting so deep. I can't believe I'm seeing the enemy Ash.
So far.
Essentially, where, yeah, that's where you'd expect to see a Genji or a Tracer. But good God, on the Ash in their backline, really banking on building up that Bob quickly, I suspect, but he did not get it done. Insane angle from him, but, you know, maybe a little bit too early on in the piece. Now PreGame, they can just relax, they can maintain, and the onus is once again on Aoma to make the move. Bob comes out from Avo, he's back in the fight. Daned answers with the symbol. Cloudy's actually taken quite a lot of damage, but with that Bob going down, that's just going to be a 1-for-1 exchange, and that's not enough for Aoma. Maybe they're going to come in now with a Surge Blade or something like that, where there are less answers.
Lamp comes out for the Blade, but now the Terra Surge over the top, and the Terra Surge will be the finisher. The combos between these Genji and Orisa, they're so powerful into any comp, and here they win beautifully. But SRPeakCheck, they're going to be kind of happy with that. The big combo taken care of. Now they're going to have, what, 88%? And look at the ults coming back for SRPeakCheck. Orbital Ray to drop on point, the Shatter, the Blossom. Really powerful ults here.
Expecting a really difficult fight now for the side of Aoma. Big question marks for Donghoon. Can he bash Fi out of that Blossom? Because the Blossom... Oh, no, he's actually going to go for a really early tempo rally push, and Aoma are just going to wipe the floor. But I think this is a game-losing play that Aoma have just made. The fact that they've double support ulted for this push, how are they possibly going to win the next fight?
If they just rallied for it and they try and bash before the TP, I could 100% get behind this from Aoma. But invest in both ults. I mean, it looks really good. They get the one shot on everyone. But now, what do they do? SRPeakCheck now, they're just trying to play a little bit of game of cat and mouse, trying to find the way to TP through here. And it looks like it's just going to be a fake one. No, they do go through. Fi's going to go to point. Only some of them get to point, though. They make a mess of this, and SRPeakCheck has split. Now the Orbital Ray is invested to try and get the flip. They do get the flip, SRPeakCheck, but they're low on numbers. They're a little bit surrounded. And Top Dragon, he nearly has the Blade. Fi's going to try and TP back onto the high ground here. He's given him the jukes. Fi's given him the runaround. But Top Dragon, he has the Blade. Window comes out.
Window up in main. Cloudy's pinning deep now. He has the Shadow. Got to be so careful.
Blade over the top now from Top Dragon, looking for his way back. Trying to get himself onto this, but can't find any key targets. Now the Death Blossom comes in, full shield from Cloudy to pocket that through. They're trying to walk forward. Top Dragon will dash in behind. Fire's on the chase, though. He wants to hunt down this Genji, but Top Dragon, he dashes back in. Ice, the Terra Surge, so much value again, but Fi walking in, wants to chase down this Ashe as well. Fi will finish that one off. SRPeakCheck, they don't have control of a point, but it's a 2v2 backline versus a Rhine and a Reaper. SRPeakCheck, they have to reset though, but Simwall coming back.
Oh my days. PreGame, they've made a meal of it, not even flipping the fight there. Aoma finally muscled off the point. PreGame, they get the cap. They've got the symbol, but Aoma, they're going to have answers yet again. There's an Orbital Ray just around the corner. Illipi is not there yet, but Aoma, there's so much pressure for them to start touching the point. Orbital Ray comes out in main. Danit is beaming. TP's away from that Ray. Everyone from the side of PreGame looking to disengage from it. And Cloudy, he actually manages to pin Alpha. Ghost, he's a bloody... I don't know, he's a pogo stick up in the back, knocked off the map by Top Dragon. Fi, he takes out Avo now on the Reaper. Orbital Ray back from PreGame, but Donghoon takes Cloudy, takes Illipi. Somehow Aoma, they're surviving through this Orbital Ray, and now, oh my god, Ice is dead to Danit. Danit TPs, does not manage to get out. Top Dragon and Fi fighting together. Fi so low, but he manages to wraith out. PreGame are going to get another touch, Xavier. This is chaos.
Danid coming back on Genji. Fi has for Blossom. Danid actually coming back on Venture. We saw him do a lot on this. Ult's coming up for SRPeakCheck. Top Dragon nearly has the Blade. It is all on this Blade for Aoma. Cloudy will start forcing a point. Death Blossom in the back. Doesn't find anything, though. Does help them clear the point a little bit. But Top Dragon, he now has the Blade.
Popped blading into a window, takes down the lamp, takes down Ghost with him, does not get the reset though. Illipi trades top, Avo manages to take down Illipi, so Aoma are one player ahead. Cloudy goes for the Shatter, but it's a Shatter Jax. Unfortunately, there is no fat Shatter on the edge, and it's looking like SRPeakCheck, they're gonna lose this Lijiang Tower 0-2. The slimmest of margins, but some unbelievable fumbles there from... oh goodness, from the side of SRPeakCheck. Multiple ult advantage fights where they just weren't able to close it out, couldn't tighten up their rotations. I have to say, like, when they were TPing those rotates, I really thought that they should just walk main and commit an ult, you know? Like, you don't have to ult on point if the enemy team is fighting you in your spawn. The enemy team's pushing into your spawn with no ultimates. Just ult them then and there. Win it that way. But they went for all of these TP flips, sloppy rotations, not wanting to ult until they touch point, and that cost them big time.
And now they find themselves on their own map pick as well, losing that one. Credit to Donghun as well. Really felt like he clutched up in those last sort of 2 fights they had. Really felt like Donghun, the rally was massive. Managed to give a boop on Cloudy off the map. And then again, when Cloudy goes for a pin in the next fight, Donghun hits the counter pin. His team able to come bail him out. And works out beautifully for him. Big clutch from Donghun. Gets them the advantage here. And now Ioma on the front foot. They have a map pick advantage in the series now if we go all the way onto SRPeakCheck to try and find another Rhine-friendly map to take us to.
That's the new Donghun, Xavier. That's the new and improved Donghun.
So I've heard.
Dead to Widows no more. Instead, the clutch when you need it most. Double bash here in the choke. Look at him just cleaving, swinging for the fences with Top Dragon. Gets it done when it's needed. Oh, poor little Ghosty. Ghost has been getting reamed by Top Dragon. Absolute.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a nightmare, right? Into the Genji Orisa every single time. Cloudy's just going to go anchor point, and then Ghost is going to come under serious duress every time.
I thought tanks were unboofable, but, you know, Donghun proving it wrong, seemingly sending bloody Cloudy across the whole universe with that one. All right, Slop. I've accidentally paused, so we're going to need to resync next map, but, you know, it can happen.
We can figure it out. We've got Anus.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. All right, let's Slop for a bit.
Is Chicken in the map pool? No. Thank you, name tag.
Rain meta starting next map.
So next map, is it? All right. I don't know if we will get. I'll wait till I see. You've not convinced me. I appreciate the sub, but you've not convinced me that we're in a Rhine meta. Not when Orisa's in this state. Cloudy's cracked the code. I mean, Cloudy was talking a little bit how he feels like the Sim Junkrat is actually quite effective into the Orisa, though we did see Fi still swapping over, trying some more of a Reaper. So it feels like SRPeakCheck, they're having to pivot in a lot of these situations to try and find a way through. And not found the way through yet. Though saying that, those stages were winnable, honestly. No stages were winnable. I think I look at some of these ults, maybe the Sim Walls, every Sim Wall felt like it didn't really get the value it should have done, when really Sim Wall should be one of the most powerful ults for the SRPeakCheck comp. So I think that's maybe a bit of a problem. And the big problem is, as we look at like the series as a whole too, Lijiang, if you're the Rhine team, there's certain maps where your comp is heavily favored, or like, more heavily favored than it is on other maps. And I think Lijiang Tower is one of them. So not converting that one really puts them in a difficult situation as we get deeper and deeper into this series. But for now, is their map pick. They can choose where to go. Maybe Runa Sapi might be the choice. I'm trying to think. Runa Sapi is, I think, we've seen both Rhine teams go to Runa Sapi and have some success there as well. DD cooking in the chat. You think Sim and Farah is the answer? I mean, to be fair, when they do the Venture version, it's quite good into like the Bastion type stuff. It feels like right now, Ice and Top Dragon getting value more times than not. And this is the part to try and solve. But I don't really know if there's like a real solution to this other than trying to play around it better. Try and make more use of the Sim turrets defensively. Try and keep more eyes on Top Dragon. The problem is there's just not a lot of things that can stop the Orisa, you know? Like with Danid with the beam, if he gets the beam, he can punish the Orisa afterwards. But he still can't really stop the Orisa, you know? Pretty much a Nurch, yeah. Ghost, we have seen him play other heroes before, but compared to the level Ghost Bap is on, is way ahead of all these other heroes. So I'd be very surprised if we see Ghost swap at any point. Runa's happy, yep. Seen both Rhine teams on both sides of the Atlantic leaning to Runa Sapi and have success on Runa Sapi as well. So more Rhine viable than maybe you think. And SRPeakCheck going to need it to be right now to get themselves back on track. You missed the SSGTM game. How was it? Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good game, actually. More competitive than maybe I thought it would be at the outset. So yeah, promising signs for TM even though they lost. Alright, Serena Sappy. Only real question is what Danad and Fire play, honestly, for SRPeakCheck. For Aoma, I think we get more of the same. I think we're going to get Orisa. I think we're going to get Brig. I think we're going to get Juno. Maybe Genji. Genji for sure for top dragon. Maybe Avo with a bit of an option here in terms of does he want to play Ashe? Does he want to play the Bastion? Honestly, I think the Bastion's really fine. But alright, this is for matchup. It's for matchup we're going to get, I think. And this is important for SRPeakCheck because they're going to have to try and beat this comp one way or another. Because Aoma are going to keep running something like this until SRPeakCheck prove they can beat it or give them severe problems. Here we go then. Reaper, Sim, they're going to be sticking to here. Do you want some counting, Max? I'm at 51, 50, 49, 48. These are seconds. 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42, 41. Beautiful. So, Sim Reaper. A chance maybe to punish the frontline a little bit more. Maybe bullying this Orisa that is causing him so many problems. We're actually going to start by just walking into top dragon. I was talking in the break about how they need to find a way to deal with this Orisa, deal with this Genji. And I guess if they just shoot and swing the guy, that'll do the job.
It's a good method, tried and true. Really strong start for PeakCheck. Fire back again on the Reaper. And I mean, look, I can tell you how, I don't know how many times I got to tell you that I don't know how to feel about it because I feel it's so difficult to get value. Between the Orisa, eating all of your damage, fortifying through your damage, cancelling your ult with her spear, Brig doing the same with her own ultimate, I feel like there's lots of obstacles for Fire. But if he can make it work, you know, I'm happy to you know, bend my ear and open my mind to what he's doing. Ghost 91 though, coming in early on the Baptiste, takes down Avo, so that's a really solid start. SRPeakCheck, they just rolled it away. This is checkpoint in less than a minute and a half.
Beautiful start here for SRPeakCheck. Avo getting caught wide on that one, and now going to see a TP onto high ground from Fi. Just trying to play in these angles, and top dragon, he's going to make the swap actually onto the Pharah. So obviously not a lot of stuff that can really shoot him, but the Baptiste, the Juno, can keep top dragons relatively contained. Ice is nearly out of a Terror Surge right now, but he's just on the back foot. Look at his HP. He has to give space here. Window now too.
Oh my days. Cloudy, he's gone, you know, just happy to keep on pushing the cart. Ice can't even touch. Ghost zoning him out so far. Even if PeakCheck lose from here, they've got such a ridiculous lead. Oh, the spin from Ice is perfect though. Pushes Cloudy out of the Ray and the Lamp. But Ghost, he trades out onto top. Oh, Terror Surge comes out from Ice, but no kills converted. Danad is fully torqued, but doesn't get the kill. Aoma, they've thrown everything in the kitchen sink into this one to stabilize. But mate, they've conceded 105 meters in 2 minutes.
Unbelievable start here for SRPeakCheck. And it just starts to feel like, even though Ice is living these situations because the Orisa is so strong, it certainly feels like Ice is now on the back foot much more than he was on that Lijiang tower. So problems for Ice to solve as they try and turn more attention to him. Top Dragon and Avo as well. Doesn't feel like they've had a lot of involvement here. It's a symbol to start this one off, but maybe a little bit early. They do catch Alpha actually, so it'll all work out, and now they can chase the rest of the kills. Need to be careful not to stagger here, Aoma, but they can actually hold and bob on the corner. Blossom in the back. Avo goes down. Oh, they might regret investing into this one here, but they at least get the trade. Cloudy will keep marking point. Backs up to regroup with his team here, and SRPeakCheck, it looks like they've stabilized.
Ghost, the Savant of BAP, making it work now. PeakCheck surely are going to be able to push this one back into enemy territory. Fire just trying to hold the side right now, but soon enough, Dongoid actually needs to use the rally. Cloudy just swinging on him again and again, but a little bit of an overzealous pin forward there, I suspect. Might have wanted to slow that one down, given there was no window to back him up just yet. Ghost again with the trade onto top dragon, though. Throws out the window, has the lamp, trying to get some shots through this window, but now he's just accepted his fate, runs it forward to his death. Fire goes down as well, and that's going to be PeakCheck done and dusted. Aoma getting their first meters on the board.
I've been reliably informed this is how SRPeakCheck started Runa Sappy against Piece of Cake with a massive lead, and then through for the remainder of the map. So hopefully we're not gonna see a repeat of that here for the SRPeakCheck fans. They do have Orbital Ray and Shatter coming back. Two pretty reasonable ults here. Ice, on the other hand, Terror Surge, but just traded kills beforehand. People just dying. Now they're going to try and make a money move, but Barrage comes in the back. Ice is going to be contained. Barrage finds nothing, and now Cloudy walking forward has the Shatter. No Fortify available, I don't think, but the Orbital Ray comes out. Now they're going to get Terror Surge back in, and Cloudy just going to use that own Orbital Ray to survive. The Shatter is massive. Catches both of them. Ice will die. The supports do survive thanks to that Orbital Ray, but with no tank in play, Cloudy will just be able to take over.
Oh my days. Finally a fat Shatter, something we needed to see. I hadn't flats pogged in so long, so finally we get what the people wanted. These Shatters, they're such an underrated counter to the Orbital Ray. When the stars align and you can get those two off together, it's so easy for Cloudy to just drop the hammer inside the Ray when everyone is balled up, everyone is vulnerable. Aoma, they need to space better. They need to be so careful of these Shatters. And now, look at PreGame's ultimates. They're about to have 3 that can really help them just muscle through this point. Vi hiding on the corner, not even playing in the neutral, not even poking one bit, waiting for somebody to step one step too far forward and just eat lead to the head. Donghoon, he's going to be the lucky recipient if he's not careful. It looks like he's been scouted out though. Vi bashed, forced back, no Wraith now, so he's got to be careful.
Was just hiding to get the assassination. It's going to be a window out in response from Ghost Foe, but Aoma are quite far back. But Fi's killed Avo some way, somehow. Did he TP in? He's just on the right still. How has he found that one? Either way, player advantage for SRPeakCheck. Now the sim wall as the barrage comes in, but Haddy will shield that one. Lamp is good. I say Haddy, it's Cloudy. Old habits die hard. But SRPeakCheck, they are on the front foot. The sim wall gets good value. They convert that, and now SRPeakCheck, they looking to add to this 105-meter lead.
Oh my days. PreGame now, complete control. There's almost no hope for Aoma at this point. They have not won a decisive fight on SRPeakCheck's side of the map. They're down on ultimates. PreGame can just keep pushing things forward. Vi, he goes for the flank with the teleport, but it looks like he's missed his angle a little bit. Pretty low value right now. Orbital Ray invested over on the left-hand side, but nobody going down to that one. In fact, it's going to be PreGame supports going down to their own Orbital Ray as Avo lands a massive Bob Dynamite. Just a huge cleave over on the side, and there's nothing but avocado in the kill feed.
Good cleanup from Aoma. They'll clear up Fi on the point as well, and they can regain control of this. But now the deficit is 130 meters. They're down to 3.5 minutes right now, Aoma. And they need to start finding fights and stringing them together quickly. They've got the rally, they've got the orbital ray, they've got the terror search. Again, good, powerful ult combo. But now SRPeakCheck, they have this huge lead, and all they need to do at this point is just make sure they trade ults efficiently, make sure they find trade kills in these fights. And Avo hiding with a dynamite actually catches for backline early. Lamp is going to be forced now out of SRPeakCheck. A chance to go, and well, Avo is just doing everything here. Finds the hiding kill, but an error of a trade from SRPeakCheck. So even though they win the fight, they're losing the robot as well. Cloudy's robbed the bank. He's just walking away with it. He's going to get out. Oh.
Cloudy's a goddamn war criminal getting away with that one. Just when Aoma think that they might be able to find the tiniest bit of footing in this map, Cloudy just steals the cart away, cuts away all of their progress. There's not going to be a single meter. Cloudy with a little bit of an ambitious shatter there, forces out the Fortify and absolutely nothing else. Donghoon, he's gone to school, not his own school obviously, and learned to put up his shield, so he blocks that shatter. Ice fortifies it, and that's going to be a swing and a miss for Cloudy. Now, Orbital Ray up in main. Ghost has the window up for it, but he's going to have to disengage surely. It's so hard to fight through that. Top Dragon is going deep with this Orbital Ray. All that damage comboed with the Terror Surge. That is going to be Aoma wiping the floor with SRPeakCheck here. Only the Blossom and the Sim Wall for the next fight. That is a complete lie. There is an Orbital Ray alongside that. SRPeakCheck, they've got a few for next fight. A bit more than Aoma, and they're probably going to get a contest here on the checkpoint as well.
This is what SRPeakCheck need. Even if they're losing fights, as long as they can force big ults out. But Top Dragon, he's hiding with a barrage. Do they know the sim wall comes out? So they're just going to leave Top Dragon behind for now. SRPeakCheck, they have space. They have control of a robot. And now they're going to try and move it away. Ice doesn't want to let him move, but does he have the cooldowns to hold on to this? He's getting peppered. Fortify has been used now. And Cloudy and Fi, they spot their opportunity. They're going to chase this Orisa all the way out. Force him out to coast. The Orbital Ray was committed there, but they've robbed the point. Bob comes through, but Cloudy, he can TP out. And they're just running away with the robot right now.
Oh my lord. Cloudy getting out there with the TP right at the end. Ice, so much danger. Top Dragon's Barrage. Oh wow, this Blossom is massive. Takes down 2, but the trades are good for Aoma. They've managed to secure 3. Fi, he wants that kill on Donghun, but everyone is so low. He's split between everybody. Avo repeats to shoot his dynamite and goes down to Fi. Incredibly greedy from Avo there. And that's a trade that could cost them, because with 3 and Avo's still alive, they could have peppered main. They could potentially have pressured the checkpoint, but with no hit scan, only 2 players alive, no way for Aoma. So now that Avo's been traded out, Aoma, they're not going to get a free checkpoint here. PreGame are already back on it.
Running out of time here are Aoma as well. Only 44 seconds left and we need multiple fights, and Ice in huge trouble here. Burnt all his cooldowns. Cloudy wants to push, he wants to peek, but they're trying to push back. Window is available for PreGame here, but the ults from Aoma, they're also close. Ice pushing back right now, but Danid with the snipe from behind takes him down. Terror Surge in the front, but they're also low. Lamp is perfect from Ghost. They're flooding forward right now. SRPeakCheck, so well played from in the end. Danid finds the TP angle, takes him down. Avo a late trade, but SRPeakCheck are now in control, looking to tie up this series.
Nonsense rally from Donghun at the end there. And look at SRPeakCheck. They know the situation they're in. They don't even push the cart. They take it up to the middle and they put Aoma in the most awkward position possible. They may be able to scavenge a touch, but...
Going nowhere. Shatter is good.
Good pickup. Good pickup.
Shatter is good. Stops them touching. And SRPeakCheck, they get a huge advantage. And we heard that they didn't manage this advantage very well against Piece of Cake earlier today, but here, actually a beautifully managed fight. Even those fights they were losing, every time Danid, Fi, Cloudy, they were finding trades. So Aoma, they could win fights, but they could never turn those one fights into massive meters. Didn't even get cap in the end of it, and now, all of a sudden, SRPeakCheck 1-1 in this series.
Even the series up. Xavier, what do you think? Cold souvlaki meat? Or warmed up in the microwave souvlaki meat, but it's going to be dried out if it's warmed up in the microwave. What do you think?
Do you have anything to go with it? Like, is it alongside
it's just a box of meat from dinner. I went to a Greek place for dinner and there was just so much excess meat, no excess bread.
I think go cold. I'd only warm it up if you had like a naan bread or something to kind of like you put a sauce on to like balance it out. I think keep it cold.
I believe naan actually means bread, so I think you can just call it naan. Would you believe?
Like no, I'm actually not going to believe that. I'm going to keep calling it naan bread.
Well, I am a misinformation merchant, so I could be lying to you, but I'm pretty sure that's like ATM machine is what you just dropped. But you know, that's okay. Thank you for correcting him. You're so welcome, Greyhound. You're so welcome. All right. I try to keep things $8 on the stream, you know.
For hard-hitting truth. This is why people come to these streams, is for the hard-hitting truth. And that's what we're getting right now. It's like saying
chai tea, when chai is just a word for tea. Unfucking believable. Hunter, can we gamble, please? How? I don't have a moderator to do Preds. If a moderator wants to run the Preds, I've modded like 4 of you useless fucks. If one of you wants to do something with that power, run some Preds, that would be cool.
What I've learned about mods is the more mods you have, the less mods you have. Like, it's like, you know, when it's like, you know, they say if you ever suffer from, this is good medical advice. If you ever suffer from a heart attack just in the street, you shouldn't just cry for help. Because if you cry to a crowd, everyone will just ignore you.
Nobody will help you.
But if you point to a person or say, guy in the red shirt or whatever, help, or you point to someone, you isolate a person, that person will be compelled to help you. They'll feel a responsibility. They'll help save your life. And that's what it's like with mods as well.
Is Mapoliano a moderator in your chat?
Yeah.
All right, congratulations. We just got ourselves a new mod. How do I say that name? It's actually just like...
I say Mapinlo.
Mapinlo. I'll roll with that. I fuck with that. Mapinlo. Congratulations. All right, you can run the Preds. I can queue up the slop and get my box of cold meat out of the fridge that I will not be eating with any naan, because I don't have any naan.
What about bread?
Bread. No bread either. I've got some oats, so I guess if I want to be like a horse and I can eat some raw oats with my meat, then you know that could do. All right, I'll watch your fucking montage.
I've always thought of you as a horse-like person.
Horse-like person, horse adjacent.
You know what they say?
All right. I don't know. It's probably something to do with a knob. I'll see you. See you after this.
Horse face, horse cock. I think he escaped it. Horses don't eat oats. Fuck. We are getting all the hard-hitting facts today. I actually need the toilet tour. So let me run an ad break before we get back to this third map. And then we can lock in for that one. Be right back. Time for Suravasa, it seems, as well. What are we saying? Are we still on the horse oats thing? He's saying they will eat oats if you feed them oats. Okay. Thank you, Fitch. 8 months?
Baldy over there, what's it like to have no hair? Is it hot or is it cold? I don't know. BC, I'm not bald.
BC. Brian could have figured that one out. Actually a bit chilly today. Not because of my hair necessarily, just in general. It's more my hands are cold. Can't believe X is just going to let Hunter poach his best mods like that. Now we're never getting a Netflix series. I'll defend my mods on this one. I don't think the Netflix series situation is on them. Are my hands bold too? No, bit of hair. Can you see? I can't see my camera. Hold on.
You got hair?
I don't know if my they're asking if my hands were bold, and I was like, no, but I don't know if my camera's got enough quality to demonstrate that.
It's not like your hands are going to be balding, bro. Like, you get older and you get hair everywhere but your head, you know? It spreads to all these places that you don't want it. Your hands are probably only going to get hairier.
Wait, do you have hairy belly? Because I feel like I was under the impression that of a certain age everyone had a hairy belly, but apparently not.
I've got a hairy.
Yeah, same. Hairy belly club.
It's expanding from the button, you know, like year on year. Anyway, okay, this is fucking SRPeakCheck completely mixing things up. What time are you at, by the way? 6, 5, 4.
Yeah, we're good.
3. Perfect. LH Cloudy is currently playing non-Ryan, so I feel physically sick to my stomach because they're trying to do the Orisa counter and play the hard Ryan one trick.
Oh, Rock is good.
Ryan.
Let him do it. Maybe he's a savant of Sigma, but we've not appreciated it yet. Ice will commit him with his Fortify, but we'll just get burnt down by now. Orisa, and strong start right now for Ioma, but you have to feel Ice is probably going to immediately swap hero here.
Oh my lord. Keep going. I got chicken in my mouth.
And Ice is going to take the Sigma mirror. So now all of a sudden you have to fancy Ice a little bit more in this one. But very strange that in this current meta, in this current situation, we find ourselves in a Sigma mirror here on Suravasa between the Rhine team and Aoma. Going to be Sim Bastion versus Genji Ash as well. So now Top Dragon won't have as much help in these aggressive engages here, but can still take a lot of space around the map. For now, the Sigmas will be meeting on the corner here. Form timing will be invested quite early from Phi. Will clear them back, but it's actually Danis who goes down on with that swing timing. And now Cloudy won't stop though. Gets on top of Donghyun, keeps going, goes with a window to pocket him through, but Phi is separated. Ghost can't keep everyone up. And now they found kills, but Cloudy's just walking forward. The Flux as well, looking for the connect. Will get out on this one as well. 99% here as the orbital ray goes on point. Aoma do give a flip off the back of that point, but Ilpi has an orbital ray coming back as well. Cloudy trying to help Ghost out of that one, jumps away from the Matrix, and now Ice able to find the connect onto the rock, and Aoma, they get a bit of breathing space here.
So close. Cloudy trying to will his team over the finish line with this Sigma play. Actually hits every orb, every rock, hits the flux. Ice was so close to going down as well, but with no Danette alive, they can't get through that final bit of beam damage. They go for a speed rock here, but get nothing for it. Orbital Ray comes out. That's going to shut down Ice completely with his gravitic flux. Very fast flux from Ice, by the way. Bastion ult now comes out from Fi, but Fi's actually been uppercutted by Avo on the flank. Maybe a little bit overzealous, but Avo will make it out. Ghost, he takes down the Bob. Top Dragon's in a world of pain. We need you to aim, Cloudy. Down goes Top Dragon, and that was the only ult left for Aoma. So things are looking great for SRPeakCheck. They've got so much online. Danette is just frontlining, beaming through everyone. And Cloudy with the final victory rock. Forget an off-tank. Forget Cloudy being a, glorified Ryan one-trick. This guy's got the Sigma swap in him for when he needs it. Get out.
You know what I saw before as well in their first series? Took a round of Piece of Cake, playing Doom into D.Va on a dive mirror on Ilios as well. So maybe Cloudy, he's been tricking everyone into thinking he's a Ryan one trick. He can do it all. And now, first point to SRPeakCheck. All the ults coming up as well. Simwall, Window, another Flux around the corner from Cloudy. Top Dragon has the Blade, but so hard to Blade into this comp. But Bastion's really durable against it. They're going to have a load of Sim turrets. How on earth is Top Dragon going to get value out of this one?
Ice already rocked up early on. Really regretting giving my friend half of the meat there, because that's unreal. This is so fucking good cold. Great call on the cold meat, Xavier. Great call. So delicious. Genuinely insane. Great fight for SRPeakCheck. Simwall, early on. Cloudy, rocks Ice, and Ice just has no hope. Gets beamed down by the Symmetra. Oh my lord. Insane.
Now, coming back with Blade still, the Flux, and the Orbital Ray coming back up. Comboing the Blade is a great way to get more value out of it, but SRPeakCheck a lot of ults to respond with here. So Ice is going to tiptoe onto point, trying to kill that turret, looks for the rock. Cloudy's going to give a wiggle round that one. Now Top Dragon comes in with a Blade, but Avo's already died. Top Dragon will trade it back, but he's looking for more. But there's the defensive Flux. Cloudy's got him. Going to try and follow up with a Flux of his own here. Ice, it's pretty big, but can they find the kills? The answer is yes. Donghunter's walked all the way in, but Ghost, he's going to clean everyone up. And now he's going to pocket Cloudy. The Finns holding strong, and SRPeakCheck in a great position, and Top Dragon now swaps to Pharah.
This is unbelievable. We're seeing Cloudy gapping Ice in a Sigma mirror. Really not what I expected from the SRPeakCheck Aoma match. And every Flux has been money. Now, that Flux there, countering Top Dragon's Blade completely, destroying him. And now Top Dragon needs to make the swap over to Pharah. Donghoon, early rally, but that's a rally into an Orbital Ray. Orbital Ray matched out by Alpha. Donghoon may just have booped Danette off the map with his flail. That's going to be at least Donghoon's second flail environmental for this match. That's an easy retake for Aoma. Just a difference of ultimates, I think.
Really powerful combo there. Orbital Ray, Rally, a great combo to put together. No great answer to that. And now we see SRPeakCheck, they're going to swap onto the Reinhardt here. And Reinhardt matches up very nicely into the Sigma, can pin into him, can bully him with swings. The Matrix obviously doesn't save Ice from any of those. So a great chance for SRPeakCheck to use this Mei, to use this Sim, and be so aggressive into the front line here. And they're not going to need any of it off the map. Ice not ready for that one at all. But Bob is going to come out, but this is surely not a good trade. Lamp will stabilize SRPeakCheck. They can kill this Bob and just walk forward afterwards.
Unbelievable. The honorable Ryan swap from Cloudy for the retake takes the point. Doesn't even need a fat shatter to get me flats pogging with that one, because that is Ice wiped out of the game. Aoma, though, they're still fighting for this one. It feels like they still have a chance. Ice has made the swap over to Orisa. Can they stop the touch? Top Dragon touches. Ghosty seems to not notice where Top Dragon is. Ice is now back on the point. Ghost does take down Top, but it's a trade with Danette. 1-for-1. Disaster for PeakCheck. And then the torpedoes take down Ghost. Somehow this is slipping through PeakCheck's fingers. Get out of here. No fucking way. Cloudy, he's 90% to the shatter though. If he can just play his life, there could be a fat shatter in the wings for this final fight. Donghoon is even back on the Lucio. Ice swapping in spawn. Goes Doomfist, goes back to the Orisa. Final fight here on Flashpoint.
Simwall coming back for SRPeakCheck. They have the TP, they have the ring, so they will get back, they will get the touch here. Donghun on the Lucio now. Window's going to be used to help force it, and the Simwall, so both ults at the same time right now. As long as Aoma can get the touch, they've got this barrage coming back soon, but Cloudy, he's found Avo. They've been aggressive with the CP, they found it, they've kept eyes on Top Dragon as well. And this time they catch him coming over the wall, and SRPeakCheck 2 rounds up, Ray and Shatter in the next fight.
Really good fight for PreGame. It looked a bit dicey at the start there when they double stacked their support alternates, but AOMA, they were too panicked in their juggling of the point, and now they're down 0-2. Only the barrage to play with. If they slow things down a little, just keep poking on this next flashpoint, there is a chance for an orbital ray push. But we've seen many times throughout this series, the orbital ray counted out by Cloudy Shatter. So we've got to be very careful of that. AOMA, they don't have a tank buster comp right now. No Bastion. So right now, Cloudy, he's got to be feeling at least a little bit free, just teasing with the idea of pushing it on the flank as Cloudy TPs in and out of the fight. But again, PreGame, they get to walk up to the point. Cloudy has that Shatter, 5 TPs on, trying to force skills out of ice, because if ice is oh wow, barrage actually comes out at the top of main, orbital ray from Illipi here in main, and SRPeakCheck, now they're rolling through with it. I don't think AOMA have any skills left over, so they're going to have to concede this cap 100%. The barrage didn't find any kills. In comes Cloudy into the backline looking for a kill, perhaps a fat Shatter, perhaps a zero-man Shatter as he, you know, just gets a little bit optimistic trying to kill Dongun, and now it's Alpha with the orbital ray. It's AOMA muscling onto the point. Not a great one for PreGame, I'm going to be honest with you, Xavier.
They're going to try and lamp out here. Ghost and Cloudy still under a lot of duress, trying to pocket through, but they will die late here. Dan's going to get a trade, but they're going to kill Ghost relatively late here, and even later onto the players on point. They're still fighting for it. They didn't actually give a flip in any of that, though. They're making a bit of a meal of cleaning this one up. Fire is still on one side, Danid on the other. They deal with Danid, they deal with Fire now. Still Danid to worry about. Ice, though. The Orisa is so powerful in these situations. And SRPeakCheck, they're back pretty quickly between us. And SRPeakCheck, they're just going to start taking the fight again. They've got windows soon and a full-beamed Danid.
Illipi back in the fight as well. Oh, jeez. Ice, he comes out with that Terror Surge, but there's no kills for it. Only the lamp. Ghosty is keeping everyone healthy. He manages to take down Alpha through the window in all of this. And PreGame, again, they flip the point over in their favor. 5 versus 4 now. Top Dragon has another barrage, but with this orbital ray, he'd be crazy to barrage into it. So that's going to be AOMA. They lose this fight again. It seemed almost secured for them, but somehow, Fire, Illipi, they play life on point. They have this double angle across the center. And not only do they survive, they get a trade.
Works out really nicely for them. They get control of a point. They can't afford to flip it over here, but look at Fai. He's hiding in his top right position. He has Death Blossom, considering going early, contemplating it, looking for his opportunity. But AOMA, they're going to go the opposite side here, so Fai might have to be a little bit sneakier to get into position for this one. Oh, he is sneaking. He's in the back. He lands. No fortify, no spin as a result. Oh, my God. Oh, they might still die to this Bastion, though. Oh, they're really dying to this Bastion, though.
Oh, my days. I really thought that they had that one, you know, as soon as they got that TP back onto the point with the Blossom, but it seems there were still some stragglers. There was still some left in the wreckage. So AOMA, they are probably going to be capping this flashpoint. It looks like SRPeakCheck, you know, they're still on respawn, so they don't have a chance of touching. Oh god, I need some water. Too much dry meat.
Will be 1 round back for AOMA. They have to reverse sweep it, obviously, from this situation here to get themselves back into it. They have the Bastion bombs coming up, and they have that orbital ray in which to do it. But Cloudy does have that Shatter. We've seen him be pretty fast and loose with them in these last few attempts. We'll see what he goes for here. For now, he's just going to have to disengage his Bastion form timing. And AOMA, actually, a pin comes in, but the whip is good. Whoa. Slows him down. Avo's slow on this rotate. He's so slow on this rotate. He's just going to get picked off as a result of it. And now they're going to get to point. They have support ult still here, AOMA, but they are a player down. And they're separated again. Cloudy's just gotten this Orisa a little bit split. They're following this Orisa. Cloudy's just following around. Force for Fortify. Now a chance for this Shatter as the ray comes around the corner. But no, opts just to disengage. Patient here from SRPeakCheck. Now they have their support ults to go along with this Shatter.
Abba's going to be back in no time at all if he isn't back already. I feel like he should be back. It's been so long that AOMA have been holding onto this one. Cloudy pinning in, counterpinned by Dongun, spun onto the point. Now he's stuck in a bit of a precarious position. Dongun pops the rally, is brawling with Cloudy on the point. Cloudy, he manages to take down Dongun. That's going to be a rally jacks, not before going down himself. Nice spear from Ice, though. Takes out, it takes out Daned, and then the Terror Surge to finish it up. That's going to be SRPeakCheck losing this fight in the chaos. They have lots of ults for the retake. AOMA only have that barrage at the moment, but gotta be happy if you're AOMA. That's already 50% on the board. They only need to win one more fight to cap this point.
Now, even if AOMA can't win this fight here, as long as they can trade for some of the more important ults, particularly in that symbol. Danid always likes to use the symbol against Barrage, just try and drop the symbol on top of Barrage, make the Pharaoh kill herself. And you can see Top Dragon goes for it early, actually, here, and actually gets 2! Oh, he will get traded, but the damage is done here from Top Dragon. Player advantage massively in favor of AOMA now, and not only do they win this fight directly, they only have to use the barrage for it, and this is going to buy Ioma pretty crucial time to get up to some of their support ults now as we go into the final round of this flashpoint.
Oh my days. Was that a no lamp challenge from Ghosty there? That was egregious. Really high in the sky barrage from Top Dragon, somehow getting 2. Can't believe he's managed that one. Really stolen it out. And what was looking like a surefire win for SRPeakCheck is suddenly incredibly winnable for Ioma. Ioma now rotating around to the side. They're going to clear high ground, get themselves up there too, because if they just go low ground onto the point, surely PeakCheck are just going to... No, I feel like they need to get their Bastion up on the high ground. They need to burn some resources, for sure. We've got Ice on the point already, just starting out. Avo has an angle there as well, but I feel like if they stage from main, it's just going to be too difficult. It's going to be so easy for SRPeakCheck to close the gap onto the Bastion. Fake TP comes out. Symbol is dicey. I mean, that's one that Cloudy can barely use, but I guess it blocks off the Bastion's angle. But really not ideal, because with this wall, that's only got them the cap. Ioma are going to come right back into this one.
They're going to try and go high ground as well. Bastion bombs to try and make a little bit of space. Used defensively, but Fi does have that Death Blossom. Was threatening going in deeper, but now Ice eyes on this Reaper. Boop to the low ground. Shatter comes through, but Ice with a little sidestep avoids that one. But Avo still gets caught. Orbital Ray still allows Ioma to move forward, but they've all disengaged. Window on point causes them some problems, but it's Danit who dies first. Cloudy looking to try and take space onto this Orisa, but Ice is more than fine. Avo on the high ground now, and there's form timing. No way out for Cloudy. Lamp is there. Blossom in the back. Fi, he found one, but he needs more out of that. They will capture the point here, Ioma. They will get the flip, but 60% conceded.
Oh, you can see they're trying to stagger Ghost now as well. He manages to catch the TP, and he will get out. Is Danit going to be lucky enough to survive as well? He will. Really nice from PeakCheck. They're so good with these TPs. But that's such bad news for PeakCheck, Xavier, because look at this. Ioma, they've barely used any ultimates on that retake. Only the Orbital Ray from the looks of things. Ioma, they have so much in the back pocket. We're going to need to see something unreal inside this Orbital Ray. Cloudy pinning across the point, but this is the opposite of unreal. This is an Orbital Ray. Jax, no cast. Top Dragon now has the angle, goes for the barrage. He wants to make this the final fight, gets himself traded out instead, but I'm not sure that it's going to matter. We are now playing for one final touch for the side of SRPeakCheck, and it's going to be a scuffed one.
Oh, it's so hard. No ults with which to do it. Pushing into a Terror Surge, pushing into a rally. So many things that can go wrong for SRPeakCheck here, and they don't even have time for a slow fight. They have to rush for touch. Gonna try and deny the TP here as well. Early torpedo swing, and now, it's massive. Bastion bombs with it, torpedoes with it as well. Cloudy, no escape. Ice is just gonna play bodyguard here. Oh, just get pinned actually. Nice one, Ice. Cloudy will actually get the trade, and it won't make a difference though. Ioma, they reverse sweep the flashpoint. They take the lead in the series once again.
Oh. You know, I really think Cloudy should have gone back to Sigma, to be honest. Cloudy was
playing well.
He was putting in the work on Sigma. And I mean, he got counter-swapped, and then just completely forgot that he had the solution. He had solved the Orisa with that first fight pick. But, you know, he just stuck Ryan. Honorable. I'll give him that. It was very honorable, but it didn't really work out for him. Anyhow, slop. The people call for it. Who am I to deny them?
Any protectors for Prash, or are we killing Prash? No? Fuck no? Fuck no? Alright. Well, see you later, Prash. I've killed him already, Mapino, sorry. The gun was out. The gun was out. The end of CP. What a beautiful day. And SRPeakCheck, so close, but so far. For Sigma Swap, I think it's working. I'd really like to see them do more of it on this next map. Sometimes you got to do it yourself, Pad Sander. Sometimes you just got to do it yourself. All right, do I need more Pepsi? The answer is always yes. Oh, I'm actually really hungry as well. But we're staying up late, so if I eat a little bit later, it's okay. So we'll eat after this series. Got some... I've been slow cooking chili. Literal slow cooking chili all day. So I've got some nice, tasty chili to have between. How much cheesecake is there? I've got a cheesecake, but it's just one of those frozen ones from like Aldi, so it's in the freezer still. So we got a cheesecake to eat. I did see an Aldi because the cheesecakes I normally get are like moderately sized, you know. But there was ones in Aldi that were like It said it served 10 people, and it was like, you know the cheesecakes that are just like the indulgent version where it's like, it's triple chocolate, it's covered in caramel. I was like, can I really justify eating a 10-person cheesecake? A 10-person cheesecake by myself, covered in chocolate and caramel? Not really, because I've not really worked out in this week either, because I was sick, so I gave myself a pass. So I've not really worked out, but I think I'll back on it tomorrow. But no, not for now. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll do it for Stockholm, and I'm gonna be at Stockholm. Never mind. Anyway, I'm gonna go get myself a drink. I will be right back. Back in time. Oh. Where are we going? J-Town? Oh. Yeah, we get a clean feed for, I guess all the official co-streamers. All right, so gonna pick Junkertown here. So yeah, Junkertown here. I'm actually so hungry. All this talk of cold meat has got me thinking of cold meat. But my chili is just around the corner. After this series, I'm gonna eat so much chili, and then I'll be content and happy. But yeah, I think you're right, Sage, and ultimately lose the Lijiang Tower, lose a Suravasa where you're 2 rounds up. Fuck. Really hard to win the series from here. Have you tried the Oreo flavored Pepsi? No, people keep asking me that, but it just sounds... I'm not interested in it at all. It sounds like it's going to be so sickly sweet, you know? Alright then. J-Town. We saw the Sigma counter come out from Cloudy, and it looks like we're going to see it again potentially here. For now, Bastion, Pharaoh, which is a little bit of a weird composition to see on a Junkertown defense, really. I feel like the Pharaoh is going to be mighty exposed on this first point.
Yeah, pretty much all riding. Oh, it's just... Oh, I thought it was a comms check when I saw the little microphone icons. With no such luck. When you're going up against Fire and Dunnard, Are you worried about a hit scan pick? Are you worried about a Widow coming out and taking you out of the sky, though? So, is the Pharah really exposed if these guys just never play hit scan?
And I feel like Fi could do it, you know? Like, he's got the hero in his locker. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see if they actually do it. I thought Cloudy was going to commit to the Sigma, but no, going back onto the Rhine. When I spoke to Cloudy in my interview, he did talk about that he thinks into the Orisa it's difficult, but now the Junkrat, the Sim, they're the heroes that are very effective into it. But obviously, those heroes very susceptible to Nisfara as well, so it looks like you were right. Not a lot of answers to Nisfara right now, as Standard and Fi will just be throwing stuff aimlessly in the air if they try and aim at him.
Yeah, I definitely feel like this Junkrat, it mostly has legs on inside maps where the fire isn't as viable. But as quickly as I speak, it's just going to be a complete wipe. As SRPeakCheck take over 3 picks, 2 picks? I want to say 2 picks. Aoma on the back foot. Top Dragon, you know, he's kind enough to get a trade and get out because he's just God's gift to gaming. He's good for a double. He's good for a double direct. He's good for everything you could possibly ask for. Top Dragon, he is basically the people's champion when it comes to backpacking his team over the finish line. With Ghosty, he's the people's champion on Baptiste. He's a goddamn savant on this hero. And he's going to take out Top Dragon pre-fight. With no Pharah, I really don't like Aoma's chances. In fact, Aoma don't like Aoma's chances. They don't even go for the recontest.
Oh, wow. They're going to get staggered out here as well. I don't think Dongan's not getting out of this one. I think Ice is probably going to die as a result now. Yeah, Ice realizes we'll go in, just fortify, so maybe just prolonging his own existence here, Ice. We'll go down now. And look at this. Aoma, not even really close to any ults either. I'm glad to see you agree. We're going to see Ice actually disagree with the competition they're on and go over to D.Va now as well. So more of, I guess, a divey type competition here. Can team up with Top Dragon. But they're going to be really short on ults. I think Ghosty can drop this window quite early. They can keep forcing the objective. They can use the symbol to barrel down on that as well. Ice trying to find some early space as his cart comes around the corner. Pin will come out, but Ice doesn't want to face check for Reinhardt because we'll just get bullied. Has to keep point contested, but we'll get chewed away. And now the symbol to keep forcing point.
Really insane that SRPeakCheck have gotten the cart so far, cracking open a cold one in solidarity with them as the cart, it's just still rolling, Xavier. They're about to cap second point. Ice gets the touch with 0.56 meters left over, and even though Top Dragon, God's gift, manages to get a trade, I'm still questioning whether it's going to be enough. Cloudy with his mythic skin causing... Don't talk to me until I've had it, Xavier. I've had it.
Oh, just quite literally hammering home the advantage here. Cloudy styling on Top Dragon. Welcome to Europe, Top Dragon. This is what it's about. SRPeakCheck, 5-minute plus time bank. Unbelievable from SRPeakCheck so far. They did spend the entire bank on that one, so they're a bit short on ultimates. But for Aoma, I'm really not sure about this D.Va pick. Sure, it can use for high ground. Sure, it can go with Top Dragon on these dives. But you see when Ice is pulled to point, he gets bullied by the Symmetra, bullied by the Reinhardt. What can Ice do if he has to spend all his time contesting point?
Having a really tough time because he's just getting beamed by the Sim. Even if you can abuse the verticality of the map, if you're just going to be a battery for the Symmetra, you're not going to provide any value at all. So I really don't rate this pick. I don't think that the map geometry justifies it. SRPeakCheck, you know, they just come in with a clean kite as well. Avos Bob, worthless. And now PeakCheck, they're coming up on a couple of their own. They're just going to keep getting Cloudy on the cart, pushing it underneath, and Ice, oh wait, Top Dragon, he's going deep with the blade, but the car wash, it's not enough. 1-for-1 trade, Ghost goes out. Losing your BAP is a big deal, but Juno does so much healing that it's definitely not over for PeakCheck. They can consider a repush here, but Daned going down to Avo's shot there right at the end, he was the one with the symbol. He was the one that was full charge and could clutch it out. So that's going to be PeakCheck shut down now.
SRPeakCheck finally getting up to some of their own ultimates after investing 5 at the end of second. They're going to have the Orbital Ray, the Symbol to go. We've seen the Symbol used quite early a lot of the time from Danid just to get this point moving. We'll see if he invests the same here. For now, though, once again, just bullying Ice. Ice does get the mech back, but now we'll be in that difficult situation again. Cloudy's going to TP aggressively. Now the Symbol to getting this payload moving. They're going for it, but they've lost Fi already, and Ice is behind.
Ice You know, they're all the way in the back. You know, good for a lamp, good for a kill on fire, together with Top Dragon. That symbol, it's secured a few extra meters for SRPeakCheck, but they've got to be careful as the car continues to roll further. There is going to be a separation between Fire and the rest of his team. Cloudy, in fact, he's basically all alone, getting a little bit of a Juno pocket from behind, counter pin onto Donghoon. Donghoon's probably going to get his head bashed in now as the hammer just keeps on swinging. Donghoon pops the rally, seems to have bashed away to safety, but that's going to be a rally invested just to play his own life. Orbital Ray on the card in the meantime, Bob as well, but it's Dan that goes down. Dan had caught out again. We need you alive for this closer. You're our closer, Daniel. Come on. Now, Ghost, he's got the window, but I'm not sure whether they want to invest it when Dan is still dead. Dan will be able to TP back into the fight at any time, but with this window, you really want a 5v5 situation so that you can hard pressure Kart. Cloudy's pinning over now, so that has to be the go signal rather soon.
Product window to get a bit of space here, and Cloudy will keep that moving forward. They're trying to make space for Dan as well. And Ghost! Avo just forgot where the window was. That's 2 kills off the back of that window now. They're going to dive in to try and trade kills. Ice and Top Dragon, they need it. But the point's just capping. Anyone touching? No, Alpha goes for it. So focused on the dive, can't even find the kills. 2 minutes 19 on the bank on Junkertown. What a push from PreGame.
Oh my days. I mean, it's the worst Rhine map in the game, and yet it's the best Rhine map in the game at the same time. Cloudy, he's an absolute Reinhardt architect. He knows where to pin. He knows how to create these ridiculous angles and then just keep pressuring the cart. Aoma's read on the situation, it couldn't be further from the solution. They're just spamming this D.Va, getting no value. Every time Cloudy touches point, Aoma, they're in such a difficult spot. They're never able to trade out onto the backline. They're losing control of the objective at the same time. Nothing is going their way. They need to change something for this defense. They need to get off the D.Va. Go back to the Orisa Bastion comp. Why are you playing D.Va? You had a solution.
It was working. It was really working. You're literally winning the series right now. It's going okay. The Sigma was the problem you needed to solve, but SRPeakCheck solved that for you by refusing to go back to it. They are now on the Orisa, at least out of spawn here, but SRPeakCheck looks like they're going to be holding close. Sim, May. And with the Sim May here, even though the Reinhardt struggles into the Orisa, the fact that they have Danid and they have Fi, both the left clicks going through that Orisa spin, means I think Ice can still be bullied quite a lot. The problem for PreGame is going to be more this Pharah. A lot of weight on Ghost and Ilpi's shoulders to try and deal with that Pharah, keep him off, because Top Dragon might be relatively unchallenged here.
If there's a BAP in EMEA that I would trust to deal with Top Dragon on Pharah, I'd give it to Ghost. He's done so much to shut down Top Dragon's value, with the exception of that one rather egregious no lamp challenge on Flashpoint. He has been doing a really good job of keeping Top Dragon in check. But you can see, Aoma, they've gone to an even greedier iteration of the comp. They've gone with the Ana for Donghoon. And Nano Pharah, that's something that even poor little Ghosty can't deal with. Early pick onto Cloudy as well. This war of attrition in the spawn, it's not something that PreGame can win. These compositions though, this is a 3-fight comp from PreGame. The fact that they're holding close tells us that they want to take 3 fights on first. They want to hold really, really close, charge up their ults, contest again at the Mega Room, and then take a final contest at the end when they have a big ult bank. So this first one here, look, Cloudy's already back, but they need to block Kart. They need to make sure it doesn't move an inch. They're just playing a game of bleeding the clock. I wouldn't be surprised if PreGame lose this first point eventually, but they're going to bleed so much time off the clock. First choke has taken a minute. By the time they're back for the second one, there's going to be another minute burned away. So really, I like this strategy from PreGame. I think it's something that's super viable now that Juno's back in the, well, now that Juno is in the meta. She really enables this.
Speaking of Juno as well, Ilpi already has that orbital ray. Alpha died early in that one, so won't even be anywhere close to that. So SRPeakCheck, they don't even have to just play to stall in this next fight. They can actually play to win. They're going to TP into the room, though. A little bit scarier now because they've got the Bob and they've got the Terror Surge. They've got all these ults coming up, but I think they actually want to be aggressive with their orbital ray. I don't know if they realize they have such a big advantage in terms of ray charge.
This is just the crux of the strategy though, Xavier. You don't need to do a thing. It's so hard to displace the blocking team inside. Ghost though, he drops the ball. No lamp challenge on the barrage inside. 1-for-1 trades. It's actually Ice forced having to use the Terror Surge. And this is the beauty of the 3-fight strat, Xavier. SRPeakCheck, they haven't used a single ultimate. And because they're playing Sim and a speed boosting support, they're definitely going to get that contest. Aoma had to spend so much to win those first 2 fights. More than 2 minutes are off the clock. And how the hell are they going to win this third fight when they've had to use ults at every stage to get it this far? This is a fucking Atlanta classic, dude. I love that a team is finally doing this again.
Early Bob from Avo as Ice has made the swap onto Winston, but Bob doesn't go very deep now, so now the Blizzard out, chase onto the backline. Donghun has given him the slip, though. The backline from Aoma, they've managed to kite this. Meanwhile, on the high ground, Avo is low HP, and they've killed Ghost in the back here. 2 DPS ults used and nothing. Cloudy needs to find value here. He's hunting down the backline, but they just keep kiting him. Aoma, they're buying crucial time. The pin won't land. Now the orbital ray on point from Aoma, and the ice block has been forced. They've killed the backline. Cloudy is just chasing shadows, and they have all the ultimates SRPeakCheck, but they can't find value with the ones they do use, and they don't even use half of them.
Rough final recontest there for PreGame, not finding value with either of their DPS ultimates. Came into their own a little later with the orbital ray, but Cloudy never found that shatter angle. He spent too much time chasing Donghun around, never able to get that fat shatter that we wanted so badly. Ice on the Winston though, getting a huge 5-man cleave in, but dancing with death. Gets a little overzealous, goes inside, taken down by Fire on the Reaper. And look, they barely pushed the card an inch on second point, but Ghost, he gets traded by Top Dragon 5v3. Fucking Top Dragon, man. Can't be stopped. Good for another one with the barrage. Down goes Danid. And what was looking like an incredible situation for PreGame, a really fast block on the cart, has instead turned to disaster. Top Dragon doing so much. And now Ice, next turn, has the Primal Rage. So anywhere PreGame goes, Ice is going to be able to go so aggressively. Between the Winston that has Primal, the Pharah spam, and an Ashe that can throw in a nasty dynamite on the cross, this is going to be a tough one for PreGame to survive.
Going to be interested to see where they choose to go. They're trying to come out top, but you see Ice Nair already. Cloudy will pin out to try and take some space, but Lamp has been invested. Now the Primal, and this is looking juicy on both the backliners. Juggles him out of the room, but will get the kills anyway. No problem for Ice. Sim TP just for Danny to try and get out, but he realizes there's no way out. Has to be careful because there's a car wash here. He wasn't expecting. Oh no, Sim turret, so Ice will go down, but I think the damage has been done. The DPS here, can they really repeat this from SRPeakCheck? They look like they want to try to, because Cloudy's there.
Fire gets the touch with the Wraith. Cloudy's now back on the point. Don't talk to me till I've had my Shvat shatter, because he's just shattered absolutely everybody. Even Donghun, the guy with the shield, is going to go down. I'm sorry for talking while doing the flats, Pog. I know I'm not supposed to do that, but I'm sick of sitting in silence like a stunned mullet every time Cloudy presses Q.
Ice going to be going bull now with this one coming back here. So they have the rally, they have the Bob. Difficult ults to maybe use here when they've just got the high ground position here at SRPeakCheck. So we'll see what Ice chooses to do. Maybe he just has to play through the point here. We'll roll through the car wash in the house here, but they've got eyes on Ice right now, so he has position behind, but SRPeakCheck very aware of it. Just trying to take attention right now, Ice, but can Aoma do anything with this space he's making? Boop, down. Forces a lot of people back. There's 3 people looking at Ice now, I think, so maybe a bit of chance for Aoma to do everything, but no investment of this Bob or rally just yet.
Top Dragon first picked pin from Cloudy. I think that's taken the Bob for a ride. He's rather low. Orbital Ray up on the high ground from Ilpi, but Ilpi's actually going to be the one to go down in it. That must have been a little bit of a panic ult. At least the Bob will be taken out, but Ice is chasing Fire now. Oh my lord, Cloudy's pinning across the universe. Ghost takes out Alpha. Oh, I mean, Ice, I'm not entirely sure that he knows ball upon reflection, because it's looking like Aoma, they're not going to be able to close this one out. They're getting tossed around. One trade is not enough for them to close this.
Avo onto Tracer now, Barrage, Mines, Rally, Orbital Rail coming back. Aoma have a lot of tools here, but can they find a way to use these? It's difficult to use these support ults coming from the low ground to the high ground here, and if they try and come out in these chokes, you can see Cloudy's just marking this, controlling this entire area. So tricky for Aoma to find the space to use their ultimates. For now, they're just trying to set their DPS, their tanks up behind. Ice going to miss that slam, will be forced to regroup. Meanwhile, Cloudy spots a chance to be aggressive, but might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Window on the high ground is good to keep. Oh my lord, Top Dragon's the only one to go down to his barrage. He's killed himself. I thought there was so much to live for, Top. But down he goes. Fire takes down Ice. Ghost is traded, but Fire still has the Blossom. Pops it. That's not going to take down absolutely anybody. He's just going to spin behind the car, but it doesn't matter because SRPeakCheck, they're the only ones in the kill feed. They're going to take us to map 5.
And really felt like there was no answer at all for that second point defense. Once they got themselves out, they clutch with Cloudy's Shatter coming back. They get themselves on the high ground near SRPeakCheck. They lock down that left-hand side of the map with Cloudy's position. Obviously, the ball does get behind and all of that, but they just keep them contained. They keep eyes on that ball, and they never really let any clear dive come in. And I feel like SRPeakCheck now, they get themselves back in the series. We're tied up 2-2, but of course, we have to remember, will be Aoma to pick the final map.
Oh. Aoma, they secure that final pick, but the fact that Cloudy has shown he's willing to flex over to the Sigma, potentially shut out some of Ice's Orisa play, I think that this final map really could be anyone's game. What's the game type that we're going to? We've seen Push, we've seen Flashpoint. Is a hybrid?
Oh, wait, if they left... Oh, it's going to be Rialto. Rialto is the map that SRPeakCheck always struggle on.
No, it's hybrid. We just watched Escort.
Oh, wait, you're right, sorry. Hybrid then, so what's left? Blizzard World, maybe the hardest?
Kings Row, Blizzard World. I mean, Blizzard World is the hardest, but does it really work for the solutions that that Aoma are doing? I mean, Aoma are playing Orisa as the only solution that's really been working for them. So I think it's gonna wind up being honorable. It's gonna be like a Kings Row or something, where the Orisa's holding the high ground, trying to spin Cloudy off top.
Yeah. What's the other? Midtown is the other option?
I wouldn't want to go Midtown versus Orion team. But, you know, end of the day, I think all of these options are... They should go Kings Row. They should definitely go Kings Row, right? It's just a good Pharah map, like points 1 and 3, good Pharah. Second play Pharah Bastion.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I feel like the sim is the least impactful on Kings Row. Like, I feel like on Blizzard World, even though it's more open in theory, actually the sim solves way more problems on Blizzard World. I feel like the Kings Row is a little bit more awkward for the sim to have, like, massive value.
Yeah. All right, that's enough analyzing the game. I don't know why I'm trying to predict who's going to win, because there's only one thing that I do between maps.
Get sloppy.
Yeah. Sloppy.
Why did he whisper it? What are we saying, chat? Real Heesang? I don't know. Can you prove you're the real Heesang? Tell us something only Heesang would know. Welcome either way, real or not. Yeah, Rialto isn't hybrid. Yeah, I made the same mistake, Ruby. Don't you worry. Oh yeah, I got this picture as well from Iconics. The cat is locked in. Let me show you. Enjoying the game? Enjoying the cast? Not enjoying this aspect as much, though. Angry at chat. Absolutely hates chat. Clearly doesn't agree with something that was said. Do I have or want any pets? No, I don't have any pets. I had pets growing up. Like, my parents always have a lot of cats. But especially like when I was working in London, or when I was working for London, but working in LA half a year, it felt really untenable to actually have a pet if I was going to be out of the country for significant periods of the year. So, yeah, no pet. I'm not that bothered. My fiance's really keen to have a pet, so I wouldn't mind if she wanted one. The problem is, though, she's allergic to a lot of pets. So, if we had a pet, we'd have to get an a hypoallergenic one, which is one that doesn't set off people with allergies. But the problem with hypoallergenic, very expensive. Very expensive. Get a real sick fish. I mean, I do like the idea of having fish, but it's like a big investment fish, you know? Like to get like a proper tank and everything. Get a bear. I feel like probably allergic to the bear as well. Other problems with the bear too. Get a turtle. I feel like my fiance is very much more like cat or dog pilled. Oh, going Kings Row. Wait, is this the Cloudy Doom map? We saw him do it on Ilios here. Is my fiance pro Falcons or pro Raccoons? As pets or as teams? As teams, no interest. As pets, probably Raccoon. Only for first point? Okay. When I was at uni, one of the girls I lived with had a pet turtle. Have I honestly ever played Overwatch? No. Or maybe she probably played like once, like on like my PC. No one report me for account sharing. Please, guys, don't report me. Boosted. Come on, guys. I just needed to rank up. Do you randomly ever queue quick play in EU? Yeah. Yeah. Especially in these last few days when I've been sick, I have been slamming it. Because I'm like, I've not got like the focus to work all the time, but can I slam some quick play? I could slam some quick play. How old am I? 21. Don't listen to anyone who tells you otherwise because they're lying to you. Why all the dots? Why all the dots? How long have I been 21? You know, a reasonable amount of time. Not 64, not 50. You don't look a day over 50? Cheers, guys. If you're 21, I'd be very sad. Outrageous. Outrageous. All right, no more guesses. Everyone knows I'm 21, and no one will tell you otherwise. All right, Kings Row. Defense first from SRPeakCheck. And it will be Reinhardt, Sim, Junkrat in play. As the gates open, and it's back onto the Orisa from Aoma. So the D.Va idea, it's dead. The Bull, the Winston, all dead. Back on the tried and tested Orisa.
I really can't help but feel like PreGame's comp doesn't have legs here for the defense, Xavier. The Junkrat into the Pharah, it's so difficult. Now Aoma, they're back on the fully fledged counter comp. The only thing that they need to deal with is Cloudy in this unusual angle up on the high ground, holding space that Avo desperately wants. But Ice, he's just going to start touching point. Fortify invested, has the spin, making a bit of a meal of this point touch though. Not even going to get close to a tick walking up like that. But he stops the wind back, and now here comes the tick, right? Cloudy's been forced off, shield broken, TPing broken up as well. Cloudy pins in onto Ice, but he has the fortify, so he's got to be very, very careful.
Didn't quite get the tick off of that one. It's going to go back down. Ice is awfully low, actually. Needs sim TPs. The turret's being thrown out. They're going to TP Cloudy back onto the high ground. Really just annoying for Aoma to deal with. They can't clear any of the space. Cloudy throwing fire strikes at Top Dragon, but Top Dragon, hard time peeking him properly. Instead, they want to try and clear high ground, but Cloudy's coming right behind him. Will chase him out and gets back on point. So everything's been reset. And Fi, I guess the Junkrat can deal with the Pharah. Takes him out of the window. And now, SRPeakCheck, they want more kills. There's nowhere for Avo to go. No way to win that 1v1. And SRPeakCheck looking good on the hold.
Oh, goodness. Ice. I mean, it's a game of rotations here, and poor Top Dragon just can't find it. Avo is on the Ash, but never getting an impactful angle. Now making the swap over to Bastion, but 2 minutes have been bled off the clock. PreGame with this goofy Ryan pinning around on high grounds comp. Sim being TP'd from point to point, and that has bled 2 minutes off the clock. Orbital Ray comes out, but there's a tire coming, so Alpha is completely gone. Top Dragon with yet another barrage kill onto Ghost. Starting to notice a little bit of a pattern here, but Cloudy, he's trying to stop even the first tick from being given away, and with Dongoon bashing backwards, I think that's what we're going to see, Xavier. Down goes Ice in the hotel. We can see, oh wow, Illippy doing heaps of damage with the Orbital Ray damage buff onto Top Dragon, and PreGame, they're so comfortable. 3 ultimates still online. Aoma, they've got bloody nothing to take this.
Back onto the Bastion for Avo now to try and play a little bit less of a rotation game, maybe. Just try and take this front fight on point. But again, the TP option to go high ground's there for Cloudy. Doesn't opt into it in this time. They do it for Simwall here, but Cloudy, they're going to window back first. Will be holding it now. Simwall over the top, and Ice has committed position. Bash comes through, but no follow-up here. And Ice, he's trapped behind enemy lines. Terror Surge will be used. Will survive for now, but Cloudy, he has the shatter. Ice is going to get absolutely blitzed. But the Bastion does have the high ground here from Avo. He can look for more trades, but Fi and Danid. Oh, Avo's now he's now just the only man left. He's in big trouble. Where they're going to stall him out, maybe? Oh, he's actually trading Danid. They need to kill him. Okay. But still, good hold.
That's a decent trade, but Danid is on Sim. That is a hero that comes back incredibly quickly, especially when you've got Illippy hooning back to the spawn to give you a speed ring. So Danid should be back in no time at all. And Xavier, I'm starting to wonder, do we need to be having a conversation about would Theomatic have been the solution to this problem? You know, Ice going the Winston in the clutch, is this going to be enough? Maybe they need their Winston specialist to really take over. Danid, you see, he's TP'd back onto the high ground, but he's back in the fight now. Avo nearly has those Bastion bombs, but that's it. Icenom jumping balls deep into the backline. That's going to be a one jump, one die situation. It looked like they were insane at the Winston on that Junkertown, but here comes the shatter. Avo is shattered, is pinned as well. And this is your live flats reaction, ladies and gentlemen, as I believe we are witnessing an Aoma full hold, no ticks conceded on map 5. SRPeakCheck no longer possible for them to lose this map. They can only win or draw.
Unbelievable. For their tournament lives, Aoma are going to have to play for the draw to send it to another map. Ice is going to get one more touch here, but he's going to get Suzu'd, but there's surely no way out. There's just so much damage. There's an orbital ray up. Top Dragon's going to need a series of miracles that are just not coming. And full hold on King's Row. Ults to spare. SRPeakCheck, they just have the read on them here. Aoma in shambles.
I was so upset by the shambles that I was witnessing that I ate another piece of chicken.
Comfort
and
eating.
Now I find myself, I needed to relieve some stress. So let me put that away.
Well, it feels like Aoma might be about to place a very big order because they're going to need a whole lot of comfort here to try and find a way through. What comp do they even go? It has to be Orisa, right? They play Orisa and they just try and do a better hold. But it's so hard on this King's Row.
I think their only solution is to just, tried and true method. Go for the Ashe, go for the Pharah, go for the Orisa.
Oh, wait.
And just hope to Christ that you can make it worth. I think the Ana is a good pick because on the defense, Brig is super low value. Really doesn't get a lot done. The Ana can combo with the Pharah much better, can nade out everyone from SRPeakCheck if they try and tap point, so that can really help them hold onto it. They've given themselves the best chance right now, but backs to the wall, Xavier. Can't concede a single tick on the objective in 4 minutes. It's looking like the only thing that is going to be ordered after this map is a flight home for Top Dragon and Donghun.
What a way to end their run in EMEA, potentially. It's worth noting as well, Cloudy is on the Doom, and he does have a bit of precedent here for playing the Doom on the first point here. Obviously, first point is actually the only point in play, so might be sticking this one, Cloudy. So all on the Cloudy Doom here, map number 5. Just a tick, though. Quite possible.
It's possible, but Cloudy, I mean, this is a sign of hubris going for this pick, no? And Daned taken out as well. Big power punch. Oh, he's going to kill. Oh.
Only one.
They're already on the point, though. Already getting that pressure. Illippy taken down. Look, I don't know how to feel about this from PeakCheck, to be honest. I feel like it really is... It's hubris. It's hubris to go for this. The Cloudy Doom.
They know that they have the fundamentals. It's their normal play.
It is? It is?
This is their normal play, yeah. For King's Row first point, then he would swap Ryan. I mean...
Okay, well, I can see why he's a Ryan one-trick now, after witnessing that absolute fucking display on
You
the
might not be
Doomfist.
convinced, but I can promise, this has happened before and it's had success. But for now, back to the Reinhardt. They've only wasted a minute. Sim cast, so they're changing it up here. But this has bought Aoma. 1, they get a minute off the clock. 2, they get a decent chunk on a lot of their ultimates. And obviously SRPeakCheck, they reset a lot of their ultimates with these swaps now. TP onto the high ground for Cloudy. They're going to try and rotate and clear him. And this time, they can clear him. Chance to pin here. Cloudy has to bear in mind the sleep. Blocks for sleep. Still on the hunt. They're going to lose Danid on the chase foe. And the rotation from Aoma, it looks good. They're still moving. And Avo just has the angle, killing everyone. Donghun will get traded. Maybe Alpha gets traded as well. Donghun actually lives through all of this too. And they might just about be okay. And good rotation from Aoma. They clearly knew what SRPeakCheck were planning, and they get themselves out of dodge in time.
I really think that SRPeakCheck, they shouldn't have even tried to clear top that time. They should have just forced point. Ice is on D.Va. Ice can't touch into a Ryan and a Sim. He's on D.Va. You can't stop a tick from being conceded. They should have just walked up before the ult exchange happens. Now they can't do that because there's going to be a counter nano and a barrage in play. Now that ults are online, not possible for them to just AFK on the point and clear it up because there's going to be so many ults available. Nano Pharah comes in. No kills yet. It's actually only a 1-for-1 trade. Fine. The damage is done. Really nice response response from SRPeakCheck. See what happens when you get your lamp down, Ghost? Things go so differently. And now, Aoma, back foot. That was 2 ultimates invested right there. They may have a chance. They still have some more that they can throw into it. There's a Bob that they can toss in onto the point if need be. They're soon to have that orbital ray. But Ghosty, he's got the window. Puts it down. That's going to take down Bob in no time at all. And now the onus is once again on Ice to hold down the point. Dynamite splashes into PeakCheck's backline, but Danit is getting quite close to that symbol. That's going to cut off all of the high ground players. Ice gets the trade onto Ghost, but Vi catches Top Dragon, so that's 1 for 1. Ice, he has to use the bomb now to remake, but he's not going to be getting back in the suit because Cloudy smacks his head in with a big hammer. Now that the symbol is up, I have to start... it's over, Xavier. PeakCheck have done it. One final Shadowjacks for the road, but PeakCheck, they finish it. They take down Aoma, last place here in OWCS in the playoffs bracket. Even with the roster changes, even with taking Theomatic out of the lineup, getting Ice in there, even with their star Korean imports, they still weren't able to get further than last place in the bracket.
It felt like Aoma have been trending up in the latter half of this year. Then they add in Ice. Feels like it was an upgrade, really, especially in this meta as well. Seems like it lined it up nicely for them. But here they find themselves going out in last place. Losing to Ents in the first round, understandable. Losing this series to SRPeakCheck, this is the one that's going to really hurt for Aoma.
Got a sting. It's really got a sting because it seemed like, you know, they were trending up so much and then they just get absolutely nothing for it in the end. They come last place. They get rolled by the Rhine One Trick team.
I'm tuning in for the live Cloudy reaction now as well. Still a minute left on the clock on Cloudy's stream.
Yeah, I'll tap in on that too. Good shout.
Oh wait, just one.
Why is the dive so bad?
Because we have Junkrat doing nothing.
Yeah, I don't know why we have Junkrat.
They're all just bickering now.
They're all
Who cares about the Risa?
I killed the Risa.
Who cares about the Risa?
Intellectual discourse here.
These guys have just won a map 5, but it was so comfortable in the end. Immediately just bickering about, why were you in Junkrat here? I did this, I did that. No, you didn't do anything.
Honestly, I think we could have won every map today except the one class.
I mean, he's right about the
I was
maps,
hoping we
right?
were going to talk more. What do you say?
He was saying that they actually could have won like every map today.
Certainly
I think they're right.
way.
Yeah.
Nice.
Good luck, bro.
Maybe a bit of regret there as well. I don't know. I mean, Kings Row probably seemed like a fine choice. They were just outmaneuvered.
I mean, Blizzard World, not great for Fire. So, I think Kings Row was the move. The meat is so good.
The meat
is so good.
I've been getting so hungry. My dinner's like ready, but I was like waiting for the opportunity to eat it, and then you're just here going on about cold meat, so I've got the hunger.
You one up me, you got warm meat?
I've got a slow cooked chili that's been cooking all day, so I'm gonna go get myself a bowl of slow cooked chili.
Nice, Xavier. Alright, I'll see you on the other side, mate.
Roger that.
you delivered. We were feasting watching this match. That was a banger. We have a lot of questions, obviously, but let's just start things off with the obvious one. Obviously, you guys are kind of opting out of what is considered the meta. Is that just a comfort level, or do you truly just believe that the Rhine will forever be strong and there is absolutely never a reason to switch?
I mean, Rhine is OP like 90% of the time. I mean, I did play a couple lives of Sigma, but like, why would you swap the best character in the game? It just doesn't make any sense. Like, everyone else flex, but why would you swap Rhine?
Yeah, talk me through that. The Sigma, the LH Cloudy Sigma came out. Have you practiced a lot of Sigma? You know, thought process going into that? Jake was theorizing that you brought out the Sigma to force the Sigma mirror so then you could play Rhine.
No, I mean, honestly, it's just Finnish World Cup, because we tried to play that with Reinhardt a little bit. But then Rhine is very bad on the first point, so I decided to cosplay as Vestola for a couple of points, and it worked out pretty well. Honestly, just inspired by the Finnish World Cup team there, nothing else.
Put some respect on it. I am just super curious about the Doomfist there at the end of King's Row. It was a really inspired strategy you guys brought out. The Junkrat Reaper Doomfist dive was really explosive, you know, unpredictable. Some adjectives I might throw around. How'd you guys come up with that in the lab? Was, you know, I'm sure that was a lot of preparation, of course, must have gone into it.
I mean, we played stage 3, we played King's Row first point with the Rhine Rush, and we got absolutely dismantled every time. So I was like, I want to play Doomfist and punch them. So I punched them in, and then like a straight comp is good on first, right? So it kind of makes sense. I don't know why my guy is playing Junkrat. We told him to go Genji, and then he starts screaming out of spawn, hey, I'm gonna have a rollout. He didn't have a rollout. He was nowhere to be found, but it worked out in the end for us.
Can you go all the way? That's what I'm wondering, Claudia. Do you think you can go all the way playing Reinhardt? Making a run for it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. We're gonna win the entire tournament. We might have lost one match today, but that was just unlucky. Nothing else.
That's right. Reinhardts unite. You have 2 Reinhardts here on the desk with you, know, so we're obviously rooting for you.
Gonna win the whole
Reinhardt
tournament.
Will forever live in our hearts. Claudia,
Chili
thank you
check.
so much for joining us, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you, thank you.
It was great to hear it from Cloudy.
What was Cloudy saying? I missed the bulk of that. Good scran. I'm super excited for it. Bit of sour cream as well. You can floor a massive prick. True, true. Now Vendetta versus TM. Predictions are up. Did I update the stream title? I sure didn't. Twisted Minds versus Vendetta. His reasoning for playing Doom was he just wanted to punch people. Interesting. You think it's a W Ange? Ange versus Twisted Minds? 4 stores for Toronto game? Yeah, I mean, it's probably the best game as well, no, Atlas? I mean, if you want to watch Nightmare versus TSM, which is maybe a bit more of a consequential game in terms of qualification for Stockholm, Unter will be streaming that one as well. So in reality, while NRG Toronto might be the best opening fixture in terms of the quality of teams on display, the Nightmare versus TSM game is massive in terms of qualification, because TSM still have a chance to qualify. If you saw my interview with Cap, he explained all the math and all the numbers they crunched in terms of a roster building, but they need to beat Nightmare in this opening round. And that's crucial for them to make their way through. So TSM with a great opportunity to give themselves a very, very strong opening in their final bid to get to Stockholm. So that's a massive series. Unter will be covering that on his channel. Will be on NRG Toronto right here. Our first look at Toronto in this meta. But anyway, enough yapping. Let's eat some of this fucking chili. Oh, oh my god, it's so good. Show it? I've shown it already. Chili check. Yeah, I've been slow cooking all day. What we got? We got mushrooms, onions, carrots, celery in there as well, which maybe is, I feel like, is that maybe a bit of a rogue choice? But it works. Oh, kidney beans as well. I'm just copying you. Can't have anything to yourself, can you? W-Ange win it. Yeah. Like the short answer is yeah. I feel like we saw TVNT have a pretty poor performance. In that first match against SSG. Meanwhile, Hybrid he might be Mr. Orisa. He has been doing, he's been doing God work the entire time. If you saw my interview with Ange was a believer as well. Hybrid, great main cooler, smart guy, incredible Orisa. Could he be the difference maker today? And it's really possible. Yeah, just for normal cheesecake, vanilla cheesecake. There were some bigger cheesecakes. I was telling people earlier. But there was some bigger cheesecake, like 10-person cheesecake. Fucking salted caramel, toffee, loaded stuff. So part of me is like, do I buy a 10-person cheesecake just to eat myself? But I resisted. Just got normal cheesecake. You gotta be bulking to buy that, exactly. I've not worked out this week because I was sick, so I need to get back on the workout. And maybe if I hammer it hard enough, I can justify that cheesecake, but I need a lot. Winter Arc. Can someone explain the Winter Arc stuff to me? I saw it in Hunter's title as well, but what's the lore? You become depressed and hit the gym and become buff. Shout out to all the people just writing Winter Arc as well as an explanation. Going hard at the gym? Oh, maybe I'm about to hit my Winter Arc as well. Chris, are you on your Winter Arc? There's a possibility that my Winter Arc is a little bit less gym centric and maybe a bit more mince pie centric. You heard about it today? Is your chest still fucked, Chris? Are you able to run at all at the moment, or? You're back? Beautiful. Great, Tennyson. Did you win? How many games deep are you now? Oh, wow. You're a fucking natural. Yeah, for those who don't know, Chris has entered, like a local tennis league. And apparently he's the fucking king of the court right now. Fuck. No, Yubi didn't play in the series earlier either. Lubda's play. They're playing Farah, Ash as much as they can. So Lubda's in to play Farah because, well, Lubda's kind of the Farah guy. Not a single hybrid believer? Ah, fuck that noise. Hybrid's taking a map at least. Hybrid's going down swinging. Asian wife and and how you've hit your tennis arc. Truly a middle-aged white mode. Aging gracefully, Chris. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Yeah, I mean, Lubda's really good at Pharah. Like, Lubda is a good player. Like, I know he's seen very limited playtime so far. But, super good at Pharah. Bear in mind, this guy literally won the World Cup off-rolling. Like, he won the World Cup playing Baptiste. Come on. He's clearly a good player. Definitely a good Pharah. All right, Chile completed. Did you miss much? The first game, SSG beat TM, maybe a little bit closer than some people expected. TM took a map, bit of fight back from them. The next series, actually great series between EMEA and SRPeakCheck, really back and forth. We saw Cloudy tearing up on Sigma. We saw Cloudy definitely not tearing it up on Doomfist. That series was great. Really fun watching that one. Different comps going back and forth. Feel like EMEA bottled it a little bit at the end. But an entertaining series, to be sure. PreGame should sign Chipset just to play Doomfist on Lighthouse and on what do you call it, Kings Row First Point. Truly a good signing. All right, Lijiang Tower. We saw Twisted Minds earlier. We know what they want to do. We know they want to play Pharah. We know they want to play Ashe wherever possible, and for the most part, probably going to be playing a decent amount of Orisa here. We'll see what Vendetta choose to do against it. Obviously, Hybrid, very good at Orisa, but D.Va? D.Va, not really in his wheelhouse. That was the solution KSA came to earlier, along with SSG, and it worked out for him. But Vendetta here, I think they'll just take the mirror. Interested to see what China plays in all of this too. Obviously, we expect Cookie can play the Cass, can play the Ashe, all of that. China's hero going to be the interesting one to see what he whips out, especially bear in mind he's going to be able to play against a lot of Pharah today.
Oh, goodness. I'm just waiting for Anj to get caught up in an accident. So much pressure from Twisted Minds comp, so much spam, so many angles that need to be dealt with, and I'm not sure that Vendetta have the chops, have the discipline to do it. I feel someone like Anj just going to wind up getting caught out by this one. We do have MCD versus China, and that is a troubling matchup indeed, because we've seen how this one played before. Last time it ended in a suspension for MCD, a fine, and a loss of a job. Let's see if it plays this way.
Luckily, the match chat is turned off, so MCD can actually write anything he wants to his heart's content, but China, with a deflected rocket hit there, slows down Lubda for a second. For now, though, Hybrid, a little bit low on point, is getting poked out, and this is what Twisted Mind want. Look at this, Quartz and Lubda just on the high ground, putting all this damage into the Orisa, allowing TVNT to win that front trade. We really need China to find a timing to find an aggressive move onto these Coast DPS, because at the moment, they're just winning through spam Twisted Minds.
Oh. Big orbital ray from Cronus gets a lot of damage in, and it is actually going to be Cronus, China taking down TVNT. MCD not able to keep his tank alive through the onslaught of China. Nothing new there for poor little MCD. We know how he feels about these matters, just can't cope with the pressure. So Twisted Minds now on the retake. They've got some ultimates to spare. They're going to have an orbital ray that Vendetta needs to be so careful of, but Cookie opening pick onto Quartz, great start for them.
Oh, you're slightly ahead of me, so 15%. 16%, 17%, 18%, 19%, 20%, 21%, 22%, 23%, we're back. And also, back is Twisted Minds, and they'll have another chance to retake here. Coming through the choke, bash in from Bliss, just taking this space. Gonna slow it down a little bit here, Vendetta, but they have ults to turn the corner with. They're still just conceding space right now. Orbital Ray will come out. High noon for Orbital Ray is a reasonable trade as long as they can keep Cookie up. Bob's gonna come in as well, so Cookie's gonna have to roll out of that one, but can't escape. Gets caught, just ended up going slightly a different way there, so Cookie not able to get out. Twisted Minds regain control of the point very quickly.
Really quick retake for Twisted. If they can't get that opening pick, then it just starts to fall by the wayside for them. Vendetta, they've got so many ults for their retake. They're actually going to have another Ray, and the Ray Blade could be really good. You know, something comboed with the Surge as well. Surge Blade rather strong. Terra Surge comes out early from TVNT, but Anj is ready for it. Throws out the rally. This Ray from Cronus, they're going to be so hard to find value there. Fuck. Not great from Cronus. A little bit of a wasted Ray, stacking his ultimate with Anj. Not able to chase because the disengage had already occurred. And now Lubda, he comes in with the barrage. That takes out Hybrid. He is traded, but I'm not sure without the Terra Surge if China's going to be able to find Blade value. My intuition says no. Intuition being that I read the kill feed and see the Vendetta are down another player.
Looks like they wanted to pull the trigger on the Terra Surge Blade combo there, Vendetta, but Lubda just catches Hybrid in the transition there. Not quite close enough to pull the Terra Surge, not quite there to connect with it, and instead, it means Twisted Minds will win that fight very cheaply. Coming back again, Vendetta, still have that combo in mind, but now Twisted Minds support ults to respond with.
Really quick. Oh, Terra Surge comes out. Blade combo to match Bliss. He did pop the rally, but I mean, he's going to get absolutely nothing for it. China slicing through him. The upshot for Twisted Minds is that they've got the cap over 90% now. So if they win any other fights, this round will be theirs. Vendetta, they have ults now. They have ults to hold. Cronus, he's managed to catch up to MCD on the Ray charge. Cookie has the High Noon to match Quartz's Bob, but you've got to keep your eyes on TVNT because he might be short a set of hands every now and then, but he is way ahead on this Terra Surge charge, and that could be the difference maker for Twisted.
Trying to come up and use it right now. Lubda's going to find an early pick, so Cronus, he gets the Ray off. Does he? Wait, I can't see it.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like it's a Ray Jax here, so that'll just be...
It's in main.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then, but still an overwhelming advantage here as he goes down straight away. China going to deflect one more rocket at Lubda's face, but it doesn't make a difference. The Ray gap is there. And now Twisted Minds. This touch is really hard for Vendetta. I don't know if they can touch it. Hybrid's gone Diva. He's not making it.
Yeah, no hope at all. Hybrid, you know, try as you might, you can't get over that one. Unfortunately, Cronus looking a little split from the main stack there for his Orbital Ray turn. Just two ships in the night, as you know, the Orbital Ray from Twisted Minds goes through the inside track, and the Orbital Ray from Vendetta goes through the outside, and it's poor little Cronus against the world outside. So that's really not what we need to be seeing. 1-0 for Twisted. You know, Vendetta made it look competitive. Cookie, few nice picks, but some sloppy support ultimates coming out from Vendetta. And TVNT getting a little bit ahead.
I feel like they get themselves into good situations. We saw similar ones where they managed to trade the High Noon out for the Ray. They get themselves in that good situation, but Cookie, not able to get out in the disengage, gets caught. Similarly, we have that situation where they're retaken, they find the pick, huge Ray advantage, but Cronus drops it way too early. So a couple of bad Rays, missed opportunities for Vendetta, but they are getting themselves in good position. And Quartz is a Widow? Cronus is dead already? Okay. Quartz has got two.
Jay.
Oh my god.
Repulsive start. Repulsive start. Twisted Minds just tearing through Vendetta. Who rolls out on Widow on this map? What's the strategy there? What's the plan? Are they just expecting China to come out on the Pharaoh? Cookie, he's no pussy. He matches the Widow straight away. But forget about trying to counter out the Widow. Let's just match her. Let's take the Widow duel versus Quartz. Happy with that. Quartz, he's actually out in main. Gonna have to hook to the back of the point. And now doesn't have a particularly good angle anymore. There's not a lot of pressure that he can apply from the back of the point.
It's really going to be really hard for Quartz here. As soon as that pressure comes in, if Hybrid can make an aggressive move through... Oh, never mind. Not hard at all for Quartz. Now he's going to flank as well. Does Cookie know? Oh, he knows now. Cops a body shot. Cloaked in again, but will get taken down. So 1-for-1 trade right now. And Lubda's going to trade Cronus. And Cronus also squishy right now, getting picked by everything. And Lubda's going to hold it down. And right now, there's been no real fight. It's just been the DPS dueling this entire time.
Look, we've seen it many times before. We watch these Vendetta matches, and it can't help but feel like Vendetta, they've got the Butter Brothers on support, you know, because anytime anyone looks at them, they melt. And there we go. Cronus, he's gone down twice. Ange, the hero with the shield, going down to a Widowmaker whose position is known. It's the Butter Brothers in full effect right now for the side of Vendetta. Even on Control Center, the sloppy ultimates, you've got to point the finger towards some unforced errors from these supports. Nobody in particular, you know, not one person to blame, but perhaps two brothers, you know, having a little bit of a limp performance at times. Quartz, he's got a cheeky angle now. Already he's behind all of Vendetta. Pops the walls and he's bearing down on Cookie. They're dueling one another. Will anyone turn around and deal with him? It looks like the answer is no. Libda takes out China in the garden. Cookie surely going to go down to Libda as well. And I mean, now there's just no hope for Vendetta. They've struggled to find any semblance of their footing in this round.
They tried to move in aggressively through point, but as a result, they move in aggressively down the middle, but it just creates all this space for Lubra and Quartz on the flank. They try and move out of those angles, but again, Lubra and Quartz, they just find the damage, and this is what Twisted Mind's comp is really set up to do, to play, enable their DPS to take over, and right now, Vendetta, they're not even getting close, and they're down to their final 10%.
China on the flank going for the touch. Need this just to get it. Orbital Rain main. TVNT. Oh,
thank you, No Rain.
Mirrored Terra Surges in the back. But Cronus, I mean, I don't think a trade onto Libda is going to be enough. Ange pops the rally now out in main. The point has been flipped over to Vendetta, but Twisted, they have the player advantage. It's only a matter of time. Now as Quartz once again taking down Cronus, there's no hope left for Vendetta. It's just a case of flipping the point and tapping out for this map.
One more spear onto China to finish the job. And while it was a very close control center, it was not a very close night market at all here. So Vendetta really need to reset themselves a little bit. Maybe take it to a map that's a little bit more control centered. Something just a bit more enclosed where Quartz maybe can't Widow. Something that's a bit harder for the Pharah. Something like that probably seems on the agenda right now for Vendetta.
I think,
cheers,
you know,
guy.
I might just tap right into slop. You know, let's not get too ahead of ourselves discussing the game here. You know, and we'll circle back around.
We can do that. Hype train as well. Beautiful. So, looked pretty straightforward for Twisted Minds in the end. Ultimately, thought there would be a bit more fight back. Thought control center was maybe a bit of an indication. No fist bump. No, I feel like I've not got that parasocial bond that Hunter does with his chat, you know? This is a business relationship. What even causes a hype train? Just, I guess, some subs in a, what you would call it? A close enough period of time. You want No Rain? Since it's a business transaction, you know what you can have, No Rain? Maybe a sturdy handshake. A sturdy handshake. Thank you. I'm going to say this right. Is it just Mixon? Mixon? This isn't a handshake. You are wanking the camera. Well, it depends what you hold up to your camera. Right now, are you holding up your hand to the screen? Or are you holding up your penis to the screen? Penis? Oh, yeah. I realized as soon as I asked this question. Both. You guys are all holding your penis. Yeah. So I've actually inadvertently given you a hand job then. Okay, yeah. Well, that backfired on me quickly. Thank you either way. As far as I was concerned, I believed I was shaking a hand. And if the judge asks me, I will say the same thing. Arsehole was up against the screen. Surely a suboptimal way to interact with your monitor. What map then? Did I? Maybe Midtown? Midtown wouldn't be crazy. It's always a little bit weird in these, when it's such a heavy mirror meta, and you kind of just pick a lot of all the teams kind of just want the same maps, you know? There's not these huge, huge swings. Hold on, I'm just checking something. Let's see. All right, I'm locking back in. What are we saying? I thought X did blowjobs. Nah, I think that surely that's a tier 3 thing. Nope. Why did I even say that out loud? Why would I even open up said doorway? Who let me speak? What? barely even left my lips. Is this my OnlyFans arc? Is my winter arc an OnlyFans arc? Do OnlyFans usually give out blowjobs to subs? I don't know, Sova. Any OnlyFans experts in the chat? Isn't that just called prostitution? Yeah, yeah. You have an OnlyFans, no blowjobs? Yeah, I feel like the chances of me running a fuck a fan contest would be we're super slim. Super slim. We are not doing it. We're not doing it. Hunter would run it. We're not doing it.
What are we not doing, Xavier?
Chatter suggesting I should do one of those fuck a fan contests.
Low key, you should definitely do that. Your missus won't mind. Like,
well, Astro was saying you would do it. He was trying to get me to do it on the basis that you would do it. Would that be?
Funny Astro said I would do it.
Yeah.
My chat is like all men. All men. I don't think I could manage, mate. I've got homosexual in the chat right now, typing actually. So like,
I wonder what side of the fence they're on in all this.
Genuine. Everyone's saying and. Homosexual, the first to say and. Yeah. Unbelievable.
Talk your way out of this one, Hunter, huh?
So you're homophobic? Yeah, no, there's nothing more homophobic than not having sex with men. Orange insta first picked by Quartz, but Cookie snaps back with a pick onto Quartz himself, and I'd say that's a value trade for Vendetta. I would much rather lose my Orange than lose my Quartz. China, though, still under a little bit of trouble. Cookie laying in so much damage, though. Libda just barely dodging these shots, taking the cover. Nobody is securing the fight just yet. Orange is probably back nice and fast, back into the fight now. So it's a 5v4, but Quartz is back in the window. So now it's just a 5v5. Vendetta, they're so far ahead on the point cap, though. TVNT really needs to start plonking his body on the point. Spin committed. Oh, torpedoes coming out from MCD as well. And he's way ahead of Kronos on this orbital ray. So MCD, he throws in the orbital ray, and there's a full kite coming out from Vendetta.
Bought themselves a bit of time by having all that capture progress. Now Kronos has orbital ray advantage with which to come back with. Twisted Minds, they don't have anything to respond with, so they have to disengage as well. Kronos with a response now. Can they find the kills? No, another disengage. One good disengage deserves another. And Vendetta, they have control of point right now. But Twisted Minds, they have the bomb. But Hybrid, a late pick onto Quartz. This could be crucial. Twisted Minds, they have no choice but to move here, but a player down.
Cookie, high noon on the touch, doesn't manage to secure any kills. It's still a 5 versus 4. Make it 5 versus 3. Make it 4 versus 3. We're just counting at this point. China goes down, Libda as well. Vendetta, they still got the ultimates to hold on to this one. Anj is in so much trouble, playing it fast and loose. Bob comes out from Quartz. Anj misses the boop on it, and he's now completely out of the fight for a few seconds. Hybrid forced to use the Terror Surge up in main. Beat comes out from Anj as well. This is becoming a very expensive fight for Vendetta to win.
But win it they shall, and they will get that first point. But look, it was only the Bob, and actually, we've gone on for so long that MCD has built up this second orbital ray. Twisted Minds, they're on the back foot, they're a point down, but an incredible ult advantage here. Vendetta's go-to response for this has always been disengages, and they're going to need to disengage. One, maybe a couple of disengages here, honestly.
Vendetta, they've had some really solid disengages up until this point, but God, 4 ultis for Twisted Minds. I'm really struggling to see the pathway to victory unless Cookie can come through with some more of those magic picks. TVNT, first to throw his body onto the point. No hands in sight, just a big gun, but now Hybrid is dropping down to match. Already 50% of the cap conceded, so Vendetta, they've got to start thinking about the touch, because it's going to be really hard to disengage if they're so down on point percentage already. Hybrid, he's just trying to maintain, but there's no way he can live through this. Terror Surge from TVNT, and now Hybrid taken down. China threw out the blade in all of this, and Cronus with the orbital ray as well, but it's looking like it's not the end of the world for Vendetta because Twisted Minds threw everything into that. 4 ultimates invested to cap and even the score.
Good patience by Twisted Minds. They wait until the objective is there. They pull Hybrid down before committing ults so they can connect with Hybrid. They overwhelm him with that ult advantage. They did use kind of everything for that, Twisted Minds. So the ult economy has reset itself very much. Quartz closest to his ult with Bob. So we'll just get another neutral on this middle point now. Going to be all about this spam, trying to find these angles here. But Lucio Juno, in theory, should have less sustain. Oh, so much damage on those torpedoes.
Good grief. Vendetta now, I mean, they when they have Arn just beat, they could go for something rather aggressive. Bob comes out from Quartz, and if Vendetta can successfully execute another kite here, that could be huge, but instead, Arns drops the beat with Cronus going down. Quartz dead again. Quartz is having a really rough map here. Hybrid is so low, though. He needs to get this Terror Surge up, and he goes down 96%, not able to get that extra burst of armor. So it's looking like Vendetta, it's going to slip through their fingers. They're going to lose this one. That's Twisted Minds winning with only the Bob. And now, with 4 ultimates swinging back to them, this next point is going to be a dogfight of ultimates.
Really tricky for Vendetta to respond to these ults as well. Terror Surge and High Noon. We're going to see Angelus swapping onto the Brig here as well. So full mirror matchup now, at least in terms of the tanks and supports. Only those DPS shades. And really what we need is the idea of Orisa Genji is to try and hit this Ashmore. It feels like Quartz has been dying, but they've never been able to follow that up. So maybe with a Brig, a bit more sustain, a bit more durable, they can still find these opening picks onto Quartz, but actually be able to stay in the fights afterwards.
Hybrid, a lot weighing on him right now. Can he get something done on the point? It seems like consistently on this point, they let TVNT go first, let him get a little bit of the point percentage, and instead try to play for a better angle. Cookie's opening up with the High Noon. It looks like TVNT has missed his spear, but he's in so much danger. Unable to swing, you don't get damage mitigation in the High Noon anymore. And it's MCD cleaning house. The Butter Brothers melting, disappearing for the supports of Vendetta. And that's going to be another fight win for Twisted Minds. It's starting to slip out of control, Xavier.
Really good conversion as well, because Vendetta, they mirrored the ultimate there. They also committed Ray, couldn't find the connect though, and really Twisted Mind's success, I think, is coming from the fact that they're winning the neutrals so heavily that by the time Vendetta are drawn into these fights, they're having to sort of desperation ults to try and respond and keep themselves up. Now Twisted Mind's moving on to this last point here. They have Terror Surge, they have Rally, and they have a flanking Quartz.
Flanking Quartz. Oh, there's value in that. I can't lie to you, Xavier. This is huge. Quartz shot very low, but does manage to sneak out on the back end of it. Barrage comes out, takes out Hybrid, and this is not looking good at all for Vendetta. Backs to the wall, completely wiped now. There's going to be multiple, well, there's going to be at least 1 tick conceded here. The second tick is going to end the map. And Vendetta, look at the rush that they're in. Quartz goes super aggressively to throw the Bob out towards the spawn, but Vendetta, they're just trying to stagger onto the point. Hybrid has to use that Terror Surge so early, but TVNT has matched it. Cronus has once again melted away, make that both of the Butter Brothers going down first, and there's just nothing but Quartz in the kill feed. That's going to be 2-0 for Twisted.
Domination right there, and it felt like we saw just a bit of a mismatch up all the way along. Starting on the Lucio Juno, really felt like that comp is designed to go hard to take the DPS out of the equation, but really didn't manage to take the DPS out of the equation consistently enough, and Twisted Minds really start to feel like they're flexing out here, in control of everything.
Oh, goodness. I think I'll get straight into slopping, you know? We're getting a quick series. I haven't even... I've had 2 sessions of watching a Doha montage that's only 4 minutes long, and I still haven't finished it. God.
You'll make it. You'll make it. It'll be worth the wait.
We're getting close to the finish line.
All right, so I guess, all right, got predictions open for map number 3. Starting to feel like we know which way this one is going, honestly. Holy fuck. Bit of a shame, actually, for Vendetta, isn't it? Because it feels like the gap's getting bigger rather than smaller. All of these points, it didn't feel like they had a good read on. Felt like every single time Twisted Minds, they were able to maneuver the cap or force Hybrid to commit into a situation he doesn't really want to. Always slightly ahead on some of the ultimates. Every time that raid trade came in, they were just losing it pretty consistently. And Twisted Minds now 1 round away from progressing. Did think it would be closer. Thought we would see a little bit more out of hybrid. Doesn't really feel like that's been a factor. I mean, honestly, it feels a little bit like they're not really getting any of these big ult fights to go their way at all. Did SSG throw a map earlier when they went against TM or TM? No, TM are just pretty good. I mean, I think even when they lost again, or not, they didn't even lose, I guess. But when they lost again, well, they lost against Piece of Cake, right? They lost against Piece of Cake. But I think word on the street is the scrims have actually been pretty reasonable for Twisted Minds so far this week. So I think the way I'm feeling about it right now is Twisted Minds, VP, and Piece of Cake are all pretty similar in terms of strength and power level right now. And in reality, these fixtures could go either way. A lot of it's going to just come down to whoever plays better on the day. Because I think for the most part, they're all going to be playing very similar matchups. But at least for today, good day for for TM. Let me update this bracket. We get map? Not yet. And then they'll play... The winner of this game plays for the loser of Ent's Piece of Cake. Okay. It felt like the Clash was maybe a bit of a Hail Mary pick from Vendetta. What's the best one now? Do they go like New Queen Street or something? They go Midtown? Yeah, I feel that's reasonable, right? I think... Is it? Maybe it plays into that. Actually, I was going to say, I feel like it's reasonable. I feel like second point is really hard for Pharah. But first point, I think, is actually very good for Pharah here. So I don't know if this is necessarily an anti-Pharah pick coming out from Vendetta. Or maybe this is more likely, if I had to guess, this is just a map they normally do quite well on. And they're just going to play a map they normally do quite well on. And take a version of this mirror. I even see China just mirror the Pharah here, honestly. What were predictions saying? Any value? Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. 86% TM? There's a bit of value in there. Bit of value. Not loads, though. Alright, more of the same. China going to stick to the Genji as well. Not seen a whole lot of China Genji prior to today. But really haven't been impressed at all by China so far on the hero. Doesn't feel like he's had large impact. Doesn't feel like he's nailed any of these blade combo timings. So, honestly, Vendetta need a lot of things to start going better. They need their ult trades to start going better. But they also need China to start having an impact on this Genji right now. Because it is a very strong hero. We saw that in Korea with all the success they had. Again, into a Widow, into an Ashe. Should be super viable for China. But we need to see that happen. For now, though, will be a slow first fight as they're going to trade cooldowns. Both Widows going to try and find an angle here. But Lubda has no option to go over the train at certain points when they find time to push in. But it's Quartz who strikes first, and it's Cronus. Oh, no Junos at all.
No, Lubda, you know, putting MCD's heart at ease, taking down China. Thank God for that other MCD. You know, he was starting to hyperventilate at the thought of being taken down by China. But now, once again, you know, more of the same issues for poor little Cronus, appearing to be made of butter, melting away. Quartus, he finds him again and again, gets those picks. Hybrid, little flick shot there with the spin. Not sure what that was all about. Perhaps a little bit of Pharah rocket blocking that I didn't clock, but he's trying to vie for space, but he can't quite get it done. He actually has to back up, pop the fortify, and just rotate back into main. So no space taken for Vendetta. They're still just spamming at the back.
Quartz looking for another option, but Cookie's going to win that duel. China's taken Lubda out of the sky as well, so we talked about the DPS duels going so heavily in Twisted Mind's favor, but this time, on top is Vendetta, and a great chance to get themselves onto first point here. They've lost Ange. They just need to be careful not to trade anymore. China should finish these ones up. Now they can get on point, but I think they might have a bit of a crack at a retake here if they want here, Twisted Minds.
It'd be a pretty dicey retake. Retaking with the Widow feels kind of awkward. You have to get into really dangerous space, get so close, and the Genji can just get right on top of you. But it looks like they are going for it. China playing a very distant angle, not hugging the close wall at all. Still playing that distant angle, in fact. And Quartz is going to catch Ange, but really nice from Hybrid. Body blocks TVNT. TVNT simply too wide to make it onto the point. Hybrid doing a really good job of shutting that one out. So that's a great one for Vendetta. It looked like they were about to lose it too with Ange, a character with a shield, going down to the Widowmaker.
Cookie trying to grapple shot of a Farah here to solve that problem. Doesn't work out. And they're actually going to be pinned right in spawn here. Lubta's going to be camping top left. But Hybrid, oh well, he's won that Widow duel, I guess. Now Ange is going to bash out. He's going to regret that one almost immediately. Lubta will take it down. They should be able to break the spawn hold here. But MCD wants to invest. They're dropping the orbital ray in spawn. But they're just going to get blitzed. I really don't know about this decision from MCD at all.
Oh, MCD, you know, he saw Ange go down and thought it was winnable because, you know, I guess he's buying into the narrative that Ange is the carry here. But it's another W Ange moment as Ange, he baits MCD into wasting his ultimate. And now, the presence of mind, he gets to come back into that next fight with the rally. Doesn't have the opportunity to waste it if he goes down first. So now Vendetta, as good of a position as they could ask to be in. A little bit of an ult advantage.
Position suddenly a little bit worse now as Quartz will win that duel, and this allows Twisted Minds to cement themselves potentially on this top. But no, want to hold it Vendetta, play it down, but Orbital Ray invested, but look how far back they are, and Quartz, he's going to take Cronus' head off. Buying this guy a helmet or something, because he's just getting taken down every single fight.
Jeez, Cronus, it's starting to look like he needs a helmet, some floaties, maybe a wheelchair for somebody to push him around, because he just can't be trusted to take himself anywhere. All he's doing is walking back into spawn again and again. Straight lines, down he goes over and over. Vendetta, they've got the blade, they've got the Terror Surge, but Twisted Minds, oh, for fuck's sake, Quartz, can you at least make it vaguely competitive? Once again, winning the duel versus Cookie. Ange pops the rally, but there's nothing to push down here. TVNT coming in with the Terror Surge. You can see Quartz is waiting for his next moment, hooking so deep, so aggressively. He's going to take one shot, just back off from this one. But Quartz, he's an absolute savage. He's taking over. Rally from Bliss now. China's actually really deep. Just missed the opportunity there to take down Lebda. And that is again going to be Twisted Minds surviving this one.
Tries to force the play there, China, doesn't get it, and now Twisted Minds, they want to walk to spawn. Pressure on the corner, Fortifies will be traded. Now a chance for Hybrid to push back, does have a Terror Surge, catches them in it. Ray will be used in response, and they have the Barrage too, so Hybrid trades Terror Surge for 2 ults. Not the worst result, big picture here, but once again, back to their spawn Vendetta.
Really dominant stuff for Twisted Minds at this point. So many fights in a row, so many picks from Quartz, and now with this ult turn being won as well, I mean, it's coming down to China, to Cronus. Can they get something done with this orbital ray? But this close spawn camp, it's great, because even if Vendetta win the fight up in the spawn, they still have to run all the way over to Cart. So Twisted is going to get a very comfortable retake at the end of second. The Cart continues to roll back as well. As long as they hold this forward position, the Cart's just going to keep on doing that. And with walls being used by Quartz, Vendetta, they've got to wait in spawn.
Spin out to force Quartz back, try and give themselves a bit of space. Walls will now expire, but China's going to get caught. 1-for-1 trade. Walls now in response from Cookie. TVNC still trying to hold this choke. Cookie will be able to swing out. They should be able to break the spawn hold now. Hybrid has a very advanced position on TVNT. Gets the angle, takes him down. And now the rest of Twisted Minds are trying to disengage. But if they get staggered here, Twisted Minds, they could be in big trouble.
This is... Wait, hang about. This is unbelievable that, you know, Twisted Minds just have to run away with their tails between their legs. Poor little TVNT taken at the, you know, basically the moment of the clutch. Now, he's the only ultimate online. Vendetta, I mean, they've been nursing this blade for the longest period of time. But it's so hard to find the angle. This really long sightline. China can't even close the gap to get onto Quartz. Really relying on Cookie getting the better of Quartz in the duel. But there's no space for him.
Deflect now, will drop the blade in, looking for the Farah in the sky, 1/2/ Terror Surge back to it, but dashes out of it, takes the blade down as well. China, he was cooking this one for a while, but it's good. just get traded at the end of it. But has he done enough damage? You can see Hybrid now hunting down Quartz. Cronus is going all well. Wants a bit of revenge, and now the backline, they take down Quartz. No Widow threat for a second. They're going to start pushing back, but Twisted Minds, they're coming back with both support ults. Here's the Orbital Ray. They have to try and disengage. Hybrid force back. Lubta takes down Cookie. Now the barrage over point. Rally will be used by Bliss as well. They're investing everything, but Lubta gets nothing. Cronus shuts it down, but Bash is there trying to survive as Ange. They're backing up to the choke. Hybrid is so low, but they're just about living. Hybrid, he needs more help. He gets the pack, whipped back, but Quartz, he's respawned. He's taken down China. Vendetta, they did so well to survive, but Quartz is back at the worst possible time, and he's taking head after head after head.
Somebody stop this guy. He comes back in straight away, turns it around. China, it looked incredible. That blade was top tier quality. Insane animation cancels on the walls, blading a far out of the sky, everything you could ask for. But then MCD, he demolishes China. Nothing new there, you know, blew him away with logic, facts, and bigotry. So that is going to be China. He goes down in the spawn. That trade turns out to be super valuable because Twisted, when their recontest comes about, it's a 4v5. Vendetta not able to close it out.
Tough going for Vendetta here. Tournament lives on the line, and they find themselves with just, well, 1 point and 106 and a bit meters to spare. Really not a lot. They need a good hold on first. They need a good hold on second. They just need a good hold in general right now. Should be a little bit easier on the defense here. In theory, it's much harder for Lubta to take space coming over that train aggressively than it is when he's just playing on the defensive side. But the real problem is, of course, Quartz is going to be on Widow again. And it feels like, so far in this series, Vendetta have just had no answer to him.
Oh, good grief. This is the final map, actually, so I should probably, you know, absolutely confirm that my observer is good to go. What time is it CEST right now?
It'll be 10 past 10.
So we're a little ahead of schedule right now, is that correct?
Behind. I think the American games were meant to start 10 minutes ago.
Oh, really?
Wait, no, sorry, in 50 minutes.
I think they're meant to start in
50
an hour.
minutes. Yeah, sorry, it's because it's 9 for me, so I've just time zone wrong. But yeah, so 50 minutes until the scheduled start time for America.
Nice. Okay. We have Widow rolling out yet again. It appears that I do have an observer in the wings, so should be just fine to spectate this Nightmare game no matter what. There you go, Flack. There's your answer. Twisted Minds, though, they've got Quartz once again on the Widow, and I mean, this is such a deadly one. I think the fact that Vendetta, Cookie opting... Huh? What have you seen?
I just looked at just walking in. He just walks in for free. They're going to respond to him now, but Quartz gets... Yeah, it just felt like they responded to Lubta way too late. But I guess, as always, it's Quartz who ends up being the bigger problem.
Typical. And Cookie, you know, starting on the Ashe, I mean, it's such a difficult duel, right? Playing the Ashe long angle into Quartz. The Widow on first point mid-town attack, it's really valuable. It's really easy to get those picks. Quartz, he was willing to just stick it out on the defense. But Twisted, you know, they've had a bit of the wind stripped from their sails. It's not over yet. So the push, you know, it hasn't consolidated. Vendetta, they're back in this one. Cookie swapped over to Widow as well. Come back on the matching Widow.
Quartz looking for the grapple shot now. Can't find anything. We'll be trying to get that angle through train. Cronus has to be careful here. I don't think they know where the Widow is right now. Cookie's just keeping his eyes on the sky in case of another grapple. Now, though, Quartz just in the main angle as Lubta going to try and creep his way through this right side again. Will force China back, so a bit of space for Twisted Minds now. But the Orbital Ray from Cronus is up quicker, so they're going to drop out one in main. And TVNT, Lubta, their health pools have been deleted. Hybrid will claim that one with a bit of help from Cronus. And now they want to clear out in this alleyway. Farah is there. Lubta nearly has Barrage, so they have to be careful. Cronus is now in a bit of a pickle here. Caught between a couple of players, but they will be able to clean it up. Earlier Orbital Ray is successful. Lubta's going deep for a trade throw onto the Widow. Can he find it? Does not look possible at all.
Suddenly, you know, sign of life for the side of Vendetta. It seemed like they were getting smoked by Twisted, but now, you know, Cookie over on the Widow may not be finding the most value in the world, but the ult bank is building. Ange has that rally, Terror Surge Blade, an extremely difficult combo to deal with. Always got to be mindful of Lubta's Farah, though. This barrage, super deadly. Quartz has the walls, and Cookie doesn't have walls to match, so this means that Twisted, they get to aggress. Cookie has to play it very safe. Orbital Ray comes out from MCD, but the disengage from Vendetta is crazy. They flipped over to the spawn, and if they they keep trying to push onto Hybrid, he's going to be able to pop that Terror Surge. In comes the barrage. Hybrid pops the Terror Surge. Cookie takes out Lebda, but not before Hybrid goes down. Ange has rallied, but the Blade is looking good from China. Not good enough, though, as Bliss survives the double pocket from the Twisted supports. The two Koreans that could. China, unfortunately, once again, taken down by MCD. MCD, his wealth of experience taking down China, once again coming into play.
Looks so. One more slash and he would have got it. One more slash was all he needed. Nearly there. They're going to try and force for retake here. Cookie coming through a difficult angle. They have to try and get their toes onto point. China's going to take over touch now. Really need Cookie to land one of these shots quickly. Now do it. Body shot. They're still holding on. TVNT now a little bit outnumbered, and it will be an orbital ray coming back from Close. Wins for dual Cookie. Now they have space on point. Hybrid has time. There's an Orisa behind him. There's a Farah behind him, but they have player advantage. Just need to manage all the risks. Oh, Cronus! Oh, now Lubta's back in. They're chasing him down. China is 1 HP though. Can't find the finishing blow. No deflect. They did the difficult bit. Cookie gave them the opening, but Vendetta, they can't walk through the door.
Oh, Jay Cronus just truly embodying the spirit of the Butter Brothers there. 3 versus 3, and he kites back into the enemy Farah. He could have just played open space there, kited away from the only DPS that was alive, but for some reason, he kites back towards the one location where there is an enemy with a pack of explosives waiting for him. So now Twisted, they've got 2.5 minutes to cap this second point. Quartz is over to the Tracer though, which is perhaps a little reassuring for the side of Vendetta. MCD pops the Orbital Ray up in main, and Cookie again gets a pick on the Widow. Shades of Quartz in this Widow gameplay right now.
Quartz has actually gone on to Tracer as well now to try and deal with this. He is behind right now, trying to keep this Widow in check. Baits out the shot from Cookie, will blink onto him now, is still behind. Presumably though, Cookie's just going to be getting full pockets. So very hard for Quartz here. He just has to play uptime and attention. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Cookie's moved forward, taking Lubta out of the sky. Now looking for Quartz as well, but Cookie's going to be safe. Player advantage here right now. Quartz is just going to eternally take his jewel, but he can't get anything done against
Surge on Carl. Well, TVNT popped the Terror Surge and all of that. Seems the fight underneath is not really going Vendetta's way. Hybrid potentially with another Surge Jax, but no! Manages to get that Surge off, taking down both supports of Twisted Minds. And Vendetta, even if this fight is a little sloppy underneath from now on, there's no way they need to invest more ultimates. Aren't you fucking half-wit? What are you doing walking into that room? Just play slow. They have no supports, you goddamn fool. Ange walks into a bunch of rockets on the low ground, giving Twisted Minds a slight chance to get back into this, but TVNT a little bit overzealous there, walking up in main with no healers, no health, no goddamn hope. Quartz manages to get the trade onto Cookie, but with no tank, I don't think Twisted Minds are going to go for this one. That would be a bit much.
No, it's messy, and the lack of tank is going to force them to take a step back. Twisted Minds will have the rally coming back here and the barrage, but Vendetta, they have ultimate advantage, and we're into the final minute here, Max. So as long as Vendetta, they can get their support out, so they can use this blade in combination, they should be able to seal the map here.
Real sign of life for Vendetta. Orbital Ray from Cronus comes out onto the high ground. Blade from China as well. He's on Lebda's case. Oh, Ange, why are you rallying? Ange pops the rally in that as well. And that means Vendetta's ult economy is just completely screwed. That was 3 for 1. And now they come up on the final fight and they're up against a massive wall of ultimates. Cookie gets this flank angle, but they sell their position early, and then there's no chance of a surprise pick on the Widowmaker anymore. We're really banking on Cookie right now, Xavier, because there's no ults in the tank.
Oh, there we go. Body shot will do it. Lubta down. Might need a few more yet as this orbital ray is coming through. Torpedoes out on the top. But Cookie, relatively unchallenged on this high ground, trying to find it. They've got themselves on the point. Terra Surge and Barrage still available. Pulse Bomb as well. Cookie, his job isn't done yet. He could do with another one. Coming back soon is Lubta. Rico has been forced out as Hybrid continues to anchor point. Now, just looking for it. Lubta has this Barrage. Considering going through right side. Baits out a shot from Cookie. Just can't get close to him though. But they have this Terror Surge on point. Now they're walking forward, but Cookie's dealt with one of the back. Lubta's in so deep. He gets one, but that's all he can get. Cookie is still free. Terror Surge on point. Hybrid, can he hold it? Cookie takes down the other one. And now Hybrid, he needs help on point, but Cookie's free. Cookie needs kills. He needs to take the support. Damage onto the Orisa will be valuable too. They're pushing him back, and Cronus nearly has Ray. Cookie again for Ray on top now. This should be enough. It's just for support, and Vendetta, they're not out yet.
Generational performance from Cookie on this defense. Quartz making the mistake of winding up on the Tracer. He was doing so well in the Widow duel that he winds up on the Tracer, and Cookie just takes over, shutting Lubda out again and again. And you have to give compliments to Hybrid, holding it down on the objective for so long. Insane performance from Cookie, from Hybrid. I wish I could say the same for Ange, but he's looking like an absolute fucking client, walking into every fire rocket death imaginable. But it doesn't matter, because Cookie is popping off. Insane.
Beautiful, exactly what they needed. We were talking a little bit about the start, about how Midtown first point, actually a very strong Pharaoh point, but once we got into second, really not a good Pharaoh point at all. You saw Lubda trying to move into position to get an angle for himself or to get that barrage off, but every time he's just flying into the giant sightline from Cookie, which means he gets traded in all of these fights. They never convert, and Vendetta take a map here.
Got to be happy with that if you're Vendetta, but you need 2 more if you really want to go home, please, today. First map, there were chances. Oh, Coronas is in the chat with Panzerama chills. Unbelievable, Jay. Unfucking believable. Cookie, he went into the state.
Huge Cookie clutch in the end, exactly what they needed. And I guess if they can find a map that is maybe friendly for Cookie to play Widow, but a little bit anti-Pharah. I mean, I don't know really, because I guess maybe a lot of what helped is also Quartz opted out of the Widow duel, despite it going quite well for him so far, which was maybe in like in the hot take category.
Appear to nothing. You know, all you can do is watch underneath on cart because you can't push top. You're too close to the enemy tank. So that final choke, really hard to play.
Potential kills to look
up on Tracer. Just, it can happen. I think this calls for slop. I'm actually not hearing any Xavier, so I suppose.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was searching, finding the clip. Oh, hello.
Reasonable.
Can you hear me still?
Yeah.
My stream's dying, but it feels like okay. Discord's okay, but stream is dying.
Seems it's a you
it's
issue.
alright.
Perhaps,
Just need OBS to sort itself out.
I'm a slop. See you soon.
Yep. Oh, am I back? Am I back? I think I'm back. OBS is saying I'm back. It was weird because I was still talking to Hunter. My Discord seemed to work fine. My stream was still playing, but just OBS lost for a little bit. So I don't know why that was, but it seems like we're back now and everything's okay. So we were asking for the cookie clutch. We can see the cookie clutch. maybe Cookie took out my internet as well. So it all starts with a terrible ult situation. A terrible ult situation where they have actually literally nothing. Lubda will get taken down. Quartz is putting pressure into the back. Lubda's coming back from spawn now. Lubda's going to make like a big money move into the back here. They deal with Quartz. Cookie and Ange will deal with that one. Then Cookie's going to get away. Ange can't quite escape this one, though. And now, Terror Surge on point. Hybrid kites it out here. Hybrid and Cronus just holding strong right now. Hybrid and Cronus refuse to go down. Full pocket coming in. One dink onto the Orisa, puts TVNT low. Waits for his next opportunity. Catches him just over the car. Beautiful shot from Cookie. Goes to the high ground now. And Orbital Ray is up from Cronus because all he's been doing is pocketing the hell out of Hybrid this entire time. Works out really nicely. And we're going to be going to Runasappy. What am I looking at? Let's see. Oh.
Everyone trying to disengage away, but here comes China with the blade out, looking for Lambda first, and he connects now into the back line towards the brig. And we know that MCD has had an issue with China for quite a while. So this game is no different.
He's not wrong. It's really hard to argue against him. They've in fact been very well documented problems. All right. Hold on. I've got a message. Is it important? No. Okay. All right. So, I mean, TM. It still looked pretty. This hold still looked good, right? It just looked like, in reality, Cookie needed to clutch out a couple of those situations. But honestly, felt nearly full holdable as well on first. So maybe Vendetta, Midtown, good map for him. Good look. Can they keep it going? Do Twisted Minds falter here? Do they stumble? Obviously, remember, even though this is a series where they have significant advantage here already, Twisted Minds, in terms of how the series has gone so far, the nature of all these games for teams like Twisted Minds, teams like Virtus Pro, and of course, Piece of Cake, all of these games are actually incredibly high stakes. One mistake, one blunder, one choke, and their Stockholm chances are in the bin. So Twisted Minds, they're still in control of this series. They still look for a better team on the whole. But pressure can creep in if this map maybe starts quite badly for them or something like that. So just keep our eyes here on... keep our eyes here just to make sure... W and... Juby's here. Hi, Juby. In time for North America, in time for EMEA. 5 seconds. Don't think we'll see any surprises here. A little bit interested to see Varuna Sappy getting picked from Twisted Minds. On the face of it, as far as Pharah versus Genji maps go, I have to say, I think this is a much more Genji-favoured map than a Pharah map. And Cookie, clearly feeling himself on the Widow Max, he's going to start it again. He's gone coast.
That's unreal. Sticking Widow on Runa Safi. This is a gambit to end all gambits. But you know what? When you're losing the mirror, you might as well go for something a little bit strange. Force Twisted Minds to adapt. And because there's no Genji, no flankers on the side of Twisted, this Widow could have a chance. Libda, though, I think he's floating above Cookie's position right now. So Cookie better watch out. Oh no, it appears that he's floating above Ange's position. As it's Ange that's going to disappear. No chills. Cookie manages to get Quartz, but with 4 members of Vendetta going down up in main, perhaps not the result we needed. Don't know how Ange has gone down so early on, but with only 4 players in main shooting, I guess it's understandable.
Yeah, didn't quite see it, but Lupta manages to get over Ange, causes him further problems. I suspect we'll see Cookie swap now onto the Ashe. Or onto the Cass actually here. So Vendetta, again in theory, their comp better at pushing. Should make Quartz's life very hard. But aside from that one blade, I really feel like China's impact on the Genji has been fairly limited so far. I think we need to see more from China and Hybrid in terms of this aggression, as they're not actually going to get there in time to stop Cap actually. So Hybrid might regret this aggressive swing out.
Not sure if Hybrid is filled with regret just yet, but Libda has such an aggressive angle. Checkpoint already conceded is no good at all for the side of Vendetta. Ange again under a lot of pressure. No orbital ray online just yet. Cronus, he finally gets it up, but not before Ange falls away. Typical Buttered Brothers behavior there. 2 first deaths in a row for Ange. Cookie, though, having an absolute fucking Barney of a series, takes down Quartz, evening up the fight. And that is, I mean, it's more or less what they needed. Checkpoint conceded is probably not on the ideal side of things. Quartz gets the close spawn as well, so he'll be back to fight soon enough. And Vendetta, I mean, they need Ange's rally, but he doesn't have it yet, so they're going to have to play really slow.
Just have to probably disengage this next one. Vendetta have been pretty good in the disengages for most of the day. It's going to be a bob to start it, though, and it looks like they're all quite far back already. But, oh, Cronus gets caught by a whip shot of all things? I thought they were quite far back, but clearly that applies to everyone who wasn't Scottish.
Oh, just put the butter on the toast, Xavier. It's fucking cooked. Vendetta again and again and again. The supports clipped, taken out. It's looking brutal for them. It's looking really brutal for them. Don't know what to tell you, frankly, because it's just death after death after death. China finally making things competitive. Takes out Quartus, orbital ray from MCD, but they're down 2. Make that down 1 because, of course, Cronus not quite able to play his life in this situation. So Twisted Minds, they're down a player right now. Hybrid, he really wants to close this one out. Goes for the Terror Surge. TBNT, fucking optimistic Terror Surge from him. Not sure that he knows how many of his teammates are dead right now. He went for a 2v4 Terror Surge right now. Very optimistic with the respawn advantage being in Vendetta's favor as well. China Vendetta poked a little bit by Quartz, but he's going to be just fine. So now Vendetta, they're going to have to snowball these ultimates into a lot more fight wins if they want to have any chance of getting back into this series.
Looking to try and make their way round the corner now. Hybrid going one way. Cookie coming up for jump pad. Will force them out here. Rally in aggressively from Ange. Bliss will match, but Barrage over the top. Ange is Kryptonite, but Cronus is there to trade actually. So 1-for-1 trade. Blade has been whipped out in all of this as well, but China has sliced not a whole lot of anything, and it's starting to fall apart. And again, we don't see the value out of the combos from Vendetta in this composition.
Very low combo value, to be honest. Poor little Ange, yet again, you know, falling to his kryptonite. I suppose if he does have a literal kryptonite, it is reasonable that he's unable to survive that. You know, you wouldn't ask Clark Kent to survive a dose of kryptonite, so why should Ange survive a dose of Lipdisphara either? Here we go, Vendetta on the retake. No ultimates. Oh, no, they've got one ultimate. They've got Cronus' Orbital Ray online now. Twisted Minds, they have no ultimates. So they might want to chill out a little bit, because if Cronus gets that face-to-face, head-to-head tank duel going and then throws out the Orbital Ray, it's going to be really difficult to survive through that. So maybe Twisted, they want to just play a little bit safe, charge up some of their own ultis, or play for a kite. Speedring comes out, so Cronus surely is thinking about dropping the Ray. Slow burn on that one, though, taking his sweet time with it. And there's going to be no value. Such an easy kite for Twisted, because that speed ring, it didn't result in an explosive push. It resulted in a slow poke in main and just an easy kite. Twisted was so ready for that.
On the flip side, MCD just holding his own hyper ring for that exact disengage. So they get the perfect situation. Now, ring advantage. But, oh, Bliss is going to get caught here. Hybrid's just going to make the money moves. Javelin onto MCD as well. He's so low. If he can finish it, not quite. Quartz's Bob has killed two. That seems unreasonable. But now, he's got no hands. He can't hold on to the side. Hybrid will push TVNT off. Ange is off the map as well. This doesn't make any sense, Max.
Absolute nonsense for Vendetta now. Not really sure what to tell you, because it seems like they've got no hope at all. We need some magic from Cookie. Hybrid somehow taking out Lubda in this chaos. That's not game-winning magic. It may prolong the suffering a little bit, but this is not going to turn things around for the side of Vendetta. Late trade. Is Ange win trading in tier 1? No. No, he's not. This is just Ange. This is just the level that Ange plays at.
This is straight out of Ange's textbook. Now, Terra Surge coming back for Hybrid. Not a lot of health though, so that will slow him down a tad right now. Terra Surge in play for both Orissas, but Twisted Minds more ults to back that up with here. So Vendetta, they might be forced to play a little bit slow or just try and disengage when it comes out. But actually, will be an orbital right now. MCD commits forward. Vendetta, they're trying to run away. They are not getting out of it here. Hybrid is safe, but the rest of his team is very much not safe. Still out in the open, and they're all going to die here. And this is going to be a big extension on the lead. But that trade onto Quartz from Hybrid might be the saving grace.
There's the makings of a full push here, even with these trades, Xavier, because the cart is just going to keep on rolling. Ange, Ange is pulling a Violet. Let's see if Ange can successfully bash into TVNT with his rally during TVNT's Terra Surge push turn. Because now Twisted, they're just going to wait for Quartz to come back, but once he's there, they've got all that they need to steam right on ahead, to get really aggressive. So really, Twisted, they hold all of the cards. Vendetta need something special. China has the Blade. The Surge Blade combo is deadly, but similar things can be said of the Surge Barrage. So really need to be careful. Ange, he's the one. He's the one that has a chance.
Catches a spear there and that'll put Ange low, but he will survive. TVNT and Lubda just trying to peek in this corner. Will force out this earlier Ray, and again, Twisted Minds there looking to get out. Blade comes in response, but there's a rally to meet it from Bliss, so China has to concede that space. And now they've got a little bit of control of a robot, but TVNT, he stops them. And now the Terra Surge coming up. TVNT looking for the finisher. He's taken down Cookie already. Might not even need it here. Just happy to throw that spear into the deflect anyway. They'll clean up these kills, and the push again from Vendetta just feels a little bit limp, a little bit blunt, not really very scary at all.
Look, it might be a rogue time for me to be asking this question, Xavier, but can you count me in on your time, because I may have just tapped a button that has resulted in a bit of desync.
24 seconds, 23
okay,
seconds,
we're in sync
22 seconds.
We've found our way back to the norm. Vendetta, this is their last stand. Backs to the walls, so few meters until Twisted consolidate the full push. Hybrid goes deep though. Cookie on the Widow takes down Quartz. It's a tale as old as time. Lubda going deep, but Cookie gets another one. Somebody stop this man, or don't. I would happily watch another map in this series. Maybe we shouldn't stop him. Maybe we should let him carry on. Go on, Cookie. Give us another one.
gets them back into it. They did invest both of their ultimates into that Vendetta, so a little bit short there. But Vendetta feels like they're losing the neutral. They're not winning the ult trades. They need some kind of X factor. And on Midtown, Cookie was the X factor. He needs to be it again here for his team. But they're pushing into a Terror Surge barrage now, and this has been a common problem, Vendetta. They can't survive this combo.
Almost impossible to survive this combo on the best of days. Maybe Cookie can be the saving grace. Nice little flank from Hybrid, though. Catches out Quartz. Quartz very out of position. And in that chaos, TVNT actually invested the Terror Surge. So the makings of that combo being survived. Hybrid, though, he lost the use of his hands. MCD surviving a little bit too long. So down he goes. The tank trade, that's a real problem. Vendetta have just posted their first meters on the board, though. So, you know, a little round of applause for them. That's a huge one for the side of Vendetta, getting their first meters on the map after 9 minutes. But look, 131 meters on the clock for Twisted Minds. Vendetta, we're going to need 3-4 consecutive fights of Cookie magic.
And the walls will be popped. That'll give Cookie a little bit of an upper hand. He's actually going to go for a flank one on this, and I don't think they know. Is Lub's going to back up into this angle right now? Or they're aware of it. Lub's going to fly towards Cookie, actually, to chase him out. But meanwhile, Hybrid, he's just walking in and getting plays. The orbital raid blade. This time, the combo lands. Now, just got to be careful. No trades. They've got everything in control right now. 30 seconds left on the clock. But Vendetta, this is the start they needed.
What's the plan of attack into these ultimates from Twisted Minds? They have Ange's rally very, very soon. Oh, hiding up top. I like this. Where's Cookie?
I don't know. Everyone's ready to go. Cookie, presumably maybe just on coast. They're waiting for their go time.
Twisted must
They've not seen anyone.
They're just going to push Widow point. As well. No, they've been
Ange
spotted.
Needs help. Ange needs help on point.
Ange needs to charge this rally.
Terror Surge nearly up for Hybrid too.
That's Cookie behind. Rally's up now. It's online. Quartz gets Ange! For fuck's sake, Ange! You're so unreal. Dead on a hero with a shield as the only player with your ult. Rally came out for Bliss, but nobody from Vendetta's been cleaned up yet. Cookie hooks into the back line, kills Quartus, but Hybrid, unfortunately, Hybrid was unable to get the Terror Surge off. The barrage from Lebda, the Orbital Rain main from MCD. It's gonna be all she wrote for Vendetta's run this year. A sad L Ange to end the series. A death with the rally. GG's.
You'll have to bring that rally back for next year.
Better luck next year, right? Better luck next year.
That's what they say. There was a glimmers there. Glimmers now at the end of a giant clutch, but ultimately, I think it'd be very hard to argue that Twisted Minds weren't comfortably the better team for the majority of this series. Will progress through lower bracket, keep their Stockholm chances alive, but not without falter, right? Which is maybe a bit of a problem for Twisted Minds as they're going to start running into more difficult opponents.
I mean, both series that I thought were going to be stomps, you know, have wound up being a little closer than expected. The SSG game versus Twisted, that looked like a real dogfight at times. And then here, the Vendetta Twisted game went far closer than I ever thought was possible.
Yeah, no, massive performance, I think. Especially on that last map, it felt like, even though maybe that faltered just before the end, felt like Hybrid was finding loads of really good aggressive moves, getting a lot of opening picks for his team, making a bit of a difference, but ultimately, we talk about it time and time again in this meta, it's a macro meta. It's all about the ult trades. It's all about the ult economy, the combos, naming your combos. And really, across the entire series, Vendetta so far behind Twisted Minds in that sense.
The people say that it's slop time, you know, when I'm told that it's slop time, I think I got to give Ange a real flex support. Cronus says give Ange real flex support. Give Ange a new body and a new brain. And I think we'd see different results, perhaps.
A quick Frankenstein solution.
Yeah. And in fact, not only is it slop time, the slop out suit. I need one of those. Awesome. I think you and I are going to be going our different ways for a while, right?
Yeah, we're gonna separate now, as we both have obligations that we're contractually obligated to oblige to.
Yeah, no contractual obligations that we're obligated to oblige to. So I'll see you on the other side, I suppose. I'll just leave the
see
call.
you for the lower bracket, yeah.
All right, see you.
All right, let me hop out of Discord for a second then, so we can get rid of that overlay. And then, yeah, let me end the EMEA VOD here, because that's the end of EMEA for day one. And then we're going to get in for North America.